Yes, I can hear you.
BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in front forward.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Well, good morning and welcome to the second day of action here at the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships in Cardiff, and we've gone a little early here with the programme that was scheduled to get underway at 10. So yes, we have the heat of the women's 100 metre hurdles, and expecting to see 5 of those. So obviously all of the results and the timetable are available on the Roster Athletics website and app. Good day of action yesterday, finished off, of course, with the 100 metre finals. All the results yesterday, of course, leading into the day in terms of the heats, we have semis mostly and heats throughout the day. Medals being awarded in the field, as well as Ambulant 200 metres, hammer and pole vault. So the athletes are out for this next heat of the women's 100 metre hurdles. We've got Alice Isons of Cambridge, Sophie Hogton of Newcastle, Freya Doherty of Loughborough, Scarlett Whittaker of Liverpool, Eniola Ajagbe of Nottingham, Isabel Mardle of Birmingham City, and Sophie Doherty of Sheffield here. It's the top 2 going through to the semi-finals and then 6-time qualifiers. So this second heat, the whistle's gone. They're ready. Top two going through automatically as mentioned. And then if they can make it there, they have the final tomorrow at 12:20. So now underway, it's Fred Doherty of Loughborough going nicely here. Jagbe in second place, just battling here with Mardle on her outside. So Jagbe behind Doherty, 14:21.
14:21 the winning time. There are two to go through from heat 2 of the women's 100-metre hurdles.
I tell you, in the first heat they got underway at 9:55 before the scheduled programme start time of 10. Andrea Stojanovic winning that heat 14:03, so she's through, along with Erin Campbell of Strathclyde, 14:44. And so that remains the fastest time so far, Stojanovic 14:03, by nearly a couple of tenths of a second. There's also women's long jump qualification this morning, of which there are 3 pools. And their finals coming up tomorrow. Molly Palmer among those involved. Palmer, who recently made her GB senior debut at the World Indoor Championships in Torun in Poland, which she finished 10th place. So, yeah, some of the biggest names are in the field, including Georgie Ford-Wells, who we saw yesterday, who was also at those World Indoor Championships. And Owen Hurd we'll see in the pole vault later on, so that's a straight A final for him. And very possible that he could set a championship record, possibly the best opportunity for a championship record right across the weekend. And that will be down by the home straight here, just adjacent to the camera shot. We can see now the athletes have just walked past that pole vault bed, and yeah, the championship record is 5:36 from Charlie Myers, another former UK champion, but Owen Hurd has improved to 5:71 this year, so he does already have the BUCS outright best, which is set at the indoor championships last year, of 5:43. So that does seem rather likely if we can have a clean competition. Charlie Myers setting that for Northumbria in 2018. Owen Hurd, who was 5th at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in 2022.
So there's plenty to entertain you on the field this morning as well, with the pole vault just in front of the stand.
So, third heat coming up next. A couple of DNSs in this. We've got the indoor champion, Ariana McGee of Bath. Big improvement there for her over the 60 hurdles. And titles have been won by Abby Paulett 3 times, Etienne Morn outdoors in 2024, and Marley Jessip before that, who's now graduated. But we tend to see the same contenders in the hurdles quite frequently return to try and win again. And Jagbe, who we saw qualify a moment ago, yeah, another who we've seen a few years running. Also Erin Campbell, who won the relay title in 2023 for Strathclyde. Freya Doherty, who won that last heat, 7th at BUCS Outdoors last year, so a decent chance of improving on that as she comes in ranked in 5th place, I believe. in this third heat. Looks like there's a DNS from lane 3. We've got Murray Patience, who was in the 400 hurdles yesterday. Unfortunately didn't make it through to the final, but this could be another good opportunity for her. Ariana McGee, we mentioned in Bath, the 60 hurdles champion. Hayley Diamond, Sheffield Hallam. Bria Cook of Aberdeen, the relay medalist indoors. And Ellen Roberts of Birmingham. So top 2 going through automatically. So McGee and Cook leading this one at the moment. Good battle between the 2 Scottish athletes, but it does look like it's going to be the 2 in the blue. Let's see. That's the way it finishes. 13:52. Yeah, very similar vest with the blue and the yellow stripe. Bath leading Aberdeen. Aberdeen and Bria Cook, part of the team that won BUCS Outdoors for the first time in their history, I believe, at the recent Scottish Championships. The Scottish student title for their first time in their history. As I was talking to Angelica Operinde about that, who's someone who's competed for University of Stirling and is now a member of BUCS staff, which is fantastic to see that opportunity provided. You may have also seen on Scottish athletics social media pages a story about how the Aberdeen BUCS Universities team is made up of quite a few medics who all train together, which is fantastic to see. I mean, we know that medics quite often do stick together, and also you just imagine the commitment across both, especially because quite a few of them are very talented athletes. But they have got quite a solid group, including Bradley Francis, who obviously won the BUCS indoor title over 400 metres and is in the 400 metre hurdles with a chance of winning that.
Qualifying mark in this women's long jump competition is 6 metres 20, and we've just seen.
So these women will have semi-finals from 1:15, and before that we'll have the men's sprint hurdles heats and then all of the 200 metre heats, of which there may be as many as 24. That's across men and women. And men's steeplechase also to come early afternoon. And then all semi-finals right up to nearly 4:30, and then relay heats. So that's on the track, and then on the field. Again, this is all available on the Roster Athletics website and app. We've got women's long jump, 3 pools of qualification, women's high jump and men's high jump. Hammer, which is an out-of-stadium event. And a pole vault A and B final. So McGee's confirmed time from that last heat, 13:52. Bria Cook, 14:04. And that's showing as a personal best. I've got a personal best of 14:25, so and that looks like quite a significant improvement. She did already have an 860 hurdles PB this year.
We move on now to heat 4 of the 9 in the women's 100 metre hurdles. In lane 1, representing Newcastle University, Etienne Moore. Representing Middlesex University in 2, Natalia Rojeska. Georgia Baker, and completing the lineup in lane 7, Glasgow University's Catriona Scott. Heat 4 of the 9, women's 100 metre hurdles.
So 2 more heats remaining then of the women's 100 metres hurdles. We have Etienne Morn, who brilliantly won the title for Newcastle 2 years ago in Manchester in this next heat. So she's the main one to watch out for here. Also Natalia Blaszewska of Middlesex. Looks like a gap then to Rosie Hickling. Georgia Baker, Katrina Scott. And Kira Jones also in this for Leeds Beckett. So Morn from Jones at this stage. Good battle of that second spot. Hickling now coming through for that. Behind Etienne Morn on the inside. 13.87. So that's a decent time for a heat there. Morn's personal best 13.35. She's also got a 60 hurdles PB this year, 8.32. That was in getting second place at BUCS, in fact. McGee, also part of that strong competition. She improved her personal best to 8.26. Outdoors, her PB over this long distance, 13.42, actually came here last year in Cardiff at Welsh Champs. Result from that last heat, as you can see there, quite a big margin of victory that. Nearly 8/10 of a second. Morn from Hickling, Newcastle, Sheffield Hallam, and then others including Georgia Baker. We'll wait and see if 14.84 will be good enough for 6 non-automatic spots. Semi-finals from 1:15. looking at long jump qualification. So this is the meets available on Roster Athletics website now. So track and field results coming through there. One more heat of the women's hurdles to come as well. I can tell you that 6:20 is the mark to make it through to the final. Most likely though we're looking for the 12 best distances across all three pools. Molly Palmer gone out to 6:33. Nice and easy qualification with her first attempt. Matilda Perry 5:53, Hannah Wallace 5:51, and Shanti Graham same distance too. So obviously two pools to come a little later on, quite a big field, including 16 athletes just in this first group. Ideally then you want to be in the top 4, something thereabouts, may well have 4 from each group. So 5th heat of the women's hurdles coming up in just a moment's time. Ariana McGee from the 3rd heat, fastest of all so far, 13:52. By some 3.5 tenths of a second in fact from Morn. Obviously these are just heat times and the athletes are trying to negotiate 3 rounds, but still that's a decent margin for McGee, and then Stojanovic 14:03. So 2 athletes sub 14 so far. Is Thea Brown about to be the next one, so really excited to see her making her BUCS debut, the European under-20 long jump silver medalist, a personal best of 13:28 from 2024. Also European under-18 heptathlon silver medalist, relay bronze, and a year before that in Trinidad and Tobago. Got a silver in this event and also a silver in the 4x4 relay. Mentioned Alex Beck doing the same, of course, yesterday, who we saw in the 400. So Thea Brown, Erin Williams, Neve Davenport, Noah Mundus, Madeline McKenzie, Tori Buckley and Ellie McIntyre. So getting away here nicely on the inside. Brown of Loughborough, you can see hurling beautifully. Looks like McIntyre challenging with Williams in 2nd place. There's Neve Davenport in fact behind Brown, 13:74. Into a minus 1.3 wind as well. So it means we can start to wrap up the 6 time qualifiers. The target time had been 14:84. And that's the time of Georgia Baker of Birmingham, the fastest of those 6 spots. So it looks to be pretty much there is Mari Patience 14:31, which is good because she missed out on a place in the 400 hurdles final after that unfortunate slip. So Thea Brown really multi-talented, of course got medals at the UK Indoor Championships in the high jump and 60 hurdles. Expecting to also see her in the long jump as well. So great that we can bring these replays to you as well. Thea Brown right on the inside as Morn was just a moment ago. And it's Neve Davenport coming through in 2nd place. So as ever, long jump is quite a strong field in terms of those who've gone well over 6 metres, but also good depth and participation.
in the men's
16 in this first group.
because it is a straight final. The top 10 athletes.
Looks like a Cardiff Met vest there. I think that's Matilda Perry. 5.53 in the first round. May well be good enough to make the final, but yes, so many vying for those spots.
6 rows in the men's hand.
4.92 next. That should be Amber Purcell of Brighton. So yes, Roster Athletics website and app to keep an eye on how long jump is progressing. Here she is. 4.98 so far for 7th place. So looking at around mid 5 metres at the moment. So they're just changing the hurdle heights, of course, before the men come out for their heat, so it gives a chance to concentrate on the long jump for the time being. Final, if they can make it, is actually one of the last field finals to get underway tomorrow at 3 o'clock. 4.90 for Purcell, no improvement. So men's high jump qualification and women's high jump later. The women's event is the first to get underway, in fact, in just under 10 minutes time. So they're just warming up there now, as are the pole vaulters. That's the B final, all getting underway at 10:30, that, and hammer, which is an out of stadium event too, and then women's long jump second group 11:45. Looks like Hannah Wallace here. Personal best of 6.25, and she was in the medals at one stage at BUCS Indoors before cruelly finishing 4th. Very capable of getting on the podium. Molly Palmer, certainly the favourite if she's at her best, but even then, given the amount she's improved this year and the confidence she would have taken from that really solid result on GB Senior debut, Major Championship debut. She's a 4 times BUCS medalist and 2 times champion. 5.54 for Wallace. She's still decent within this group. It's still in second place. There's a couple of athletes within 3 centimetres of her, and then a gap of 30 centimetres. This is April Kai of Newcastle, shown as a Canadian nationality. A nice mix of international athletes here, from all around the world, from India to Hong Kong. So high jump, which may well have also got underway a little early. Sometimes if the athletes are all ready and there's no reason to delay proceedings. 4.18 there for Kai, so that is an improvement, but as I say, looking for something more around 5.50, even then face quite a weight across the 2 groups that are still to come. In the meantime, I can give you an update on the women's 100 hurdles, which got us underway this morning. So, Mari Patience 14.31, Ailey McIntyre 14.58. Quite a lot of Scottish representation in this, with the likes of Erin Campbell, Bria Cook qualifying automatically. But yes, McIntyre, Patience, time qualifiers. Also Scarlett Whittaker of Liverpool, 14.63. Hayley Diamond, Sheffield Hallam, 14.67. Sophie Hogton of Newcastle, 14.69. And Ellen Roberts of Birmingham, 14.70. Another Scot, Erin Williams, Robert Gordon, who was fourth in that final heat, just missing out, 14.73. This is a look along the timetable. Again, you can see this on the roster website and app. Yes, men's hurdles to come next. Then we get underway with the 200s, including the finals of the Ambulant events. And then we'll see the sprint hurdling women again at 1:15. So, relay heats finished the day after all those semis from athletes we saw yesterday, 4s, 8s and 15s. This is the field timetable today. We're underway with a long jump in the first group. Athletes are out for the first men's 110 metres hurdles heat. So we're going to see Daniel Goriola here, 3 times a BUCS champion, 3 times a UK champion as well. And fantastic that he's back at BUCS. Not many athletes win BUCS indoors and out in their first season. Certainly pride and joy of Nottingham, bringing them great success. His personal best 13.55, which goes back to his first UK title outdoors in 2024. Also represented Great Britain at the European Indoor Championships in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands last year, in the heats there. There he is in the green, gold and white. Full lineup. Looks to be DNS in lane 2, just going by sight. We did see this a few times yesterday. So it looks like the first athlete on the inside there is Billy Francis of Sheffield Hallam. Then got Ben Ince of Loughborough, 14.52 at best. Ince, who was at 7th at last year's BUCS indoors. Varesh Rajakumar of St Andrews then, in the pale blue vest. Chinedu Nduku of Warwick. Then Goriola, 13.55, and the Nottingham student followed in the lineup by Max Rowe, completing it there for Leeds Beckett. Leeds Beckett, the loudest university, cheering on their athletes, as we spoke to their 400 metre runner Emily Rawson yesterday. Has been terrific cheering. Big contingent all sat together down to my right. Francis, Ince, Rajakumar, Nduku, Goriola and Rowe. So Goriola from 7, leaping up high over these hurdles and powering his way through. Rowe just about in second place, battling with Ince. It's going to be Goriola and from Ince, and then Rowe in third place. So the top 2 again going through automatically, and this time it is straight to a final tomorrow. Just 2 time qualifiers available. So Max Rowe will have to wait and see. 14.04 on the clock. Just having another look here, look at the power from Goriola, but also the sprint speed between those hurdles. Absolutely beautiful to watch. I say that, he clatters into the penultimate one, but didn't matter too much. We do see that sometimes, athlete able to clatter through the hurdles, but still maintain strong momentum. Riley Laborde was almost known for that kind of style, but he had BUCS success as well, going back to 2019. Other winners of this title: Adam Houle last year, the multi-eventer, and Cameron Fillery in 2022, in 23, apologies. Indoors, Ethan Akani, who we'll see in a moment. In 2020, Joseph Agbodza for Nottingham Trent. And Xiaojun Yang indoors this year for Loughborough, the Chinese athlete, will be in his next heat. So you're watching live coverage of the 2026 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Cardiff, a new venue for the outdoor champs this year. And enjoying what it has to offer. And we'll get some insight actually on what it's like to be managing the home team. Ree Hawker joining us in around 20 minutes or so around those 200 metre heats that are coming up after these men's hurdles. So yesterday, Lucy Fraser winning the women's 100 title for Glasgow. Dylan Williams, the men's for Brunel. Ben East won the javelin for Loughborough. Sophie Hamilton, the women's event for the same university. The women's high jump, 172, the automatic mark to make it through to the final. Bars at 145 in this early stage of qualification. Looks like that's Jasmine Poulter of Southampton, who's cleared 140 before this. So obviously quite a few athletes not entering just yet. Most will do so at the next height. Talk more about the high jump later on. That also has 2 pools of qualification. This is the first one that's underway now. Second heat of the men's sprint hurdles with Ethan Akani, former champion in 2020, now representing Coventry. Ben Pitts of Sheffield Hallam alongside him. Sebastian Kuhnke of Oxford. Jiajin Young, this year's indoor champion. Samuel Coulson of Manchester, and Adi Akambi Mortimer of Cardiff Met in 7. So just the 6 athletes in this, going for 2 automatic spots straight through to a final. So all away pretty evenly. Jiajun Yang and Adi Akambi Mortimer just stuttered there. Akani now making up good ground. So Yang from Akani through into the final then, 14.25. So relatively straightforward with the 2 rounds, but all about putting a clean hurdles race together when you're one of the top contenders like he is. Well, I can tell you that Max Rowe, 15.36, and Adi Akambi Mortimer, 15.39, at the moment are in positions to qualify for the final, but we've still got this one more set of athletes to race. Ashmita Edward Kulandasamy, looks like 3rd time failure unfortunately at 1:45 out of qualification. 5 athletes are over this early height. Back to Jasmine Poulter, also bringing the bar down there. Plenty of athletes haven't entered. Callie Coates, previous champion Anna Olivier, previous medalist Leeds Beckett and Harper Adams respectively. Even Fontaine of Bath also involved. Danelle Aranandam, Nottingham. So Joshua Impong-Piran of Warwick, Thomas Wasserman of Oxford, Will Reed of Leeds Beckett also in this. Evan Cole of Cardiff Met, Tom Wilcock of Loughborough, 5 times a BUCS medalist. Won the title in Chelmsford in 2022 and a bronze, and a couple of silvers as well. So Wilcock leading this one. Ruben Hedman on his outside. Looks like it's going to be these two making it over this last barrier. 14:30 across the line. Wilcock and Hedman, Loughborough and Essex. So Evan Cole looked like was third for Cardiff Met, so he's looking for a time faster than 14:39. Unfortunately, 15:54 when targeting 15:39. So it's going to be Rowan Akanbi-Mortimer in the final. So that final taking place tomorrow at 12:30.
So they're going to be your
14:25. The whole track programme, including call room times, will be moved forward by 30 minutes. So T26 will now start at 13:55. Thank you for listening.
Final three of the men's pole vault just getting underway. Dan Richardson and Neo Hugo Golds over at 3:76. That's the season's best for both of them. The bar remains at 3:76 for the third attempt of Reef Page.
So bar now at 150 in women's high jump qualification. This is Isabel Beer of Cardiff Met. So 6 athletes now clear. This is Zona Tabor of Birmingham. Zafia Keenan of Liverpool. So bar being brought down a few times here, but remains at 150. Christy Snyman will go in the second group. She won the title indoors, and we've also got Carmen Bruce, who had a great battle with her. The championship record was equalled, of course, on that occasion, 187. The championship record outdoors 186 in fact, so 187 the all-time best across indoors and outdoors. Laura Zerlaw holding the championship best performance outdoors from 2022 in Chelmsford. Quite a few records were set that year, in fact, including Holly Bradshaw in the pole vault, Jodie Smith in the long jump, Jess Judd in the 1500 metres. Judd, who had a long and distinguished BUCS career over 10 years. Of course, competed in the London Marathon just the other day. Great story following her seizure in the final of the European Championships in Rome 2 years ago to return to the top level of the sport.
So from lane 2, it is Flora Brigham of St Andrews. In lane 3, Cassie Campbell of Kent. In lane 4, Millie King of Loughborough. In lane 5, Amy Christian of Chester. In lane 6, Rebecca Littler, UCB. In lane 7, Caroline MacDonald of Glasgow. And in lane 8, Georgia Adams-Newton of Leicester.
Looks like Anna Olivier of Harper Adams joining the competition in the high jump bar at 155, going clear first time. I wonder if any higher than that would be needed. Potentially so. Callie Coates also clear, along with Mia Judd and Leonie Brunning. First heat of the women's 200 metres. Top 2 going through to the semi-finals. 6-time qualifying positions as well. As many as 9 heats, same as there were in the women's 100 yesterday. Flora Brigham of St Andrews, Cassie Campbell of Kent, Millie King of Loughborough, who won the indoor title, Amy Christian of Chester from the Isle of Man, Rebecca Littler of UCB, Caroline McConnell of Glasgow, and Georgia Adams-Newton of Leicester in this. Very interestingly, the championship record is not as fast as the indoor championship record set by Brooke Ironside 2 years ago. Caddy Ann Thomas holding the record outdoors. 23.41 from 2007 compared 23.37 for Ironside, so not much in it. Sometimes the fastest sprinters just do the 100 metres. Could be one reason why. I'm sure there are multiple factors why. One being that Brooke Ironside perhaps did more of those indoor BUCS championships. Could be on the cards though. Millie King set her PB outright, 23.42 for BUCS indoor gold. So she's going through very, very strongly here, massively down the home straight. And yeah, so her PB just 0.01 shy of that championship record. 23.81 in just a heat here. Looks like McConnell of Glasgow also through to the semi-finals. Just having a look at the timetable then, those semi-finals coming up tomorrow at 11:35. So around 24 hours time, and then the final, again if they can make it, 10 to 2 tomorrow. So long jump qualification pretty much wrapped up for now until the second pool gets underway later. High jump ongoing, and also pole vault B final. The bar is at 386. Weinbrecht, Richardson, Woolger, Golds and Page all involved. The first 3 of those names I mentioned all clear at 386. So his first heat rather close between McConnell and Littler. So Littler's time 25.66 there. She'll have to wait and see if that is fast enough.
All the new start times on the track very shortly.
Tabor of Birmingham, we saw a failure just a moment ago. It's one of 3 ongoing field events inside the stadium. Hammer, an out of stadium event, unfortunately. So Tabor, yes, looking to clear 155, showing his first attempt here Well, bar given a real wobble there, but does just stay up for Isabel Beer, also over 155.
On to heat 2 of the women's 200 metres. On the inside from Newcastle, Ella Chu. In 2 from Bath, Zainab Al-Tuni. In 3 from Sheffield Hallam, Amber Hughes. In 4 from Southampton, Catherine Gallagher. In 5 from Manchester, Hannah Whitby. In 6 from Swansea, Christina Poulsen. In 7 from Nottingham, Shawana Amuna. On the outside in 8 from Kent, Olivia Mensah. It's heat 2 of the women's 200 metres.
So we've already seen Millie King running a decent time for a heat of 23.81 so far for Loughborough. This is heat number 2 with Ella Dew of Newcastle, Zainab Al-Tuni of Bath, Amber Hughes of Sheffield Hallam, Catherine Gallagher for Southampton, Hannah Whitby Manchester, Christina Poulsen Swansea, Shawana Amuna of Nottingham, Olivia Mensah of Kent. Top 2 going through to the semi-finals, and 6-time qualifying spots available.
Into the women's 200 metres.
So El-Tuni probably the one to watch here. She was 5th at BUCS Indoors. But Poulsen going to win this relatively comfortably. El-Tuni closing across the line. Poulsen from El-Tuni. 24.78 on the clock. So that second heat a lot closer than the first. Looked like Amuna of Nottingham was 3rd there. That's much closer than that first heat. Let's have a look at the high jump. Bar still at 155, now going through 3rd attempts. Eleanor Keeley of Sheffield. So obviously 2 groups going on at once. I'm looking for 12 athletes. In terms of spots available for that final. At the moment, 10 are clear at 155. Just having a look, that's in the first group. And across 2, it's actually 16. No marks so far for Carmen Bruce or Marnie. So Ateba bringing the bar down, unfortunately, at the 3rd time of asking. Other group is up to 160, and I'm sure this one will be raised shortly as well. Sneerman, indoor champion, yet to enter. Yeah, so we know that we'll need at least 160 to make it through to the final.
Those are the top 3 at the moment, but it is the early stages. Shortly moving into round 3, and at the end of round 3, the top 10 will be identified, and they will have 3 further attempts.
Result from that first women's 200 heat: Millie King 23.81, Caroline McConnell of Glasgow 25:38. So as I say, they're both through to those semi-finals coming up 11:35 tomorrow, final then a little later on in the afternoon at 10 to 2.
From lane 2 we have Gabriel Johnson of Swansea University. In lane 3 is Latonia Samuels, Wolverhampton. In lane 4, Ayumi Cole of Exeter. In lane 5 is Lily Oliver of Worcester. Lane 6, Sadie Gray Mulvaney of Oxford Brooks.
At the moment, 27:11 target time in the women's 200 metres if you're outside the top two. So first time attempts at 160 now in both groups of the high jump. Whistle's gone in the next heat of the 200. Just squeeze in this high jump attempt. 8:05 brings the bar down 160. 8:05 is Emma Sedgwick who leads. 2 more attempts to go. Third heat of the 200. Gabrielle Johnson, Swansea. Latonia Samuels of Wolverhampton, who we saw yesterday in the shorter distance. Amelia Cole of Exeter. Libby Oliver of Worcester, Sadie Graham Mulvaney of Oxford Brooks, Evie May Humphrey of Birmingham, very impressive last year, making both finals, or indoors I should say. BUCS indoors, she was 4th over 200 and 6th over 60. Neve Crane then competing in the lineup from East Anglia. So watch out for the tall figure, the blonde hair and the red vest, Evie Humphrey, part of the Birmingham team that went to the Penn relays recently. We've seen all of the others so far, including Camilla Bennett, big personal best for her in the rainy conditions in the 400. But look at this, should be sub 24, 23:89. So let's have another look. Humphrey there in lane 7. Also going well is Samuels of Wolverhampton in the Navy. He's going to end up second in this race.
So we're in heat 4 of these 200 metres in their final preparations on the top end. In lane 2, representing Cardiff University, Harriet Medland. In 3, from Royal Holloway, Soraya Rogers, representing Loughborough. In lane 4, the 2024 Welsh Schools Senior Champion and Welsh Under-20 Indoor Gold Medalist. Good to see her out there because she had just one track competition in December of 2025. And in lane 4, it's Ellie Jones. In lane 5, representing Brunel.
So still first attempt at 160. This is Donnell Lansdam. 4 athletes, or 5 athletes now clear at 1 metre 60. Mia Judd, Loughborough. Callie Coates leads Beckett. Christy Snyman entering the competition, indoor champion Gracie Wall of Birmingham, Mabel Rose Scales of Loughborough.
Grace Young. He's for women's 200.
Janelle, who made the final indoors, we just saw there, where she was 7th with 165. Looks like the next heat is out on track and ready to go. King, Humphrey and Poulsen, the three winners so far. Loughborough, Birmingham and Swansea. In heat number 4 we've got Harriet Medlin of Durham, Soraya Rogers of Royal Holloway, 2022 Southern Indoor and Outdoor 200 metre champion. Personal best goes back to 2021, 23.76. Ellie Jones of Loughborough. Kaya Slater, who we saw in the 100 final. Danielle Adebola of Leeds. Nagichi Okuji of Oxford Brookes and Grace Young of Sheffield Hallam. So Jones of Loughborough just chasing Slater here of Brunel. Not too many of the big contenders doubling up in the 100 and 200, but Slater probably feels like she has something more to give. The European Under-20 semi-finalist last year, 24.59 on the clock it looks like.
For the women's 200 metres on net. In lane 2 from Gloucestershire, Millie Webb. In 3 from Northumbria, Melissa Mills. In 4 from UWS, Sophie Evans. In lane 5 from Birmingham, Lara Vera Milton. In 6 from St Mary's, Kira Patterson. In 7 from Edinburgh, Mika McLeod. In 8 from Liverpool, Ellie May Breeze. You'll have taking 5 of the women's 200 metres.
So Danelle Arolandanam clears this time at 160, second attempt and over. So 11 now clear at 160. So again, looking possible that we'll need to go higher in qualification. Heat 5 of the women's 200. Millie Webb of Gloucestershire, Melissa Bills, Northumbria, Sophie Evans, University of the West of Scotland, Lara Vieira Milton of Birmingham, Kira Patterson of St Mary's, Mika McLeod Edinburgh, and Ellie Breeze of Liverpool. Essentially another close race, this one. So Vieira Milton in the red vest of Birmingham going nicely. And watch out here for Millie Webb of Gloucestershire in the pale blue. And nice lead down this home straight. Webb from Vieira Milton, both through to the semi-finals. Evans in third place. 24:38 in Heat 5. 4 more of these heats to come, then the men's 200 heats.
Sheffield, Allen, team manager, the track referee, and the track stand.
Confirming that result then, Webb from Vieira Milton, 6/10 between them, and then 25:67 behind that for Sophie Evans. 26:20 at the moment is the target time for anyone outside the top 2. Daniela Alabolo of Leeds holding that position third in the 4th heats. Everyone else should bring the bar down at 160 here. Looks like Madison Woodley, I believe. Well, actually, there's 2 Brunel athletes in this. That might be Olivia Dobson. So bar now moving up to 163 in both groups. Thirteen athletes involved. Interestingly, Carmen Bruce showing as retired, so I wonder whether that is effectively a DNS. She didn't attempt any heights, or maybe she is here and has some sort of injury, which is alright. Same for Venetia Marnie. So yes, without attempting any heights for both of them. It's a bit of a shame. If indeed correct there on roster. Brilliant of Cambridge this is at 163. Gives the bar a wobble that does go clear. The Cambridge student, Leonie Brunning, over at 163. Gracie Wall of Birmingham and Mia Judd and Kirsty Snareman of Loughborough both over as well at 163. Sixth heat of the women's 200, Olivia Gillespie of Nottingham. And then Lucy Fraser, the 100 metre champion yesterday and 200 metre silver medalist indoors. Alice Isons, Cambridge. Lillian Ford, Exeter. Amy Hogbin, Cardiff. Cara Stone, St Mary's. Isabel Whiteman, Met. Back to high jump quali. So looking at 1:02.2. Mabel Rose Scales, Loughborough. Continuing these first attempts at 1:63. I'll update you on the pole vault B final in just a moment. So heat 6 here. Lucy Fraser, the main athlete to watch in lane 3. 23.64, that PB outright but set indoors. Comes in seeded second behind Millie King. And look at Lucy Fraser moving through in this heat. Just looking like she's having the championships of her life. The great final yesterday, overtaking Jess Mantle in the closing stages. Close for that second spot, Gillespie of Nottingham there. Cara Stone of St Mary's in third. 24.50 on the clock.
Seven of the women's 200 metres. Up next in lane 2 from UWS, Emily Fawkes. In 3 from Brunel, Saskia King. In 4 from Leeds, Mariana Goncalves. In 5 from Durham, Amy Garrick. In 6 from Warwick, Rebecca Owusu. In 7 from Sheffield, Catherine Reynolds. And in 8 from Cambridge, Malika Queen-Minji.
Madison Woodley and Brunel there bring the bar down at 163. Two athletes warming up out there, including for the second pull of long jump qualification.
To the track referee by the track staff.
Second attempt at 163 in one group, third in the other. I make it now clear at 163. So Lucy Fraser, the 100 champion, could she win a sprint double? Let's see. Has to negotiate the rounds first, but yeah, definitely a strong 200 metre runner. Emily Fox, UWS, Maria Gonçalves of Leeds, Amy Garrick, Durham, Rebecca Wusu, Warwick, Catherine Reynolds, Sheffield, and Nosikas Kwenku Ng of Cambridge. So going very well here is Catherine Reynolds, who has been strong in the 400 metres in the past as well. Consistently made BUCS finals, and she's leading away from Emily Fawkes in this one. This could be a decent time as well. 24.71. Pretty much ran quite strongly throughout there. Emily Fawkes getting second place for University of the West of Scotland, both through to those semi-finals. And that leaves us with 2 more of these 9 heats remaining. And the target time at the moment, just before that race result comes into the system, 25.94. That's including 6 of the 9 heats so far. So those waiting to find out include Kyra Stone, Shawana Amuna, Rebecca Laditla, Sophie Evans, Gabrielle Johnson and Mika McLeod. Millie King still fastest at the moment overall, 23.81. Only other athlete sub 24 was Evie Humphrey. So that's just come through now, as you can see on screen. 25.94 remains the target time though.
Heat 8 of the women's 200. In lane 2, representing Leeds Beckett, Kiana Yearwood. In 3, from Northumbria University, Ellie Wickens. In lane 5, from Manchester Metropolitan, Ella Bo Harvey. In 6, representing Liverpool University, Kira Valentine. In lane 8, from Surrey University, Paulina Devosi. That is the lineup for Heat 8 of the women's 200. Lanes 4 and 7 DNS.
Heat 8 with Kiana Yearwood, Ellie Wickens, Elivo Harvey, Kira Valentine, Paula DeBotti, Alyssa Furler. So again, top two going through to the semi-finals tomorrow. It looks like DeBotti of Surrey on the outside, going nicely here in the navy vest. and then the Leeds Beckett student Yearwood. So very close between these two. It's going to be on the line, but they're both through. It looks like Yearwood gets there in the end, cheered on by the Leeds Beckett faithful. 25:51, one heat remaining.
of Southampton, Lucy Rabori, Leeds Beckett, Cully Cleaver of Edge Hill, Rebecca Akinzania of Bath, and Anna Douglas of Sheffield.
Alyssa Furler of Oxford, Isabella Wigley of Cardiff, Megan Thomas of Newcastle, Jemima Croxall of Southampton, Lucy Rabori of Leeds Beckett, Cully Cleaver of Edge Hill, Rebecca Akinsanya of Bath, and Anna Douglas of Sheffield. So again, lots of cheers for the Leeds Beckett student in this, Lucy Rabori. You see going well on the inside there, looks like Isabella Wigley in the red and Rebecca Akinsanya in the blue of Bath. So yeah, once again the top two is pretty clear. So come towards the line here. Let's have a look at the time. 24:76 on the clock there. We have had a couple of athletes disqualified actually. Looks like a lane infringement for Grace Young and Lillian Ford, I'm afraid. So it does mean that we have to just remember that sometimes we see the athletes cross the line and it doesn't mean it's the final result necessarily. So 25:94 appears to be the target time. I think it's quite possible that third place is slower than 25:94. Yes, 26:17. So that means we have confirmed Kyra Stone, Joanna Amuna, Rebecca Littler, Sophie Evans, Gabrielle Johnson and Mika McLeod all through to those semi-finals. Full timetable and results on Roster Athletics website now. In the men's hammer final, just to let you know, it's an out-of-stadium event, unfortunately this weekend, but we've got Sean Kerry leading the way, 60.87 in the fourth round. Charlie Pond, second place, 58.62. Archie Small, third, 57-12. So Manchester, Loughborough and Nottingham, those two represent respectively. In the pole vault B final, Patrick Morgan leading the way at this stage, over 4:06, the Cardiff Met man. Dan Richardson the same height, but behind on countback. The Sheffield man and Remy Weinbrecht of Bath, 3:96, out of the competition, but in third. So that's not a gold, silver and bronze, but it's the top three, and we'll have athletes clearing higher heights almost certainly in the A final. So top two going through to the semis there, Wigley and Akinsanya. So really it's Morgan and Richardson now, the two remaining in that B final, trying to win that particular event. Women's high jump qualification has concluded with 12 athletes over at 163. Full result there available on roster for the names of those 12 athletes. Women's 200 now concluded, so just a couple of guys out there in the pole vault. Women's long jump, they're just warming up ahead of the second group, so just the two guys out there in the pole vault at the moment.
qualifying pool 2 in the long jump is about to get underway. The automatic qualifying mark in the women's long jump is 6 meters 20. We saw Molly Palmer go well over that automatic qualifying mark in the first qualifying pool. In the fourth round of the men's hammer, Sean Perry improves to 61 meters 81, and Archie Small improves to 57 meters 12.
On to the men's 200 metres next, starting of course with Heat 1, where lane 1 from UWS is Owen Murphy, in 2 from Loughborough, Elliot Lloyd is Redmond, in 3 from Cumbria, Callum Westbrook, in 4 from Oxford, Lemuel Krensil, in 5 from Westminster, Alexander Gianaran, in 6 from Bristol, Thomas Lee Tipping, in 7 from Warwick, Joshua Carter, in 8 from Durham, Josiah Richards. Is he one of the men's 200 metres, the first 2 to qualify automatically, and there will be 8 time-based qualifiers.
So Heat 1 of the men's 200 metres now underway. Owen Murphy right on the inside. Elliot Lloyd Ozogbu of Loughborough trying to go with him. And those chasing behind, Callum Westbrook, Lemuel Krensil, Alexander Gianoran. Very close with these two. So Murphy and Lloyd Ozogbu through there in this first heat, 22:34.
22:34 the winning time.
So we've had one heat of the 200 metres so far. We've got the second pool of long jump qualification here ongoing as well. The B final in the pole vault, and also the men's hammer outer stadium event. And women's high jump qualification has concluded, so there are 12 athletes over at 163. We've already seen Molly Palmer in the long jump this morning in this first group of long jump qualification. So in this second one now, anticipating something like 5:50 may well be good enough to make it through to the final. Best mark in this group, 5:28 so far. So I mentioned that there were 2 athletes left in the pole vault B final last time that we looked. It looks like Patrick Morgan of Cardiff Met over at 4:16 in this B final. Delighted to say that Cardiff Met's head of athletics, Ree Hawker, is with me here. Yeah, great to be in Cardiff first of all. You know, I was wondering whether it might give some of the athletes from Cardiff Met a bit of an extra edge, a track that they know. Obviously, it's not the only one in Cardiff, but yeah, nice to be on home soil for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome to Cardiff and croeso to everybody. It's great to have the event here. Sorry, my voice is already going this weekend. I always think this is one of the most picturesque tracks in the UK if you take the kind of Welsh weather out of it a little bit. So yeah, it's really fantastic to have a national level event here again. And yeah, hopefully everyone has a brilliant weekend. We've already had some fantastic performances from the Cardiff Met team. Obviously we had our fresher Jessica Mantle winning a silver medal in that really hotly contested 100 metre final yesterday. Great to see Jess bouncing back from a really strong season last year. And then Will Bishop always delivering for us in the para, and Mia Lloyd, another fresher for us in the Ambulant discus as well.
Yeah, no, it's quite exciting seeing people who don't have BUCS experience but just going out there and really smash it, which I'm sure is great for you to see. So yeah, lots going on. Just remind us what it's like to be in your role at an event like this and everything that goes on.
Tiring. Yeah, we've had a pretty busy couple of days making sure that the stadium's ready. Obviously it's not our stadium, but I'm really keen to make sure that everyone has a great experience here. We've been really helping BUCS with the delivery of it and making sure the equipment's up to scratch as well. So yeah, a lot of hard hours have been put in behind the scenes from myself, the BUCS team, but also some of my other coaches and staff team as well. So yeah, thank you to them for getting the event to go ahead, really. Yeah,
no, I was sort of going past the storeroom, and it reminds you just how much different types of equipment and things are required to put on an athletics event like this. It's a lot of people here very, very early in the morning and late at night to do stuff. You really forget about that, I think.
Yeah, we were here at 7:15 this morning sorting out the jump spreads. So yeah. You're welcome, guys.
Yeah, people just don't see that behind the scenes. Yeah, so just going to look now at this next heat then. On the men's 200 metres, heat 2, Bobby Harkus, Tavik Benjamin, Finley Ward, Joshua Martin, Gabriel Malhotra, Douglas Rogan-Ray, James McCulloch and Georgos Lagdianos, who we saw in the 100 yesterday. So you can see here's Joshua Martin in the blue and white of St Mary's, coming through nicely here from Lagdianos. So 22 seconds exactly on the clock there. Yeah, we saw the 100 finals yesterday. You mentioned Jess Mantle got the silver medal there. That was great, really, because it's the 100 final on the first day, or if it's the 60 indoors, it kind of sets the tone. You know, someone has got a medal, it probably inspires the team a little bit, or makes them think, oh yes, I'd like that too.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely something that we're trying to really build in our team at the minute, is those superstars and those people who can really inspire the remainder of the team and the remainder of the club to kind of up their game across the weekend, and then hopefully inspire them across the rest of the season as well. I think it's really important for the club to have those role models and people that they can learn off with international experience as well.
Yeah, and there's some people who we saw at indoors maybe for the first time as well. Like, I think Phoebe Ryder-Benson might be one of those. So I suppose having that experience of indoors might actually help them here once they know what this sort of event is like.
Yeah, absolutely. I vividly remember my first championships as a young athlete, and it was so overwhelming. So for people to have, a first taste of it at indoors, have a positive experience, and then be able to come back outdoors and set an example to the team is really important to have that. Yeah, for sure.
You're very used yourself to competing in this stadium, of course, including for your club. I'm sure you can, whether it's Wales Championships or National Athletics League. I'm trying to think what else might have been here, but you talked about piste duress. I mean, people can't necessarily see everything that we can see around us, so just trying to think, what have you got, what sort of area are we in with Cardiff? So we're not too far away, right across the road from Cardiff City Stadium. What else have we got sort of around us here?
So we're about a mile away from town. Cardiff's pretty small, to be fair, as a city, so you can walk into town in like 25 minutes if you get a bit of a shimmy on. And you've got the Principality Stadium right there. You've got Cardiff Arms Park, which is obviously home of Cardiff Rugby, and then probably about a 20-minute jog straight in front of us is Cardiff Bay, and obviously that's a really beautiful setting. Pretty iconic part of the Cardiff Half Marathon course goes through the bay and over the barrage as well. So we're a very compact little city, but there's a lot going on here for sure. Yeah,
you mentioned some other sports. You're quite into your sport generally, aren't you?
Yeah. Yes, I am, for sure. I'm always watching sport. I don't really watch anything else.
So, in total, we have 12 heats of this 200 metres. Obviously, we've had 2 already. Heat 3 coming up next, featuring Jamie Haydock-Wilson, Alex's younger brother, who won the relay indoors. And it looks like Patrick Morgan of Cardiff Met has finished on top then in the B final. I know it's like just a B final, but still it's nice for the athletes to say that they've at least won. They've beaten everyone that was in their competition with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And like for pole vault, I think as we all know, the B final is still super important. I assume there's 4 Loughborough athletes in the A final, so actually winning the B final in pole vault is really important for the team and is most of the time pretty much guaranteed to get you contributing to the point scoring, because obviously there's only the top 2 from each university that accumulate points. So hopefully Pat will have picked up some points for us, and hopefully he can better his personal best as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 4 Loughborough athletes there. Right, so I'll take you through the sign-up for heat number 3 with James Haydock-Wilson of Brunel, as I said, Pierre Walker, King's College London, Nicholas Kamara of Surrey, Chima Ndukwu of Warwick, Jonathan Sopawara of Manchester, Jack Nduba of Nottingham, Bailey Swift of Loughborough in lane number 8 then. So Swift certainly one of the contenders here. Haydock-Wilson, one of the improving athletes really, because he has made a bit of a breakthrough, certainly concentrating more and more in athletics. Interesting. His brother Alex Haydock-Wilson saying, obviously he's got that sort of Olympic legacy for himself now, but within the family they don't want to compare each other. If you're talented, it could be whatever. Like, I think one of his brothers is a great photographer, so they're kind of proud in that in their own way, because otherwise it's a lot to live up to within a family, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think it's really important for athletes to have their own identity. I think we've obviously had a few iconic brothers through Cardiff Met during the years. So we've had Jeremiah Azu, and a few years later his brother Alex Azu was with us, and I was always really encouraging to Alex to make sure that he has his own identity. Obviously his brother is a fantastic athlete out in Botswana at the minute for the World Relays, but be your own person, be your own athlete, because you will absolutely have your own brand and your own way of going about succeeding in the sport.
Yeah, 100%. And Alex himself has helped contribute well to Cardiff Mets. So let's have a look here. Interested to see how Haydock-Wilson goes on the inside, but also Bailey Swift on the outside for Loughborough. They were both involved in that relay indoors. The teams that won gold and silver. It looks like Bailey Swift on this outside, very, very strong. It's interesting. I didn't feel like we learnt actually too much from the men's heats yesterday, the 100 metres. Really had to wait until those semi-finals, and it may well be the case here, but a decent time there, 21.74 for Bailey Swift on the outside. It's also interesting what athletes choose to do. Not too many doubling up doing the 100 and 200 metres, but they may end up doing a ridiculous number of races throughout the weekend. Are you ever involved in sort of advising people whether they should, double up or just concentrate on one event? Is it their own decision?
I like to liaise with the athlete's personal coach, really. I'm a big believer in they are in contact with them on a daily basis. They know exactly what shape they're in. I'm also really heavy on the athlete being involved in that decision. I think for me, a lot of what I try to instill in the team is that the guys and girls all have a really positive experience here and have a fun weekend, and that's one of the most important things. So I'm never going to push someone to run if they don't want to. I'm never going to push someone to run if I think it's going to tip them over the edge in terms of injury. Absolutely. Obviously, I want to pick up as many points for the team as possible, but ultimately the most important thing is that the athlete has a positive experience and they enjoy their time with us. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And depending on where they are at their journey, you might be trying to soak up every moment of the last BUCS experience as well. Don't you have, if you have any of those? But I've heard from a couple of those across the weekend. Corey Nealon Richards of Sheffield Hallam, the sprinter, was with me yesterday, and he was saying that.
Yeah, it's a really unique competition. I think we spoke about this indoors as well. Just the atmosphere that students bring with them when they go to sporting events, and it's not just athletics. It's the BUCS Super Rugby, it's BUCS Hockey, BUCS Football as well. It's just a really, really unique experience for the young athletes, and you don't get that outside of this BUCS environment. So really soak it up while you can be a part of it.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned the other BUCS sports. In fact, are you ever involved in any conversations with heads of other sports within Cardiff Met to just discuss what you can learn from each other and how they do things?
We do a little bit, but I also speak to Wiltshire from Loughborough quite a lot. We've both been through the BUCS athletics program and had that unique experience, and we're really keen to try and bring as many of these atmospheres as possible to events outside of BUCS if we can. It's always been a really enjoyable thing for both of us as we were coming up through the sport through the years. So we have the opportunity to compete in an annual varsity as Cardiff Met with the University of Bath, which athletics was in for the first time last year, and that's been another opportunity for students to get those kind of experiences in terms of atmosphere and just into university competition. It was really great to see NIAC, the first year that took place, was packed to the rafters at capacity from a spectator point of view, and the athletes had a fantastic experience. So the more we can do that, the better.
Yeah, I think that that venue is only going to become more important, I think, given the amount of indoor venues that we have. So that would be great to see. And obviously we had the UK under-23s here as well, didn't we? So I think that's now on a rotation, actually. So it's great for the Welsh athletes if their opportunities can benefit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So heat number 4, unless I've lost count. Yeah, looks to be the case. So we've got Ollie Clark of Sheffield, 400 metre relay champion last year, of course. Thomas Henshaw, Edge Hill, Aidan Kellett, Royal Holloway, Struan Linton of Robert Gordon, who just missed out on the 100 final yesterday, William Cliff of Leeds, Sydney Mendes of Middlesex, Jack Gibbs of Sheffield Hallam, last year's indoor 4x2 champion, and Brooke Yulee of UCL on the outside there. So heat 4 now underway. Looks like Jack Gibbs going well, and Sydney Mendes on his inside for Middlesex. But now coming through the centre is Struan Linton, the Scot in the sort of dark purple vest there. So it's very close for that second spot. Kellett of Royal Holloway's in the mix with Ollie Clark. Very tight to separate. 22.01 there. So, I know you're quite busy. Rhee Hawker alongside me from Cardiff Met, Head of Athletics. Before you go then, because you've got lots of stuff to do, just give us one thing that we should look out for from the Cardiff Met point of view, or a couple. Actually, that's not very easy to ask for one, isn't it?
No, it's really not very easy to ask for one.
Give us just a sprinkling of what to be excited about from the Cardiff Met point of view.
I mean, the relays, always, right? Everyone loves BUCS relays, but I've got a really good feeling about all 4 of our relays this weekend. As I said, we've had some really good intakes of freshers this year, and those who were with us last year have just stepped it up a notch, so I'm excited to see what they can do today, but obviously tomorrow for the finals, hopefully. And I'm also looking forward to seeing Sully, our 200 metre guy, race today. So he had a fantastic year last year, lowered his PB in his first year with us from 21.7 to 21.0, has been very unfortunate with a few injuries this winter, so we didn't see him at BUCS indoors. but he's had a really good training camp in Tenerife with Matt Elias and his training group, so I'm very excited to see how he can run this weekend. Again, a track that he knows very well from a training point of view as well.
Oh, that's great to have all 4 relays, because I think that wasn't the case it wasn't the case across the relays, so that's brilliant to have had that. Yeah, fantastic. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
It's Palumi Babalola of Cambridge. In lane 7, Sam Lawson of Birmingham. And in lane 8, it's Ben Sinclair of Chester.
So heat number 5 of the men's 200 metres. Freddie Steele of Swansea, Rashgold Terra of Liverpool, John Moores, Ellis Major of Leicester, Matthew Webster of Lancaster, Joseph Lansico of Portsmouth, Palumi Babalola of Cambridge, Sam Lawson Birmingham, and Ben Sinclair of Chester.
So when we go for this heat,
So Babalola running this bend very nicely, chased by Sam Lawson in the red. So very strong, the Cambridge sprinter here. It's a good battle though with Freddie Steele fighting for second place, doesn't get there. Lawson second, behind the winner Babalola, 22.07.
The men's hammer competition has concluded, and I can confirm the 3 medalists. Sean Carey has taken gold. He took bronze last year. Went on to represent GB universities at the World University Games. He finished with the season's best in the 6th and final round, 62 metres 12. Charlie Upward Pond in the silver medal position with an excellent personal best of 58 metres 62. And Archie Small confirmed as the bronze medalist with a season's best of 57 metres 12. Very shortly, we will move to the medal presentation ceremony.
We'll also finish his final beat of the men's pole vaults. We have Cam Richardson And now with the best of 4 meters and 6 centimeters, Patrick Morgan took 1 attempt at 4:26, decided to retire, so he finishes the best of 4 meters and 16 centimeters. So that's the target for the athletes coming up in final A of the men's pole vault fight.
Meanwhile, on the track, we move on to Heat 6 of the men's 200 metres. In lane 2, representing Newcastle University, Chinonso Ufondu. In 3, from Kent University, Alamin Lawal. In 4, from Glasgow University, William Tears. In 5, the Harriet Watt student, Maynard Conte. In 6, representing Brunel, Joel Haslin. In 7, representing Leicester University, Samuel Campbell. And completing the lineup in lane 8, from Liverpool University, Osoretin Obarako. That's Heat 6 of the men's 200 metres. So the BUCS indoor silver medalist this year, Joe Haslin, goes in lane 6.
So Heat 6, Chinonso Fundu, Alamin Lawal, William Tears, Maynard Conte, Joel Haslin, Samuel Campbell and Osoretin Ekaragbon collating the lineup here. So it's Haslin of Brunel in a nicely down the home straight. It looks like Campbell behind him. Ekaragbon. Here it is, 21.69, Haslin from Ekaragbon.
And it's time for another presentation, the men's power throw. The bronze medalist from Nottingham with a best of 57 metres and 12 centimetres, Archie Small. The silver medalist from Loughborough, 58 metres 62, Charlie Elford Pott.
Medal ceremony for the men's hammer. Sean Kerry of Manchester winning gold with 62.12. Charlie Elford Pott of Loughborough 58.62 and Archie Small of Nottingham 57.12. So the hammer, an out of stadium event this weekend.
And we move on to heat 7 of the men's 200 metres. In lane 1 from York, Charles McCall.
Everyone's talking, they can't believe, 'cause what they are watching has never been seen. Pass every limit from heaven to hell, smash every record as well. I've been tried and I've been tested, climbed above what they expected. Got a fire inside, watch the legend rise. There is a target drawn on my back. Everyone follows where I am at. No one can stop me. I'm changing the game, but now it will not be the same. I've been tried and I've been tested, climbed above what they.
So heat 7 now in the blocks with McLeod, Afeldi, Crawford, Bramble, Lacunha, Fleming, Logue Fonseca and Turner. So watch out here for Luca Logue Fonseca of Birmingham. 21.78 personal best, going nicely here. Looks like Bramble of Middlesex in second place. So he comes through in 22.14 into a minus 1.1 wind in heat 7 out of 12, the men's 200 metres. So semi-finals then will come up tomorrow at 10 to 12 before the final if they can make it at 2 o'clock. And let's have another look then. Luca Logue Fonseca from lane 7, the eventual winner of this heat. Was 5th in the 60-metre final BUCS indoors. Won yesterday, if you missed it, by Dylan Williams, a 19-year-old from Brunel. Man who was a European under-20 finalist last year. We've seen Bailey Swift among the contenders so far. Joel Houseland of Brunel alongside the Loughborough man. Some athletes just doing the 100 metres here, having entered the 2 but not taking part. Owen Murphy as well, potentially one to watch. So 8-time qualifiers for the final, beyond the for the semi-finals, beyond the top 2 spots in each heat. So at the moment, the target time before that result took place just then, 22.77, time of Maynard Conte of Harriet Watt. So athletes are out ready for this next heat. We've got Callum Regis Edwards of St Mary's, Ethan Locke of Oxford Brookes, Corin Inham Richards of Sheffield Hallam, UK indoor bronze medalist, Harris Mackey of Chariot Watt, Shion Evans of Oxford, Dalil Al Hassan, Manchester Met, Tom Larkin, Nottingham Trent, and Zoran Giro of Edge Hill. So 22.77 still the target time when you include that 7th heat just gone there. His third place was a couple of tenths off that. 3 athletes so far sub 22 seconds. Joe Halson and Bailey Swift that I mentioned. Also Joshua Martin of St Mary's, the winner of the 2nd heat. Struan Linton exactly 22 seconds for Robert Gordon. And we also saw Palumi Babalola, decent win for him, 22.06. And this heat number 8 of 12. The 2 latter rounds coming up tomorrow, as mentioned. You're watching live coverage of the 2026 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. We're a few hours into the 2nd day programme here. So Regis Edwards, Locke, Neelan Richards, the one to watch here, Mackey, Evans, Al Hassan, and Larkin and Giro of Edge Hill on the outside. Neelan Richards was 7th outdoors last year. Prior to that, has had a 5th and a 6th place in 2024. Personal best 21.20. Loughborough Open, so he's leading the way fairly cleanly at this point. You can see good battle between Mackey and Evans in that order. So it's going to be Neelan Richards from Mackey. 21.75 on the clock.
We come now to heat 9 of the men's 200 metres. In lane 1, representing Loughborough, Farzan Naraman. In lane 2, representing Nottingham University, Alex Boswick. In 3, from St Andrews, Toby Nixon. In 4, a Bristol University student, Luke Thomas. From Bath University, in lane 5, Laurie Sutcliffe. In 6, the Birmingham City student, Casper Matisian. And in lane 8, from East Anglia University, Caleb Akinsipe. Lane 7, DNS.
So this heat number 9, Narrowman, Boswick, Nixon, Thomas, Sutcliffe, Matuziak and Akin Sipe. So Parza Narrowman, medalist indoors. Ride on the inside here, Matuziak has made finals in the past. The two of them coming through in that order, 22.09. Parza Narrowman winning the bronze indoors, the Indian athlete, personal best 21.67 he has. Matuziak a little faster, 21.51, who was 6th 2 years ago, over 400 metres for BCU. We were hearing yesterday from Ryan Mason-Brome about the Birmingham City University Club, inspired by the titles won the long jump by Cleo Martin-Evans. How the club has just seemingly grown year on year, having less than 10 people come to training to around 20. It's good to see, and also the opportunity to train and compete at the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham, which has hosted the Commonwealth Games and will host the European Championships this summer. There is the Leeds Beckett faithful that have been so noisy on the stream cheering on their athletes. Good to see some long jump in the gaps between these heats if possible. Assuming this mic's still not working though. Oh, it's all good, it's working. Nice one. No worries, thanks. So long jump qualification pool B, Thea Brown 6.11, the best in this group, and that will certainly be good enough for the final. They're leading this group by 38 centimetres. Georgina Stokes, University of the West of England, Jess Lee of Loughborough 5.66, Georgia Baker 5.46. So thought something like 5.50 probably is going to be enough. At the moment, midway through the second group, it looks like 5.26 is enough with one group still to come. Molly Palmer, best of all earlier, 6.33. Got a 2.0 wind, by the way, which is right where you want it to be. Looks like Jess Lee, part of the same training group with some of the jumpers that I've mentioned. Good friends with Palmer and Port Wells and Jurgis, I believe. Notice the Ruby Jurgis not here, multiple times BUCS medalist. Quite often a feature on the podium in the BUCS long jump competitions. That are expecting Amy Ware though to feature. In fact, looks like Ware is just concentrating on the triple jump this weekend, where she's a gold medal contender. That is Gabrielle Johnson of Swansea, 495 so far. So she's looking for an improvement at around half a metre. In the meantime, Heat 10, men's 200. Tyler Foles, who we heard yesterday was an excellent cook, and from his teammate Corey Neelan-Richards, who is already through to the 200 semis. So Sheffield Hallam teammates they are. Anna James, Liverpool John Moores, and then across the city to Liverpool Cameron Gatley, Malachi Broderick of Oxford Brookes, Newcastle's Henry Christa, silver medalist, of course, terrifically last year behind Devon Innes. Ethan Muirhead also in this for Cardiff Met, Samuel Mureku of Leeds. So Christa ranked among the top few here across all of the heats. What a breakthrough performance it was a year ago, and been strong in the 100 as well, making that final two. So we may see some athletes really go for it in the heats, because then you've got the whole rest, 24 hours rest. That was what we were wondering, and to some extent it's been the case. Then again, it is only just a heat, so those faster athletes can afford to ease up across the line, particularly in those last 20 metres or so. So just waiting for this 10th heat to get underway, and then Ree Hawker, head of athletics of Cardiff Met, was talking about Sully McAlinden, who goes in heat number 11. We've got Joel Burgess in heat 12, Sheffield Hallam, last year's indoor relay champion. Jack Gibbs already in these set of heats, one of his teammates who helped him win that title. Great to have the split screen then. So we have long jump action ongoing. As mentioned, 6:20 needed to make it automatically through into the final. This looks like one of the Woodley sisters, I believe. Not mistaken, they've got Madison Woodley and Mia Woodley for Brunel. So I think it's Madison Woodley, who was in the high jump earlier, 4.75, her best coming into this. Okay, focusing on the 200, Henry Christa, as you can see, leading comfortably at this point. Big battle behind, Tyler Foles is involved, and Christa's going to come through leading this one. It looks like it might be Ala James biting there with Foles. James appeared to just edge out Tyler Foles across the line, 22.10. So as things stand, just before that result, 22.68 the target time to make it in outside the top two. 8 qualifying positions available, so quite a number. So it looks like we're going to have more than 2 athletes make it through here, almost certainly. So currently 5.26 needed to make it through to the long jump final. That's still with one group to come later on. Still Thea Brown best with 6.11 in this. Passing at the second attempt and may well pass at the third. Not sure she needs to jump again. Jess Lee improved a moment ago to 5.70. That jump we saw. Georgia Baker to 5.46. Alison Woodley, that jump we watched 5:06. So just a few jumps remaining. Let's have a look, particularly this battle over second, third, fourth, fifth. Anna James, a crucial finish to the race there.
Representing Southampton, Kenton Jennings. In 6, from Kingston University, Brian O'Beckle. In lane 7, representing East Package, Jamaica Oakley.
So heat 11 coming up next. I'll take you through the lineup in a moment. We'll just see if anyone's jumping just now. No. So Sullivan McAlinden, Southern under-20 bronze medalist a couple of years ago. Got an indoor PB this year over 60 metres of 6:88. His 100-metre PB actually came last year in Cardiff. So also in this, Daniel Collins of Liverpool, Kenton Jennings, Southampton, Brian Ogbibor, Kingston, Chimamam Oke of Leeds Beckett, Trayvon Hull of Brunel. First 2 lanes on the inside not being used in this one. So just the 6 athletes looking for 2 automatic spots. 8 normal automatic positions available for that final. Nice to get the close-up shot there following the athletes round this bend. So Trayvon Hull leading the way here from McAlinden, coming through actually strongly at the end. So McAlinden 22.25. Trayvon Hull 22.48, but there's just going to be 2 going through from this heat. 22.62 now the target time, and that is also a Cardiff Met student, Ethan Muirhead. Tyler Foles is fast enough. 22.53, as is Chinonso Afundu. Tavik Benjamin, Laurie Sutcliffe, Callum Regis-Edwards and Ethan Muirhead can still change though. 1 more heat to come. Eight athletes in this next heat. So I think that would mean the top 2 will obviously go through, and then it means that the top 2 non-automatic qualifiers at the moment, because there are 8 spots and 6 remaining athletes in the last heat outside of the top duo, that means that Aidan Kellett and Ollie Clark look to have guaranteed their place in the semi-finals.
And we've reached the final heat now of the men's 200. This is heat 12, of course, 2 to qualify, and the 8 fastest qualifiers will be going through with them to the semi-final. But lining up here, in lane 1 of Sheffield Hallam University, it's Joel Burgess. In lane 2 of Stirling, Jamie Dixon. In lane 3 of Kent, it's Habib Akasola. In lane 4 of Edinburgh, it's Greg Mitchell.
So Joel Burgess of Sheffield Hallam from the inside here. Got an outright personal best indoors at the Sheffield Steel Cup in February. 21.62 that time. As mentioned, we've only seen a few sub 22. We've now seen 4 athletes sub 22 seconds, with Neelan Richards adding his name to that list. His teammate, Burgess' teammate from Sheffield Hallam. So the others in this: Jamie Dixon of Stirling, Kent's Habib Akusola, Greg Mitchell of Edinburgh, Jensen Morris, Cardiff, Taha Abdullah of City, Fosahen Eniam and Ross Duffin of Strathclyde.
everyone's ahead of me, like, you know what I'm saying? Everyone's just gonna tell their head to go. It's gonna come back up to the start. What are you gonna do? Yeah.
So this final heat now underway. We're watching out for Burgess on the inside, but this could be a close one. We've got Enyam of Loughborough leading the way down this home straight. Jensen Morris in second place. Either side of Burgess, who's going to come through, and Enyam in second, easing up across the line there. 21.93. So now 5 athletes by the end of things, sub 22 seconds. So 22.29 for Enyam. Looks like we're going to see more than 2 athletes through this time. 22.69. Oh no, actually Ross Duffin, that is not fast enough. So Aidan Keller, Ollie Clark, Tyler Foles, Chinonso Afundu, Travik Benjamin, Laurie Sutcliffe, Callum Regis Edwards, Ethan Muirhead all through.
That will start at 12:40. Can I just confirm with you the timetable change that was announced earlier? Just to confirm that T26, the women's 400-metre hurdles semi-final, will now start at 13:55, and all subsequent track events move forward by 30 minutes. That includes Fulham times. That announcement confirms what I said earlier. And that change is due to the fact that the heats of the men's steeplechase are not required. The Loughborough team manager, to the track referee please. By the track, judges stand.
That's what they wanted. Was that I'm challenged. Shall I say no? Bro, I'm not worried. They've been yours. He's the
has never been seen. Pass every limit from heaven to hell. Smash every record as well. I've been tried and I've been tested. Climbed above what they expected. Got a fire inside. Watch the legend rise. There is a target drawn on my back. Everyone follows where I am at. No one can stop me. I'm changing the game, but now it will not be the same. I've been tried and I've been tested. Climbed above what they expected. Got a fire inside. Watch the legend rise. Legend rise. Watch the legend rise. Watch the legend rise. The legend rise.
June 12:55. That's the final of the women's Ambulant 200, to be followed, unsurprisingly, by the final of the men's Ambulant 200. So a pause in proceedings. A pause in proceedings on both the track and the field.
6.22. In lane 4, we have a guest runner.
You're watching live coverage of the 2026 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships in Cardiff. This is the women's 200 metre final for the Ambulant athletes. Headlined by Maddie Down, Paralympian who won 2 Commonwealth Youth Games titles in 2023. And also a winner at the UK Indoor Championships, a 16 metres race held there. T38 athlete she is. Also competed in both the 100 metres and the long jump at those Summer Paralympics. She still is a teenager as well. Finished 8th in the final of the 100 and 6th in the final of the long jump. Rebecca Scott's been very busy this weekend, as you'll have seen. Ambulant 100, 200, 400, long jump and shot. And Skylar Langton on their inside there. T20 athlete from Loughborough, 28.22 seconds in this particular 200 metre event, the fastest of all. So these 3 athletes now underway, the 2 Loughborough athletes hoping to score points for their teams. Maddie Down, the guest, through the centre. So closely matched these 3 then. Maddie Down has Langton on her inside, trying to hold this advantage. Langton now coming through very strongly in the last 40 metres. So Langton's going to be first across the line from Down and Scott. So 27.17 there. Looks like a personal best there for Skylar Langton. Athletes all in different classifications. T20 is Langton, Down T38 and Scott T47. So 27.17 officially.
So that is correct then. It is a personal best for all 3 of these athletes in the Ambulant 200. So well done, girls. Stop the camera.
final of the men's Ambulant 200 metres. In lane 3, the BUCS Outdoor Ambulant 60 metres silver medalist from Loughborough, Leon Cerny.
So the Ambulant men's 200 metre final coming up now with Leon Cerny, who was the silver medalist of the 100 metres yesterday. He goes from lane 3. Cammy Adams was 5th in the 100 metres for Stirling. He goes from lane 4. Arthur Mills, T13 athlete from Durham, also been quite busy this weekend. He got a bronze medal in the discus, showing as a personal best there, 13.68 as well. And then Tom Young on the outside, the gold medalist in the 100 metres, Paralympic champion. So, once again, competing for medals and important points for their universities, especially given the fact that we've got a few athletes in this. And you've got 2 Loughborough men, just like we saw Loughborough, the only scorers then in the women's final. And that really does help rack up that points advantage. Cerny, Adam, Mills and Young, the final of the men's Ambulant 200 metres. So Tom Young looking strong from the off, as you'd expect. And Cerny looking to run a quick bend here. He'll try and close if he can. Overtaking Mills, as you can see, but Tom Young well away and clear from Mills and from Cerny. Let's have a look at the clock here for Tom Young. 22.62. So, really strong finish in particular to that 200 metres. And although it's calculated on Raza points, that big advantage that he had down the home straight, helping him, I'm sure. Coached by Joe McDonnell, who was here actually. I saw him helping lift some poles into place, or carry athlete, I think it was either poles or javelins, and he was giving a helping hand to bring into the stadium. Yeah, a lot of familiar personal coaches here involved with the Loughborough team, like Lucas Javila. Emma Wilshire, of course, leading the operation. So 22.61 the time there for Thomas Young. Well, I think, and it's just trying to get the right information really off the Power 10 website, but on there, personal best showing as 23 flat. So I think that's the first time that Tom Young has ever gone sub 23 seconds. Officially, they're confirmed as 22.61. So looking like a big PB there for Tom Young.
We're into the fourth round of the women's hammer beam competition, and Rosie Lassiter in the fourth round improves to 43 metres 76. Maddie McDonald still second with her opening round throw of 41 metres 87. And Jenna Deep, Oxford University, improved in the third round to 38 metres 13. So shortly, women's speed hammer will be into the final two rounds. Semi-final one of the women's sprint hurdle.
Yes.
Making their way down to
So
the
quarter
start.
past one, but they seem to be doing everything about 4 or 5 minutes early if the athletes are ready. So it could end up being about 10, 11 past.
Alright, to the lineup for this first semi-final, women's 100 metre hurdles, first three qualify automatically. In lane one, representing Newcastle University, Sophie Houghton. In lane two, representing Nottingham University, the 2024 Midland Silver medalist, Eniola Ajakbe. In lane three, representing Strathclyde University, twice the Scottish Senior Women's Champion, Erin Campbell. In four, representing Loughborough, the Northern 60 metre hurdles champion this year, Freya Doherty. In lane five, representing Bath University, the reigning BUCS 60 metre hurdles champion, Ariana McGee. In lane six, representing Loughborough University, the Netherlands under 20 100 metre hurdles silver medalist last year, Andrea Stojanovic. In lane 7, representing Edinburgh University, we have Hayley McIntyre.
You're watching the 2026 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships in Cardiff, and we have two semi-finals coming up. Athletes we saw earlier on in the women's 100 hurdles. So in this first one, Sophie Houghton of Newcastle, Eniola Ajakbe of Nottingham, Erin Campbell of Strathclyde, Freya Doherty of Loughborough, 7th place last year, Ariana McGee, the indoor champion, Andrea Stojanovic, indoor bronze medalist. Hayley McIntyre of Edinburgh and Hayley Diamond of Sheffield Hallam. Top 3 going through, and then 2-time qualifiers across the 2 semis. So watch out for McGee. It's Doherty actually who gets the better start, but McGee now starting to come through on her. Who else is going to get a qualifying spot here? McGee well away and clear, and Stojanovic going nicely in second place there. So McGee from Stojanovic, and then very close with Ajagbe and Doherty.
So Ariana McGee, can she claim the BUCS 100 metre hurdles title? Can she claim the BUCS 60 metre hurdles title at the EIS in Sheffield? When they answer to that question, we find it tomorrow. But she looks in very, very good form. She was bronze medalist here last year.
Let's have another look here. So watch for Doherty from 4 in the African Violet of Loughborough. Tiny bit of movement there in the blocks. Rockets away. So we're looking at a Jagbe now against Doherty for this 3rd spot. Let's have a look across the line. Oh, it's really hard to tell from that. Just wait for this result to come through. So Doherty did get there, 14.21 from a Jagbe 14.23.
Sheffield University's Rosie Lassiter moves into the lead in round 4. She threw 41 metres 72 in round 2. In round 4, she's gone out to 43.76 to take the lead from Annie McDonald. First round throw 41.87, and Jenny in third with 38 metres 13. And we're into the penultimate round of the women's hammer.
So this is the second semi-final in the women's 100 metre hurdles. From lane 2, Rosie Hickling of Sheffield Hallam. In lane 3, it's Neve Davenport of Manchester Met. In lane 4, it's Bria Cook of Aberdeen. In lane 5, it's Etienne Morn of Newcastle.
So we're getting ready for this second semi-final then. The women's 100 hurdles. We know that Eniola Ajagbe 14.23 and Ellie McIntyre 14.47, waiting to see if their times will be good enough to make it through the 2-time qualifying spots. And we know that McGee 13.63, is that time going to be beaten here? Maybe not. Andrea Stojanovic and Freya Doherty all through to that final. And it takes place tomorrow at 12:20. So here we've got Rosie Hickling of Sheffield Hallam, Neve Davenport, who was second in her heat earlier, Bria Cook of Aberdeen. It's been a great story about Aberdeen, and a little bit of a documentary or a feature video about the number of medics in their team who are competing for the club. And yeah, it's a great story about the balancing act between them, but they also, Aberdeen winning the Scottish University's outdoor title for the first time in their history, and that included Bria Cook winning 3 gold medals, I believe, in the long jump, sprint, hurdles, and championship record in the 4x100 metres. So let's see if she can make this final. Bria Cook alongside Etienne Morneau, the 2024 outdoor champion, who was beaten by McGee indoors. And Thea Brown of Loughborough looks to have made it through to the long jump final today as well. Murray Patience of Strathclyde, a former BUCS champion of the 400 hurdles 2017, and Scarlett Whittaker of Liverpool also in this. So Brown going nicely from Morn and then Patience. The top three as things stand. And Brown from Morn. And a faller there. I think that was Davenport rowing 2.97. So 13.51. And in the end, that time is bettered by just over a tenth by Thea Brown, who we talked about earlier on. European under-20 long jump silver medalist, but so multi-talented. Couple of medals across high jump and 60 hurdles at the UK Indoor Championships, and still just 19 years of age. So a real hope for the future. Yeah, similar to Avi Paula, obviously coming through Loughborough and getting the championship record in this particular event, bettering her own record in fact. And now standing at 13.14 from last year in Manchester. Brown with real clean hurdling technique. Morn left chasing her behind. You can see there Murray Patience just beating Bria Cook on the line. So having a look at the times coming through then. Just waiting for them to come through on roster, but it looks like 14.44. Bria Cook is just quicker than another Scot, Ellie McIntyre. So appears to be a Jagbe and Cook who've made it through to the final. Well, it's just 2 rounds for the men, so they have gone straight through to a final tomorrow rather than the semis following now. And then the next event on track was expected to be the men's steeplechase. However, that is going to be a straight final tomorrow. So that was going to take place at 35 past the hour, but in now isn't happening. So everything else has been brought forward. Of course, the hurdles to be put away, so will mean a bit of a break in terms of track action. In the field, we have men's high jump qualification to come, women's hammer and out of stadium event, and men's pole vault. They're just warming up there ahead of the A final, in which we're anticipating a strong likelihood of a championship record.
Man like candy in the summer. Don't act like a bummer. Got him moving through the nighttime. And she sour like a bright line. And she mighty fine, so let's move it. And we get it two-stepping like we three-footed. Got me feeling like I'm in my new prime. Let's get it all right, all right. I just wanna have some fun. I wanna have some fun tonight, yeah. I just wanna have some fun. Have some fun, have some fun tonight. Make it pleasant like a venom. Got me rocking out denim. Got her moving through the nighttime. Like it's the only one we gonna find. I just wanna have some fun. I wanna have some fun tonight. Yeah. I just wanna have some fun. I wanna have some fun tonight. Yeah. I just wanna have some fun. I wanna have some fun tonight. Yeah. I just wanna have some fun. Have some fun. Have some fun tonight. Let's move it.
Sterling for presentation for the 200-metre Ambulant men, as well as Rebecca Scott and Scar and Langton. Please give you all go for presentation now.
with a throw of 43 metres 76. Ellie MacDonald of Nottingham Trent is in the second place after 5 throws, 43 metres 69. Amelia Grace Lawton of Leeds Beckett with a throw of 38 metres 85 is in the third spot at the moment. So you can follow that competition either on roster or you can head round to behind the stadium to support the athletes in that women's final V hammer throw.
Qualifying pool 3 of the women's long jump about to get underway. And the A final of the men's pole vault about to get underway. Opening height 4 metres 06.
So this is a reminder for team managers, please, of the women's 4x100 relays. So we need those declarations done ASAP. The deadline is looming, and to date we've only had confirmation of 7 teams participating. So if you've not yet filled in the online declaration form, if you can do it soon, please. You can find it on the BUCS website, and that is a reminder for the 4x100 women's relay.
It's time for the medal ceremony for the women's Ambulant 200 metres. Medals presented by Competition Director Ian Campbell. The silver medalist from Loughborough in a time of 27.17 seconds. Scholar Lampton.
The medal ceremony here for the Ambulant women's 200 metres.
27.65 seconds. The Ambulant women's 200 metre champion, Becca Scott.
So Skylar Langton the silver and Rebecca Scott the gold, both for Loughborough. So obviously huge handful of points to help them on their quest for the overall title.
The medal ceremony for the men's Ambulant 200 metres. The bronze medalist from Loughborough at a time of 24.49 seconds. Leon Sterling. The silver medalist from Thurrock in 23.95 seconds. Arthur Mills.
So Leon Serning with the bronze for Loughborough in the Ambulant 200. Arthur Mills with the silver. And Tom Young with the gold. Subject to confirmation, believe that may be a European record time. Para 10 showing that he'd never gone sub 23 before. And also showing that the current European record, or before that race, for T38 athletes, Dimitri Yoshviki of France, 1997, 22.86. Oh, that would have been born. So 2023, setting that record in Belgium. The world record about 8/10 faster than that. Evan O'Hanlon of Australia in 2012, London 2012 Paralympics, 21.82.
So our track programme, as per roster, will recommence at 13:55 with the first semi-final of the women's 400 metres. I can say that with a great deal of confidence, because I can see the competitors in the semi-finals of the women's 400 metres making their way into the courtroom. So the women's hammer B competition has concluded. Rosie Lassiter, 43 metres 76. Very narrowly behind her, Nottingham Trent's Ellie McDonald with a fifth round throw of 43.69, a personal best. And then third was Amelia Lawton, 38.85.
Our men's pole vault final A down here at the home straight continues. Aaron Graham Mulvaney and Samuel Lacounts both over at 4 metres and 6 centimetres. The bar up to 4 metres 16.
Then slot jump, pool 1 qualification, about to get underway on the back straight. In the women's long jump, qualifying pool 3, Hannah Waller with her first round jump. Looks to be safely through to the final with 6 metres 12. The BUCS Indoor silver medalist. And representing Loughborough. In this qualifying round of the women's long jump, Danielle Belfray through now, 5 metres 75, which I'm pretty sure will be sufficient to see her through to the final. She jumped that in the second round.
Well, our pause on the track is almost over. It's time for semi-final one of the women's 400 metres, in which the first two athletes will automatically qualify, and there'll be two time-based qualifiers across the three semi-finals. In lane one, representing Leeds Beckett, Emily Rawson. In two from Durham, Ruby Nelson. In three from Sheffield, Amber Richardson. In lane four from Loughborough, Jess Astill. In five from Canterbury, Asher Root. In six from Cardiff Met, Eva Tyler. In seven from Birmingham, Kamaya Bennett. And in lane 8 from UWS, Emily Fawkes. It's the first semi-final of the women's 400 metres.
So first semi-final then of the women's 400 metres, of course. Some of the athletes that we saw yesterday. It was raining pretty hard yesterday. It's much sunnier now. I don't know how long that will hold for, but we'll wait and see. We've got Emily Rawson of Leeds Beckett, who was with us yesterday in the commentary box. Ruby Nelson of Durham, Amber Richardson, Sheffield, Jess Astill, Loughborough. Of course, a couple of years ago, marched through to win gold in the final outdoors. Asher Root, silver medalist indoors. Eva Tyler, previous relay gold medalist. Camilla Bennett, massive PB in raining conditions in the heat, which was very impressive. And Emily Fawkes, who I think is doubling up in the 200 and the 400 across this weekend. So, let's have a look as they come through here. Down this back straight, Bennett in the red, who was part of the Birmingham team that went to the Penn Relays recently out in the US. The whole quartet who was part of the mixed relay are all involved in BUCS this weekend. So Astill in lane 4 pushing through, but looks like Asher Root this is just about leading the way at the moment. It's going to be close with these two down the home straight. It is the top two going through to the final automatically. So Root, who was beaten by another Loughborough athlete, McIntosh, who also is in this competition, is going to qualify, it looks like, behind Astill, who will stamp herself as one of the contenders. It's very close, though, with the Birmingham athlete on the line. So, to enjoy these 400 semi-finals, Onyeka Oko is with me here. You're competing in the 400 hurdles, of course, but we're just going to enjoy these 400 semis. I'm sure it's going to be great watching them just to see who the contenders might be.
Yeah, definitely. And I think quite a strong semi-final from Jess Astill. Trained with her in first year. And I think a little bit for Camilla Bennett, she'll feel a little hard done by. She's got to wait. I think there's only, is there 2 or 3 semis? 3 semis?
Yeah, three semis.
So she's going to have to wait and see if she has that non-automatic qualifying position. I think going out hard, running 54.4 yesterday. Maybe her legs are a bit more tired today, so we'll see how if she makes it out of the heat. But can't see the flash time, but I'm sure that was a strong run. But yeah, Jess Astill, first time under 54 seconds, so she'll definitely be very happy with that performance.
Yeah, so Bennett 54.31. And Jess Astill, you're quite right. Yeah, big personal best that is, because her PB had been outright set indoors though, 54.13. But she's actually due a long personal best because the outdoor time I make it had been 54.38 from 2022.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Birmingham is always a really fast indoor track to go and run. So if you can run a PB there, you've done a really great job. So yeah, definitely long overdue for Jess. I know she's been training really well this year. So yeah, 53.8, definitely well deserved. But for her, most importantly, it's about managing that next 24 hours between now and the final tomorrow. A lot can go on. She won't be required for the 4x4 heats for Loughborough this evening, so at least that weight's taken off her shoulder because she's in the relay pool. So yeah, it's more about for her now. She's got 24 hours to get everything that she can do right. She has no room for any errors now.
Yeah, well, will be fascinating. I think McIntosh, another Loughborough athlete, might end up being one of her biggest rivals, in fact, because McIntosh won the indoor title, and just see the full result coming up there. But yeah, them two could end up being the two big contenders.
Yeah, definitely. Ellie, I train with Ellie, and she's been in really great shape. Indy as well, who goes in a later semi-final. Both of them in really great shape. So the Loughborough trio definitely looking strong to contend for a gold this weekend.
Yeah, and I think at the indoors, there was, of course, we had British champs the same weekend, so that affected people's ability to be basically in the same place at the same time. So as a result, we should have kind of stronger across the weekend. Astill and McIntosh, we're not denied that rivalry, let's say, as we might have been indoors. So let's have a look at this second semi-final now. So, yeah, no, keep an eye on the times in third and fourth as well. So just having a look here. So, yeah, 54.31 and 56.15. That's a big gap to slot into Bennett and Tyler. Yeah, semi-final number 2 then with Katrina McFeet of Glasgow, Louisa Snape of UCL, Amy Gregg leads Beckett, Natalie Groves of Oxford, massive personal best for her last year. Actually a joint second place, quite unusual in the 400, but actually 5 out of 8 of her fastest ever times have all been at BUCS, which is massive really. She's clearly smashed it here. Holly Pater of Sheffield, Indian King, obviously a great 800 metre runner, former BUCS indoor champion, Mia Oldfield of Nottingham, and Imogen Pugh of Cardiff. So another stacked semi-final. Let's have a look how they go. Yeah, well, yeah, you mentioned Indy King. She's also had GB representation, but recall gun goes. I didn't spot anything there because I was just expecting to all go off cleanly, but don't know if you did.
No, I didn't. But yeah, great point about Natalie Groves, and 5 of her 8 fastest coming at BUCS. And I think sort of I reiterated this point indoors on the live stream. It's all about when you come to BUCS and when you come to any championships, it's about how can you perform with that pressure of this environment. There's so many people here competing. There's so much going on. There's so many people spectating, both in person and on the live stream. And I think having that pressure and being able to deal with it and run your fastest times here is definitely something to be proud of. And she'll have that experience to be able to take through into the semi-final and hopefully the final tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I think it's helped to come on leaps and bounds as a result. And I mean, just improving on your ranking when you came in is something. So, yeah, just having a look. I haven't seen any card of note from the officials. So, assuming everything is all right. And we resume then. So, Groves will go from 4. Yeah, show a green card, we heard that. Holly Pater from 5 alongside 2 strong Sheffield athletes again. And Kat Reynolds, who also strong over 400, going in the 200 as a result. Indian King, who in turn is strong over 800. Yeah, it was a couple of years ago she won that BUCS indoor title, did King. Hasn't raced yet this year, I don't believe. And she's someone who's got, yeah, GB experience at the European Under-20s a couple of years ago, or 3 years ago now, coming up this summer. So I think those are the main athletes to watch out for, lanes 4, 5 and 6. That was a terrific start there from lane 7. Great reaction there from Mia Oldfield of Nottingham. So King with a bit of ground to make up here. Let's have a look down this back straight. Yeah, Oldfield still going well for Nottingham. Second from the outside. Now starting to make a move is Natalie Groves there. You can see in the navy vest, the innermost of that pack in the middle. So a reminder that it's top 2 going through to the final tomorrow. Natalie Groves. See, it's obviously a competition where she feels very confident given what she achieved last year. And Holly Pater in second place. At this point, quite a clear second place, so King with some work to do. Don't forget, 54.31, the target time for those outside the top 2 here. Let's have a look. Holly Pater of Sheffield really pushing. And she does get this semi-final victory. That's a really strong result for her there. So, yeah. Personal best, 54.5 it is. But, yeah, very interesting race that. I suppose we'll have to wait and see. I think that, yeah, so King try and be faster than Eva Tyler's 56.15, which she's done so. So at the moment, it is Bennett and King who are the 2 non-automatic spots as things stand, with another semi-final to come. What do you make of that race?
Yeah, really strong performance there from Holly Pater. And I think she got out a little bit slower than Natalie Groves did. Natalie Groves looked like she'd sort of worked that 200 a little bit harder. I think she was on the inside. So, but yeah, I mean, 55.2, that's a very strong performance. It is, the weather's changing all the time. So I'm looking out now and I can see one of the flags are moving quite harshly. And maybe not so much in the heat before. But I think for everyone else that has just gone and watched Jess go and run 53.8, they know today is definitely a fast day to run some times. And this weekend in general, we've seen some fast times across the board. So I think everyone will go into tomorrow that makes the final, and they'll know, okay, today we can do our best. We can definitely run fast, and that's what we're going to need to do to get our best place finishes and look for a medal.
Yeah, so the final is tomorrow at 10 to 1, so yeah, about 23 hours rest time. Let's have a look here. So Groves in the navy of Oxford and Pater in the black and yellow of Sheffield. Yes, Onyeka Oko alongside me. Obviously, Indy King is one of those with, a sibling in the sport, Shakira. And talking of which, for you, it's pretty much feels like a family day out. I've seen your sister Dee Dee was here yesterday supporting, and your sister Neka as well. Competing,
Yeah, so I think she goes, she actually does go in this next semi-final in lane 1. First BUCS semi-final for her and a PB after 4 years yesterday in the heats. So definitely been a good start to the year for the family in general.
Absolutely.
But for her, I think she's just looking to improve upon yesterday, run another PB. She's in lane 1 again, but at least this time it's not one big puddle. So she's got that going for her.
Nega Oko of Bath, as mentioned, in 1. Then Charlotte Williams of Cardiff in 2. Caroline McConnell, Glasgow. Then Ellen McIntosh of Loughborough, who won that indoor title superbly from Asher Root indoors. And this, the third semi-final, so 54.31 and 55.69, the target times, done by King and by Bennett. Georgia Toombs of Queen Mary, Annabelle Howes, Birmingham, Daniela Graham Marty, Nottingham, Olivia Sparks, Cambridge completing the lineup. So let's see if McIntosh can follow in the footsteps of Astil, but that is a late recall. Goodness me. Yeah, athletes most of the way around the first spin. Do you know, I was actually a little bit surprised that they didn't recall that second semi-final. I thought it may have been a false start from lane 7 in that one, but no. That is quite late, isn't it? We'll just have to wait and see here. So, Oko, Williams, McConnell, McIntosh, Toombs, Howes, Graham Marty and Sparks. Top 2 going through to the final automatically. So of course the men's 400 semi-finals following. After this, everything brought forward though by half an hour if you're looking at the timetable beforehand, but I believe roster has updated to show that. Did see, I think it was 2 or 3 disqualifications yesterday, including unfortunately Karen Mayindu, 100 metre final, who was the top ranked athlete. Really sorry to see that. Showing a green card, interesting. Maybe it was an equipment fault or something like that. I imagine you're a bit relieved that it's a green card.
Yeah, definitely. It would have been not good if my sister had gotten herself disqualified. But I just heard it from around me. It sounds as if the speaker wasn't loud enough. But everyone got into set and everyone did go. So I think when things like that happen, it's so easy to get frustrated about them. And that's just another element of championship running. It's not letting the uncontrollable things get in the way of your race. So 48 athletes lined up. You might get a bit annoyed. The race before us has been recalled. We've already had to wait a couple of extra minutes to get out on track. Our race has now been recalled. They're testing the speakers, seeing if they're working now. And whilst all the 8 athletes are standing on the start line, maybe getting a little bit colder. So it wouldn't be too surprising if we didn't see as quick of a time from these 8 athletes.
Well, let's wait and see. I suppose, yeah, standing here right now, we aren't necessarily to know if someone couldn't hear the gun but reacted to other athletes' movement. Yeah, once again, Ocote, Williams, McConnell, McIntosh, Toombs, Howes, Graham, Marty and Sparks. So Eleanor McIntosh from lane 4, the standout athlete here. 54.02 personal best, top rank, but of course Astle has now run faster just a moment ago. The English schools champion is McIntosh. So going nicely, overtaking Toombs there. Going well on the outside is Annabelle Howes of Birmingham, 54.5 at best, and that was another athlete who set a PB indoors in Birmingham in February. 3 times a BUCS semi-finalist, never made the final, but she's trying to do that here. And it is in with a fantastic chance as they come down the home straight. Howes just about leading. And McIntosh challenging now. McIntosh would want, you'd imagine, to win this semi-final for lane draw, but very close on the line. I think Howes is still just going to take it, so there we go. She's made her first BUCS final after being a semi-finalist 3 times. And coming into this weekend. So sometimes you get it, an athlete just wants to run their best possible race to make it through, and she's very close to her PB, which is set indoors there.
Just outside Annabelle Howes' personal best,
54.60. And just having a look for those outside the top 2 then. McIntosh 55.03. There we go, so the others are all outside 55.69, as you said, yeah, maybe anticipating that some would run a slower time. So it looks like Bennett and King are the others through to the final, along with those who qualified automatically, but we'll have to watch out in case there's any further changes to those results.
I think important to note, Bennett, 54.31, to get that non-automatic qualifying spot. She's probably going to go away feeling, I'm going to be drawn in either 1 or 2 for tomorrow, but I'm the 3rd fastest today. So maybe she just did get quite a tough semi-final draw, or maybe the conditions are just perfect for her race and not so for the other 2 races, and that's why they were a bit slower. But regardless, she's going to feel, it's just not great running out of lane 1. She's quite tall. It might not suit her. And for Indy King, who's come from the 800 meter background, she's used to running her second or even 700 meters of her race in lane 1. So that's not going to be a new experience for her. But for Bennett, not an ideal situation to be in, but she's got the job done today. She's into the final tomorrow. And she's definitely got that ability to go and produce a strong run tomorrow, as she's shown today.
Yeah, well, it was interesting because McIntosh, such a fantastic performance indoors to win the title. But, yeah, when you've been beaten in the semi-final, it's always possible to overturn that result, especially in the 400 metres. Just having a think maybe where you can perfect the race come the final, isn't it? I mean, Root was also second in her semi-final, but we know she's won BUCS medals in the past and looked pretty strong. So just having a look at the full summary. Yeah, Root, Astle, Bennett, Howes, McIntosh, Pater, Groves and King. It's a very strong lineup, and I think everyone has a chance of a medal to some degree, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's the most important thing about finals. It's a reset slate. Everyone's coming into tomorrow. They've all run 2 rounds. Everyone's ran quite hard today. You had to make the final. So it's an opportunity for any of the 8 athletes in that women's 400 meter final tomorrow early afternoon to go and get that gold, them silver, them bronze medals. And there's no reason why any of them can't do it. It's an incredibly strong lineup. Apart from Jess, who's the only person to have gone under 54 today, everyone else is within a second and a half of each other. And that is not a lot in 400 meter running. Yeah,
and to be honest, she's obviously had a good winter and has been feeling strong, because you can see, personal best indoors. Obviously, you set a good time indoors, and you were thinking, this is really encouraging, I hope for my outdoor season, for my hurdles, and it's proven that way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm quite happy with how my season started so far. PB after 4 years, a little bit like Jess, who's
very similar,
obviously riding on that high after indoors and setting a PB indoors, and an outright PB, but she's taken that into outdoors and has gone and produced her first sub 54 run of her career. I think an important thing to realise about university athletics is that me and Jess are both in our third years, and it's taken us till our third years to start getting things right and make that transition from being a junior, being in high school, having that same routine all the time, to moving across the country, having a different coach, different coaching setup, training differently. And it does take time to do that. And I think for Howes, who I think is a second year, maybe that's wrong, and Bennett and McIntosh, who are younger, they still have a couple more years to make that transition and get it right.
Well, let's have a look at these men's semi-finals. The athletes are straight out. They have been pretty hot at getting the athletes straight on with it for the next race. So, you'll have raced with some of these guys, especially indoors. I mean, Nathaniel Dyers, his BUCS trajectory. So, as well as people setting PBs after a few years, you've got, someone who was 5th a couple of years ago, and then has got a bronze last year, and then has got a silver. I love that, and I think he's a strong finisher. I think he's got a chance, even if he isn't the fastest on paper. Another, look, he set an outright PB indoors again, so I hope we see something encouraging here. So he's going to go from lane 5. Jacob Lamble, another experienced athlete, previously represented Cardiff Met, so he's similarly matched around that mid-47. Personal best this year already, that was outdoors, in fact, in Yeovil last month. And yeah, you got Ogunlade, I think, who did the hurdle heats, I remember, as well. So yeah, an interesting lineup there. Peters, who was a bronze medalist last year. This is a really strong semi-final.
Yeah, and Alex Beck of Loughborough, coached by Alex Curry, Commonwealth Youth Games, I want to say silver medalist.
Yeah.
In 2023, and he's had a couple of years of injuries, and he's come to uni, and he's already had a good start to the year, running 48.1 or 48.2, I think it was, to open up in Yeovil behind Lamble. So Lamble knows he's already got that one up on Beck, but I'm sure Beck has come away from that race, knows what he needs to do better, and he'll be looking to get the better of him today. And I think Nathaniel Diaz, that impressive 47.5 in qualification, I remember seeing it in the cool room and being like, wow, like, we've got to go out and run something really great today. It's a very strong semi-final, and one of those 3 that I've highlighted will be stuck in that non-automatic position and will get lane 1 or 2 tomorrow.
Yeah. Really, really strong one, this. Similar to that first women's semi-final. So, Noah Ridgeon of Birmingham, Isaac Ogunlade of Coventry, Alex Beck of Loughborough, Andrew Peters, Stirling, Nathaniel Dias, Manchester Met, Liam Roberts, St Mary's, Jacob Lamble of Plymouth, and Thomas Sugden of Bath. So you've got 3 people who've at least got a 4th place at BUCS in the past. Another who has an international Commonwealth Youth Games relay medal. Let's see how they go. Nice roar to get them underway. Let's have a look then. So Dias in the navy, going nicely. And then second from the outside is Jacob Lambolt, also in the navy vest, but for Plymouth. And also with a nice opening 200 metres is Noah Ridgeon, one of Birmingham's freshers. So Dias just, I think, leaving something for this home straight. It's the same qualifying conditions as the women, 2+2, and it's a 4-way battle at least down this home straight. But Alex Beck very, very strongly. Watch out for the finishing speed of Dias here. So Dias from Beck, it looks like, with Lamble in 3rd place ahead of Liam Roberts of St Mary's, then Peters behind in 5th. 47.44 from Nathaniel Dias. So brilliant stuff. That is a personal best by just over 1/10 of a second in this heat, and he had to work for it.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what he's going to have wanted to have had. He's wanted to have that pressure to come and perform in this semi-final today. Really, really strong semi-final. I don't think we mentioned Liam Roberts, who I think, looking at the results from yesterday, he did PB in the heats yesterday, I think, but he's just come out and gone 48.1 and PB'd again, I believe. So 3 guys under 48 seconds, and that hot seat 47.8 and 48.1 is a very, very strong. And the second heat's out on track now, and that 3rd heat is waiting outside of the cool room, and they've all seen that happen. They now know, okay, we need to either be top 2 or run quicker than 48.1 to make it to tomorrow's final. Yeah, and that's something really hard to go and do.
I was wondering this, because the cool room is maybe more adjacent to the track than often is. So is that giving you more of a perspective than you might otherwise have?
Yeah, I mean, because when it's in Manchester, we're inside. You don't know what's happened until after your own race, or unless someone tells you. But I think they have the opportunity to come out of the cool room and to watch if they would like. And for some people, that will help give them that extra motivation. But for some people, they won't want to know what anyone else has ran. So it's about managing that as well. But yeah, I mean, really great run from Nathaniel Diaz and Alex Beck. Two really strong performances. Diaz getting the better of Beck. But I think for Beck to have come and run 47 low, 47 mid today, after having so much time away from running that times, is really good. But now for them two, it's about managing, as I said earlier, managing that time between now and tomorrow and making sure they get everything right. Because it's all well and good being able to run really quick today, but if you can't produce that same time or even better in the final tomorrow, then you've got to be able to do that.
So yeah, Liam Roberts, well spotted. So 48.81 before this competition, 48.39 in the heat, and 48.16 the semi-final. So that's 0.65, same margin that Bennett took off in a rainy heat yesterday. Super impressive. That you always get someone who does that. It's lovely to be able to spot that. Well done. Straight on with this second semi-final then. We have Rhys Ingley of Manchester Met, known well as a British Milers Club pacemaker over the years. Ben Brinston of Worcester, Ryan Cherian of Oxford, Bailey Lawton of Leeds Beckett. Fascinating by him because, yeah, another who's sort of grown throughout his BUCS journey. And he was a good friend of David Chapman, who won a couple of goals over the 200 metres indoors and was kind of, trying to follow in his footsteps. And he has an opportunity here. He has previously made the semi-finals, again never a final. Elise Beckett will have big support here, I'm sure. William Inglis of Cambridge, Louis Palmer Loughborough, Joe Poynton Coventry, Rory Summers also Loughborough. So you've got two teammates in this. So watch out for Lawton from lane 4. Who else might contend with him? Let's see. Cherian of Oxford doing the standing start there. So yeah, good getaway from the Leeds Beckett man in the purple. Being cheered on by those to my right. Also going well is Louis Palmer, the tall athlete from Loughborough, and his teammate Summers on the outside. So may well be Lawton and Palmer and Summers fighting as we come down the home straight. Yes, the Cherian in 4. Huffing and puffing here. Louis Palmer, fantastic run here. The two Loughborough men closing on these automatic positions for the final. Lawton still trying though. Let's have a look. Oh, that's so close on the line. I think Lawton was finishing the fastest of all there. 48.85 in that three-way fight. It was a crazy race. Seems to just chop and change at 3-4 points throughout. Louis Palmer, he was looking good down the home straight. Let's have another look. Bailey Lawton, 48.87, has been given it as we thought. So Onyeka, yeah, two Loughborough athletes in this. Let's have a look at how this finishes. Just easing up over the line. There were two closing him down there. So 48.89, Palmer has just made it.
I think Palmer nearly got it wrong there. Yeah, slowing down when it's that close, he's lucky he got away with it because Rory Summers very close on his tail and the other athlete on his inside. Can't remember who that was, but yeah, time hasn't come up yet. But I mean, for Louis and Bailey, that is job done. That is into the final, but that is a lot slower than what we've seen from that first semi-final. It's about a second and a half slower than that flash time that appeared before. So it's hard to tell because Bailey and Louis are such talented athletes. They are both, well, Bailey's gone 46.6 and Louis has started his year off with a 47.7 or 47.6 this year at Loughborough. And knowing Loughborough on that day wasn't the conditions to really be running that fast. So maybe Louis taking it a little bit easier and just made sure he's reserved some more energy for tomorrow. But definitely a really close call. But yeah, came out on his side today.
Yes, so third and fourth in that first semi-final, faster than everyone in that second semi. So that's nice and easy to do the maths on that one. They're already out there for the third semi. So here we go with Jordan Duncan, UEL, Finley McGill of Birmingham, another of their freshers. Originally from Worcester, Adam Fox of Hull. Jacob Winter, Cardiff Met. Ellis Cameron, Loughborough. Mickey Ayling of Manchester Met, hoping to follow Dias through. Dylan McCulloch of Stirling and Evan Wilson of Heriot Watt. So Dylan McCulloch, 18 years of age, one of the youngest athletes here at BUCS, representing Stirling, the reigning Scottish under-20 indoor and outdoor 400 metre silver medalist with a personal best of 47.34. We'll see what he can produce here. One of the athletes who went to the Mannheim International, the young athletes in Germany, always a mark of some of the top talents coming through. Most notably Amy Hunt setting a ridiculous 200 metre time, which was the third fastest time in UK history. At one point took her years to better that 17-year-old self, but thankfully now has. So 47.83, 48.16, Lamble and Roberts waiting to see if their times will be good enough. Here we go. Duncan, McGill, Fox, Winter, Cameron, Ayling, McCulloch and Wilson. So nice even getaway. Looked like Jacob Winter on home soil, of course, wanting that extra percentage. Cardiff Met did have a good day yesterday with 3 medals. Ellis Cameron also going nicely from Loughborough, very congested in that midfield there. Finley McGill, watch out for him on the inside potentially as the stagger unwinds through this bend. And nothing really to separate Winter and Cameron, and Ayling is there in the navy. So it's going to be Jacob Winter leading down this home straight, the man who got the best out of all. Ayling trying to push through. Surely going to be these two. Surging through is Adam Fox for Hull in third place, who have to watch the times. Easing up 48.38. So again, third and fourth faster than everyone in the following semi-finals. That just shows you that first semi was just so stacked. And Mickey Ayling, 48.40 there.
And that's an absolutely... Oh, no, it's not a massive PB. Oh, I was looking at the season's best.
Yeah.
Yeah, just outside of his PB. But that's really great to have come and run. I thought it was a massive PB. I was just thinking that in my head. But to come and run within 2/10 of your personal best in the semi-final. And coming into that last 10-20, he gave a little look left, made sure he was good, made sure he was in that set, in that top 2, and could progress to tomorrow's final and just shut it down a little bit early.
Yeah, so plenty of Loughborough representation across both these 400 finals. Bodes well for the relay, certainly. So, yeah, Alex Beck, Louis Palmer, both qualifying. And if you look at the history of the 400 metres, Alex Cooper, Alex Houchin, Ben Higgins, it's been very much a stronghold, the men's 400 metres.
Yeah, definitely. Really has been definitely the strongest sprint event that Loughborough has had in that last few years, definitely post-COVID. But 4 athletes entered, only 2 have made it to that final, and that's not what we've seen so far, this championships with Loughborough athletes. And Rory Summers definitely he would have definitely had to run a perfect race looking at the non-automatic qualifying times, and he did get so close to that top 2 spot. But Ellis Cameron has had a little bit of a slow start to the year than he would have liked. But yeah, definitely now for him, it's just an opportunity. He's got 2 more races in his legs. He's got the rest of the summer to look forwards to and to work towards. So I'm sure for Ellis, he'll definitely be disappointed. He'll definitely want to have made that final and look for a medal. But now he's definitely in that 4x4 100-meter relay pool for tomorrow, for tonight and tomorrow even. So hopefully he'll be happy to play his part in that and just look forward to the rest of the summer that is ahead of him.
Yeah, so Dias, Beck, Lamble, Roberts, and then Ayling, Winter, Lawton, Palmer all making it through to the final.
And similarly to the girls, everyone's within a second and a half of each other. So tomorrow, both the women's and men's 400-meter finals definitely will be one of the races to watch.
Yeah, so timetable brought forward, of course, as a result of not needing steeplechase preliminary or 400 hurdles, women's 400 hurdles going into a straight final. Of course, those 2 finals tomorrow, I mean, they're going to be just as fascinating. You're involved in one of them, which is great to see. I mean, I know that's your expectation, but obviously you never quite know with the hurdles. We did see a couple of athletes, tripping over a hurdle there. So to actually get to the final, you must be at least, that's the first mission, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That was always the goal for yesterday. It was winner and 4. So for me, it was just making sure I won. And if I just execute all 10 hurdles and finish it off, then that's what would have happened. So yeah, won my heat, and we've got a day off now. So it's a bit weird having a day in between rounds, but it's given me an opportunity to relax, come up here and join you for some racing. And yeah, definitely looking forward to tomorrow's final.
So that's Onyeka Oko alongside me, World and European Under-20 semi-finalists. We have got straight on with the women's 800 metres, half an hour earlier than planned. So let's have a look. Amelia Coleman of Oxford in this. Oxford, who of course have won men's 800 metres indoor this year and women's 1-2 last year. Strong event for them. Mia Hopkins of Nottingham, Leah Johnson, Winchester, Sophia Vidak, who was the silver medalist in the fastest time in the women's 800 metres ever seen in BUCS history. A championship record by more than 2 seconds. Unfortunately, Lucy Armitage not able to take part in BUCS this weekend, who set that thrilling time, 2:03, had been 2:05. Marilyn Okoro has held the championship record outdoors since 2005, 2:05. Katie Johnson of Birmingham, the bronze medal in that race. Lauren Wormley, St Mary's, Ruby Vinton, Loughborough, and Olivia Scott of Manchester.
Couldn't quite tell who that was, but an athlete just tripped over down the back straight, and he's about 10-15 metres behind, and that's the nature of 800 metre running. They're all in packs. They all break down that back straight, and there is 8 of them in this race, and 8 of them have to congest themselves into one lane, and there's always going to be that chance of a collision happening.
Yeah, Leah Johnson of Winchester it was. She's working hard to try and get back up. It was a 1500 metre race. She'd have a lot more chance, but tricky as it is. Sophia Vidak and Katie Johnson, 63.47 at the bell. Not a bad time for a qualification round at BUCS level, but yes, without Armitage, you're seeing basically the remnants of the podium from indoors. Johnson, another one of those athletes trying to get back to her best, a PB from 5 years ago. She was brilliant at that under-17 age group, as was Vidak. She was a great 200 runner, 400 runner, stepping up to the 800 metres where she has been good as well. Another who set a personal best outright indoors, and that was in Glasgow in January. Pretty much every athlete from a Scottish point of view was there. Let's have a look here. It is pretty clear with these 2, but there are 2 time qualifying spots available, and predicting times for qualifying rounds for 800 metres at this level, really tough to do. So many variations in how the race can be run, but nice and easy job here for Vidak and Johnson. I think that's Ruby Vinton in a Loughborough vest in 3rd place behind, and then looks like St Mary's Lauren Wormley in 4th. Yeah, at BUCS level 2:09 is a pretty decent time for a heat. Now, I just wanted to ask you, Onyeka, if you're an athlete and everything's been brought forward by half an hour. First of all, I imagine communicating that message on the actual day of competition isn't that easy to get it round to everyone to let them know. You know, it affects so many different people.
Yeah, definitely. Loughborough as a team were quite good. We had Emma send into the chat this morning. Everything's brought through half an hour early. But I find that quite hard. I would have found that quite hard myself, because in my head I'm like, I've got to do this at this time, this at that time. And whilst it is only bringing that forwards half an hour, it's trying to remember and stick onto the fact, okay, everything has to be done half an hour early. And for some people that have, I think it's only since the 400 hurdle semis were meant to be on. But for some people that might affect them a bit more when they've already got it in their mind, okay, this is the time I'm supposed to be doing something. And that's their routine set for the day. And it's just about managing that. A bit of an inconvenience, but everyone's in the same position, and everyone has to manage and navigate that problem themselves.
Well, I talked about championship record there. I mean, it's incredible. Don't know if you've ever had a look at any of the records, but yeah, for a record to stand for 21 years. But it's because in the 800 metres, it's so rare to get a really fast race.
Yeah, I mean, you see it at pretty much any championships that you will watch. The 800 finals tend to be a lot more tactical. Maybe less so nowadays, people are pushing for times. But they tend to be a little bit more tactical, and it's sort of once in a blue moon you get someone that's like, I want to give that record a good go today. Like we saw with Lucy Armitage last year, who gave it a good go.
Well, yeah, but what was so extraordinary is that Isabel Boffey, you know, you've had some great athletes come through these championships, and she was sort of hoping for someone to really push her, to help her to that, whereas Lucy Armitage did it all on her own, which was pretty impressive. It's a shame she can't be here, but let's have a look then at semi-final number 2. Another thing to watch out for in terms of championship record, Owen Hurd will soon enter the pole vault, and he already has the indoor best of 5:43, but 5:36 is like 35 centimetres within range for him of his new personal best, so we have to watch out for that at some point. Second semi-final, Charlotte Monroe, Exeter, Anise Macaulay-Orr of York, Imogen Tanner, Cardiff Met, Lucy Baker, Edge Hill, Maddie Casey of Bath, Valentina Costa of Loughborough, Alice Bennett of Birmingham, and then Christina Kirkby of Surrey. So once again, 2+2 for qualification. Alice Bennett comes in top ranked, but I don't think it means as much, obviously, in the 800, a personal best of 2:04.72. And then as well as this, got an athlete like Costa, who was 5th at BUCS Indoors. She has a new 1500 metre PB at the Loughborough Open, obviously last month. Maddie Casey, someone who was 4th at BUCS Indoors the last 2 years, so trying to get on the podium the first time. Always lots of stories throughout the competition. So let's have a look as they come through then. Bennett in the red. And then you've got 1:04.75, which is Macaulay-Orr of York. This looks like a slower pace compared to the first race. Could be by more than a second. 64.69, so 1.2 seconds off. Obviously you don't run typically 800 metres, but I just wonder how aware the athletes will be of that. You know, the first race has happened, it's talked about all the time. The athletes know what they need to do in the second heat, but they are slower here, so they need to push on. So Bennett in the red, still right there, and you've got 5 or 6 athletes battling. Macaulay-Orr has dropped off this lead group, but there's still 5 at the sharp end. Looks like Costa is there of Loughborough, and Casey of Bath, right on the inside in the blue. Alice Bennett doing a great job at the front here. I'm hoping that it will pay dividends as she starts to pull away. And Lucy Baker is there for Edge Hill. What a battle over this second automatic spot though, is Imogen Tanner of Cardiff Met from Maddie Casey of Bath. So 2:12.44. Oh well, 2:12.44. It's going to be close because third and fourth, the first semi-final, 2:12.9 and 2:14 flats.
I feel as though Ruby Vinton of Loughborough at 2:12.98 for that first non-automatic qualifying spot. Will be safe. I don't think third and fourth are that close to the front two. But Lauren Wormley, 2:14.05 for that second automatic qualifying spot, is definitely in a little bit of danger. I can see on the far side board the flash time has appeared, but I can't read it. So we're waiting for that third place spot. But yeah, great run. Job done for Alice Bennett. She's through. And yeah, Maddie Casey, 2:13.43, does knock Lauren Wormley of St Mary's out of that second automatic qualifying spot. And Valentina Costa of Loughborough at 2:13.71 just misses out on tomorrow's final. But 2:12.44 from Alice Bennett and Imogen Tanner, 2:13.11. Great performances and into tomorrow's final.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It was a slower race, and someone like Costa, she was right in the fight with 100 to go. So, must feel hard in those circumstances. But of course, we still have one more semi-final to be sure. Right, Phoebe Ryder-Benson of Cardiff met Maya Sutaria of UCL. One of the time qualifiers through here, personal best of 2:10. Gabriella Brown of Leeds alongside her from 3. Elena Bartolotta, one of the heat winners earlier. Personal best from 2023 of 2:11. Eleanor Inch of Loughborough goes in 5. Personal best from 2024 of 2:09.88. Kira Devereaux of Birmingham, fastest ranked athlete in this race, 2:09.10. She was second in her semi-final BUCS indoors, and only 6 lanes available in that final didn't make it through. Annabelle Itaz of Durham and Neve McKinley of Stirling. So it looked like they've gone out with a decent pace here. Let's have a look. I can see the red vest of Kira Devereaux well involved. And Annabelle Itaz of Durham, white vest on the front. But this whole pack closely matched here, 200 in.
So through the opening 300.
Well, started off strongly and they've now sort of relaxed into a slower pace. So 63.47 and then 64.69. Let's get another look here as they come through. It's Devereaux from Eton and then Inch of Loughborough. Ryder Benson, Cardiff Met. McKinley in 5th place. So 66.34. Well, the effect of that is that this pack is still tightly bunched together inside the final lap here. So still, you've got athletes going with this pace and tightly bunched and in the fight, but may miss out as a result.
Eleanor Inch on the outside, Devereaux on the inside. Just 2 automatic qualifiers.
Devereaux with Eleanor Inch now making a move past.
And still, all to pay for.
Eater in 3rd place on the inside. McKinley is there in the green. Well, it looks like Eleanor Inch is finishing this pretty strongly, moving past Bennett. Eater still there on the outside. Don't forget, only 2 of these 3 will definitely go through, even though it's been a decent final lap. 2:13.19. It's going to be close with the time of Maddie Casey. 2:13.43.
Feel as though she might be safe with that. Definitely going to be very close, and she'll be watching in anticipation being in that last non-automatic qualifying spot.
Yeah, it does certainly mean that Ruby Vinton, who was faster than all of those athletes in that race, is through for Loughborough. So definitely looks like 2 Loughborough athletes in that women's 800 final. Yeah, great battle. Bennett was doing a great job of leading the way. And Bennett did get the victory there, it looks like. Bennett from... Oh no, I'm looking at... I meant to say Kira Devereaux, yeah. So that result hasn't come in yet. Oh, just does so now. Elena Inch from Annabelle Ita. Yeah, so it's Devereaux who'll be in third place. We're waiting to see if she's faster than Casey's time. 2:13.43. Should be, yeah, Kira Devereaux, 2:13.31. So yeah, knocking out the athlete who was fourth at BUCS Indoors. And straight on with these men's 800 semis, of which we also have 3, and we have the same qualifying conditions. So Johar Ali, Leeds Beckett, Stanley Clark, Birmingham, Lewis Smith, Kiel, Josh Blake, Marjon, Will Rabjohns of Loughborough, another athlete like Onyeka alongside me who has GB under 20 representation, Louis Starr, UCB, Tobias Cheeseborough, bronze medalist indoors, Alex Glue of Loughborough. So yeah, another strong line across these athletes, and I have to say 800 metres, one of my favourite to watch when they wind it up over the final 200. Hopefully we'll get some great scraps. It was a real battle for the ages. Ben Gardner against David Race last year. Don't know if you watched that one, but oh goodness me, Ben Gardner ended up on the floor trying to win that one against David Race, who himself a European under-20 4x4 relay champion 3 years ago. And Rabjohn's World Under-20 semi-finalist. He of course was leading the race at the Europeans before an unfortunate disqualification. It's a little bit of what you said actually about taking to your third year to really learn your racecraft. I feel like he's doing that now. He's sharpening up.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what happened with him at Euros is most definitely unfortunate, but you have to go through them experiences and stay disciplined. And I'm sure that he's learned that, and it looked like a little bit of contact in that race going on so far. But yeah, Will Rabjohns has definitely come in and started to excel at Loughborough under Kyle Bennett. And for him, it's about using that 145 pace and making sure he gets his job done easy. And you can see Tobias Cheeseborough down that back straight for Bath. He's had to put them burners on from that 300 mark to 200 left to go. And he's taken that lead into the final 200. And Rabjohns just has to now stick on him. You've got a couple others behind. You've got Alex Glue, a few places behind of Loughborough, starting to make his way through. But behind Cheeseborough and Rabjohns, it's a real burn-up for them non-automatic qualifying positions. These athletes are all looking for times, and as Rabjohns takes the lead and Tobias Cheeseborough starts to fade, it's anyone's opportunity to come and take that second place off of him. But he comes across the line, looking about 152 high, and 153 for a non-automatic qualifying spot is quite strong. And now these two athletes that have come through in third and fourth have said, so if it's you guys, the ball's in your court. We've set the standard for you to go and beat now.
Yes, I mean, it's fascinating how the first semi-finals tended to be very, very strong. Let's have another look here. So, Rabjohns on the outside, as you said, made to work hard for this by Tobias Cheeseborough. But that's a good thing, really. And sets the standard for what's to come. I was impressed with Josh Blake. It was a personal best. Oh no, it was right close to a PB. 151.8 in a heat. And then he got that third spot, it looked like. And Lewis Smith coming through in the end actually has been given it. 152.7.
And yeah, just that contact shown on that replay from what appeared to be Johar Ali on that inside. Looked like the Birmingham athlete, Stanley Clark, just come across him a little bit, but you see that in 800 meter running. Elbows have to come out. It's part of the nature and it's part of the running. And it's just about navigating that. But 152.7, 152.9 for the non-automatic qualifying spots. Those are strong times for the other two heats to go and match. But Alex Glue did slow down a little bit coming into that line. And as we saw with Maddie Casey from Bath in the women's semi-finals, it was 1/10 that knocked her out. That could come back to bite Glue in 10 minutes time.
Yeah, Alex Glue, the England senior champion last year, 147.9 personal best. And of course, we have second semi-final quickly behind. So Smith and Glue waiting to see 152.73, 152.93 for them. Tim Bongarts of Cambridge, Tom Barrett of Oxford, Jonathan Marshall, Stirling, Elliot Savage of Manchester Met, who was the bronze medalist in that brilliant race between Ben Gardner and David Race last year. Joe Sisbal of Birmingham, Adrian Engsler, silver medalist from indoors, Tom Waterworth, and of course got a silver medal at those Europeans I mentioned behind Rafferty Murphy, and Edward Enser of Cardiff Met on the outside here. 8 athletes ready to go. Jay Sisbal, who I'm told is going to buy his house a new boiler, specifically a combi boiler if he wins BUCS, which is like, I've never heard of a student like being up for buying a boiler.
That's a strong commitment to make, I think. Quite an odd commitment as well.
Yeah, sure.
But he has gone and taken his first 200, maybe a little bit harder than the other semi-finals. So he looks like he wants to live up to that promise that he's made his housemates.
Yeah, Adrian Engsler, he was very impressive indoors and definitely was a gold medal contender. Just pipped in the end by Jack Organ it was of Oxford. But a finalist at the German Championships where he was 5th. Let's have a look here with Sisbal and then Savage, who's also a strong finisher, and his twin brother Evan we've also seen compete this weekend, Waterworth, and then Engsler. As we have a look at the split time, 52.98.
Definitely a strong pace to have taken it out with, but having seen that 152.9 is that qualifying time that you need if you're not the top two. Jay Seswell, who is a 149 guy, but he's got 2 146 guys and a 147.8 guy in his race. He knows he's got to take it out hard if he wants a chance of making that final. And he's just relinquished that lead over to Elliot Savage. But he's still in the fight for that second position.
Yeah, we know Savage is so good in the last 200 metres. Engsler now showing his strength as well.
And Tom Waterworth is in quite a lot of trouble here. Quite a bit off these first two, but I'm sure this is going to be quite a quick time through the finish that he should be safe. 142 through 750 metres. So I think, and we're looking 148.5 and about 150 for Tom Waterworth. So definitely through to that final, but a little bit scary. And I think having just seen Elliot Savage go and win off a 148.5 in a semi-final, that is quite a statement to have made.
Yeah, extraordinary. And I think it was more than 5 seconds quicker the split time through 400 metres. 58.02. I always had to do a double take and make sure I'd written the initial number down correctly. But having a look now, the flash times are coming through. So Tom Waterworth is 2.6 seconds quicker than Smith, the third place from the first of those semis, and Sisbal at the moment also putting himself in a great position, 151.45. So yeah, you have to give a lot of credit to Jay Sisbal then, the way he took that out.
Yeah, he definitely took that out hard, and I think to have the confidence to race 3 sub 148 guys and 2 have gone 146, and have that confidence to go out hard and take that pace out hard through that first 400 and make this job a lot harder for everybody else. It didn't need to be hard. It didn't need to be 148, but he made everyone else have to commit to that. So that might benefit him tomorrow, where he might be better off running on tired legs than everyone else is.
So Waterworth and Sisbal now filling those non-automatic spots, and I'm very sorry to do this, but it looks like Alex Glue has come unstuck.
Yeah, and I know I mentioned that him slowing down slightly, but I mean that 4th place in that race we just seen was faster than the finishing time of the first race. So it really is just luck of the draw, who you end up in the semi-final with and who decides to do what, because whilst you are running your own race, you're also having to run everyone else's race if you're running them non-automatic qualifying times, because the pace really does dictate what you end up finishing in.
Semi-final 3, Gabriel Mullen, Leeds, Ewan Pinder, Durham, Jack Littman, Cambridge, Jack Organ of Oxford. So Oxbridge bordering each other here, and Durham, who'd like to join that party. Uniquely David Race then of Lapra, another great trajectory for him, but he will want that gold. Undoubtedly, he's had second, third, fourth, fifth. Rayan Lenoir of Birmingham, Harry Ware putting Winchester on the map. Of course, Leah Johnson had that fall on the back straight that you spotted, so he is their chance of making it through to an 800 final. And then Sam Myers of Birmingham. Well, I say, unless of course there was an incident where she might be advanced, didn't quite get a close enough look. But this another interesting lineup, of course. David Race, has good speed. We know he's run good relays. Jack Organ has that craft, which we saw indoors, to take that gold medal for Oxford. So let's have a look.
I did hear yesterday, the boys reckon David's in 45 4x4 split shape. So interesting to see if he's part of that 4x400 meter relay, assuming that we advance into tomorrow's final, if he's part of that relay tomorrow afternoon. But for him, a guy that has split 46.6 in relays for Great Britain, going through in 54.6, that's easy work for him. That is, you're looking 8 seconds off what he can run for the 400. So, but he's looking in third at the minute, and the Birmingham athlete taking that lead out. It's definitely, you've got 6 guys all looking for them top 2 spots at the minute.
Yes, it's Sam Myers, the Birmingham athlete. Looks like that might be Jack Organ behind him. And then David Race, he's pretty much retained that sort of spot just behind the leaders rather than taking out too hard himself. So Organ into the lead. So we're looking at the indoor champion leading the man who was a second indoors and out last year. 4 times a BUCS medalist, in fact. Not 2 others who can claim to have more than that. Certainly Georgie Ford-Wells and Tom Wilcott also on the Lapra team who can. Here comes Race from Organ and Lenoir from Myers and Ware. 1:49.02.
1:49.02.
So Waterworth, reminding the times, 1:50.11 and Sisbal 1:51.45.
And I feel that Rayan Lenoir of Birmingham may have just done enough, waiting for the time to appear. 1:49 dead for David Race, and Jack Organ of Oxford 1:49.2. But just waiting, and I can see Lenoir's staring at that timing board, waiting for his time to appear.
Yeah, we'll see it shortly, just as this replay concludes.
By his reaction, I think he's done enough to make tomorrow's final. So great work from him.
Here we go. So Lenoir 1:50.29. Knocks out Waterworth and Sisbal, unfortunately. So, yeah, quite often the way it happens, one teammate knocking out another. So, yeah, 1:50.11 and 1:50.29 are the 2 that make it. Yes, so sorry, Waterworth and Lenoir. There we go. I mean, really, it's relentless stuff, those 800 semis back to back. That 800 final then coming up at 10-3 tomorrow, so it's pretty much exactly in 24 hours time for these guys. Obviously the timetable, everything brought forward by half an hour, so it looks like there's a bit of a 10-minute break. And keeping an eye out for Owen Hurd there. We saw just kind of out of shot, there was it either the pole snapped or went flying off?
I don't think it snapped, I think it did just go flying off. It was one of the Loughborough athletes. And that, I can't imagine how scary that was. I saw it in the corner of my eye. Just saw something flying as one of the 800 meter races was going on. So hopefully he's not injured from that. We see often when athletes' poles snap or they slip out of their hands, they might have to withdraw from that pole vault competition due to injury.
Yeah, just waiting to see at the moment. There's nothing updated on roster there. Showing that Angus Bowling has 1 attempt left at 4:76, and Owen Hurd was expected to enter the competition at 1 height higher than that. So Onyeka alongside me. What is the next? We'll see how many hours it is. What's the next day before your final look like for you then? 11:25.
Not soon after I get off this mic. I'm just going to head back to the hotel. It's just before 3 o'clock now. So I've still got about 18 hours before my final tomorrow morning. So I think it's really just about using as little energy as I can, but not just sitting around and doing nothing. So probably get out of the hotel, not order anything in, but get out of the hotel, go and walk around, have dinner out. But yeah, just about trying to stay relaxed and not focusing too much on what I've got to do tomorrow. It's all about trusting all that training that I've done and that has led up to this point, and just being able to go and execute on the day, really.
Talk about the boiler commitment. You're not making any commitments about your boiler, are you? Or
No.
to your housemates? You would never do that.
No, I feel like I've definitely said, if I win BUCS, I'm going to do this, but I can't remember what I've said.
What would you like improving about your house? Is there anything that you would like to
What would I
do
like including?
generally? It doesn't have to be attached to any medal, you know, it doesn't have, it can just be something you want.
If anything needed fixing, definitely the TV. Okay. TV's been out of action for a while, and I think we had our landlord come over and have a look at it, and it seems to be working now. So hopefully that's all fixed and it doesn't just randomly turn off again.
Shout out landlord.
Yeah,
landlord for fixing stuff. That's awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, they came around quite quick. I think it was like next day that they came around and had a look at it. So
I had a fox in our garden, and we had a landlord come around and have a look at that, which was kind of weird. Yeah. But yeah, you just never know really what they'll do. Onyeka, it's been great to chat to you, and all the best of luck for your final.
Thank you.
Semi-final one of the women's 1500 metres. The athletes underway, but before we go there, let's watch Angus Bowling in final A of the men's pole vault, his third attempt at 4 metres 76. Well, not to be for Angus Bowling, who finishes with a best of 4 metres 66. He's currently in the competition.
Well, thank you to Onyeka, Oko, and our other commentary guests across this weekend. We'll try and bring you some more of those. This is the first semi-final of the women's 1500 metres. Just 2 of these then, and top 6 going through. And just like it was in terms of heat through to semi-final. And yeah, athletes like this won't get too many chances to run 3 rounds, so maybe a bit of a learning curve in some circumstances. So Abby McAndrew, silver medalist indoors, just behind teammate Kira Brady-Jones, not here. See how she gets on here. We've also got Scarlett Livingston, an English schools champion a couple of years ago. Evie Powell, one of the youngsters here, an 18-year-old who was 9th over 3,000 flat indoors. Lola Sutton, who was 5th last year for St Mary's, but looked good in qualifying. And this is a strong field that's really hard to predict and separate, apart from the fact that McAndrew, very comfortable, very used to front running, another with GB Junior experience as well, taking part in the European Under-20s in 2023 over this distance. Her personal best, 4:19.52.
Still there on the front. Sarah Clough moves up onto the shoulder of Abby McAndrew.
One thing to watch out for is in the pole vault, attempting a championship record, which may happen in the next minute or two.
So this semi-final, looking for the top 6 athletes. They've got just under 2 laps to go now. So, Sarah Clough of Birmingham leading the way. Abby McAndrew in 2nd place. Evie Powell of Birmingham, the 2nd of the red vest there. Alice Jones of Stirling tucked in on the inside, but you still got 10 or so athletes in this big group now. And they're going to hit the bell, and McAndrew just edging out to find herself some room. .3:17 at the bell. Kerry Griffiths of Edinburgh also at the sharp end of this race, but the two Birmingham athletes sticking to each other for the time being. Maddie Barker of Bath, obviously her teammate Casey, unfortunately just missing out on the final, which is a shame because I thought that she deserved a medal for her BUCS career. 4th indoors and out in the past, but you have to make the final first of all. So tough in battles like this. I'm also seeing Beth Rogers, I think it is, of Cambridge emerge late in this race. 5.46 in 4th place. Clough, though, has dropped well back. It's going to be McAndrew and Griffiths, and then Powell and Rogers. And then it's close behind Barker, I think, just missing out there. Griffiths and Jones closing quickly. It might have been Scarlett Livingston as well, all in the green vest there.
Well, let's drop back into this pole vault competition where we now know that Owen Hermans won the competition with that 5.06 we saw during the race. He's put the bar up to 5 meters and 22 centimeters.
We have reached the halfway point in the women's hammer, and it's still Katie Head who leads with her second round throw, 59.8.
So Abby McAndrew making it look nice and easy through to the 1500 metre final taking place tomorrow, among all of those medals being decided. So that's at 10-4.
So we also have pool 2 and pool 3 of the men's long jump taking place. They start at 20 past 3, but already at the long jump pits for their warm-up jumps.
Okay, 10.
So out on the far side of the track there you can see the second semi-finalists of the women's 1500. Just doing a few warm-up strides now before the race begins as well. So 6 to qualify from this second semi-final tomorrow.
That's the athlete to watch, the one with the black curly hair. So he's the only one left in the pole vault. And, oh yeah, something like that. Lovely, thank you very much.
Away they go for the second semi-final. So 12 athletes in this Aberclough of Birmingham, then of Cardiff.
Owen Hurd enter the pole vault and won gold when everyone else has exited the competition. That's the quality of the athlete that he is. He's represented Great Britain at the European indoors and also come 5th at the Commonwealth Games for England. So now at 5:22, personal best 5:71 recently at Air Loughborough, over that nice and easy at 5:22. Championship record has stood for quite a few years now to Charlie Myers at 5:36 since 2018, but Hurd has gone higher than that indoors, so the outright BUCS best therefore 5:43. His best 5:71. We'll see what's possible for him if he can go higher. Second semi-final, as you can see, well underway here. The 1500 metres. Ava Clough of Birmingham, Emma Powell of Cardiff ought to be contenders here. Jasmine Palmer of Bath, Laura Chance of Durham, Poppy Elton leads Beckett, Jess Sales, of Northumbria, Ellie Bushell of Birmingham, previous bronze medalist. Emily Muzio was a good front runner yesterday. Lottie McLaren of St Mary's, Kirsty Purcell, Robert Gordon, Catherine Martin of Loughborough, Imogen Marshall of Edinburgh. Really big fields, it feels like, but 12 pretty standard for these. And Powell, best ranked of the athletes in this. Last year she got 800, 1500 mile, 3000 and 5000 PB. She was 6th this year indoors, which was also a real good battle. Emily Parker led the way from the front, the steeplechaser, so obviously not involved in this 1500, but I'm sure she could do a pretty good attempt to contend in the 1500 metres as well. Poppy Elton of Leeds Beckett at the front of this race, with Emily Muzio once again. Muzio, 4:26.75 personal best at British Milers Club race in Watford last summer. Sometimes colloquially dubbed the Watford Diamond League.
Well, just to drop back into the pole vault final, the men. Owen Hurd, who's gone clear at 5:22, he's going to be attempting a championship record. That bar's going to 5:37. Previous record set in 2015 by Charlie Myers of Northumbria. So keep your eyes peeled for Owen Hurd as he goes for that championship record.
So coming through now with 1 lap to go. Poppy Elton at the front for Leeds Beckett, 4 times a BUCS semi-finalist. Still they can't be separated. 4:27.54. Elton's personal best. She's always been there or thereabouts, but really this time wants to make the final. You can see there is a breakaway of 6 athletes, but still that gap is being managed. A further 3 trying to work together. Looks like that might be Laura Chance. Really making that up brilliantly. Wow. Absolute slingshot through into this group. Oh, she hasn't moved too early here. Retiring a little bit in that group, and I think just stepping off the track there, in fact. So let's just confirm that. Here's Laura Chance. What a fantastic performance. And she's well inside the top 6 now. And some athletes paying for it a little bit. Elton is still there. And it's Palmer of Bath. After 2 Bath female middle distance runners just miss out on their finals, she rubber stamps her place with a victory. Fantastic. 4:28.18 ahead of Chance of Durham and Elton there of Leeds Beckett. So yeah, lots of performances to really reward there. Elton stayed strong at the front where others faded. And Palmer, who was 7th indoors, a good chance of improving on that come the final. And Laura Chance with a recent personal best, 4:35.16 at the Loughborough Open. But yeah, she had a big improvement actually through the rounds at BUCS indoors as she came through. She finished 10th in the final. A really good pace that to bridge that gap. And again, yeah, one of the younger athletes in this race. Laura Chance very much taking one. And delivering when the opportunity was there. Definitely a few good athletes with names you can make puns out of. I think my favourite was there's an athlete called Skates that we saw that very much had them on in the sprints. Alex Glue coming unstuck, and Laura Chance taking her opportunity. Open to other suggestions. Well, those semi-finals have concluded then. And yeah, the whole timetable brought forward. It means the relay heats next to come after the men's 1500 semis. Athletes don't appear to be out yet. So I think the big thing to be watching out for will be Owen Hurd in the pole vault going next. So he set the bar to 5:37. Not on the runway just at the moment, though. Yeah, so going for a championship record, although he has at the BUCS Indoor Championships gone higher at 5:43. Wonder whether he might well try something higher next. This is well within his reach. So 5:37, Owen Hurd has reappeared now. And obviously, as he's the only one left in the competition, he does have longer than when there are multiple athletes ongoing. So, yeah, all he needs to do was come in and vault once, win the title. We've seen Molly Caudry and Holly Bradshaw do that before, so can sometimes happen in the pole vault. Obviously, it's one reason why you separate the B and the A final, so not all the athletes have to be out at the same time if the distances are quite different. So we know that Angus Bowling 4:66 and Donsha Blake 4:46, silver and bronze. Warwick and Loughborough. So this pole vault initially started at 1:30. So Owen Hurd then going for 5:37, trying to break Charlie Myers' record that stood since 2018. It was a Northumbria man who's also won the UK title like Hurd has. He's a 4-time UK champion, including the last 3 indoors. Also representing Great Britain at the European Team Championships last year. Let's see what he can do. Looks solid so far, but of course we've just seen the 2 vaults. So Hurd going to plant this pole, climb up high, and just misses it on the first attempt. It's a height he's cleared many times, Owen Hurd. He is equal 5th on the GB all-time list, 14 centimetres behind the national record. He's actually jointly on 5:71 now with Charlie Myers, who holds this record here. And Myers setting that, I remember, in Geneva 2019. I think that might have been the year, or it might have been the year before he did that Geneva meet, and his poles had to be transported in a van, and they were just hanging out the back of a van. Managed to get them back to the airport on the perils of travelling as a pole vaulter. You can see Hurd, he certainly had the height there. And that Commonwealth performance where he finished 5th, that's one of his breakthrough opportunities there, given that chance as a young athlete. Great to see. So 2 more attempts to follow at 5:37 for Hurd, and then we'll see, maybe he'll go higher, maybe for an outright BUCS best.
So Felix Vaughan, St Mary's, Logan Beagley, Harriet Watt. Leeds University's Harry Hewitt.
So Felix Vaughan, St Mary's, Logan Beagley, Harriet Watt, Harry Hewitt of Leeds, who is impressive to come through in his heat very strongly towards the end. Jamie Keir of Loughborough, Joe English of Bristol, Johnny Brooke of Bath, Luke Richardson, Birmingham, Dexter Thompson, Loughborough, another one of the front runners yesterday. Adam Brown for Aberdeen, Will Strictly for Birmingham, Cameron Deverill of Cambridge, Joe Perry, Liverpool, Dan Galloway of Cardiff, who's slotted in there just behind Richardson. He got 3 vests near the front end of this race. Looks like that might be Harry Hewitt in the green at the front. And then it's 4:74, Will Strictly. Strictly Come Dancing. In this case, Strictly Come Racing. He was 6th outdoors last year. Personal best 3:46.29. Dan Galloway previously represented GB at under 20 level at the European Championships 3 years ago, where he finished 6th. 3:44.82, his PB from 3 years ago. That year, bit of a breakthrough season for him. As a training partner of Charlie Carvel at one point, who of course went on to medal at that level for GB, including the gold in the relay that year. And so there is Harry Hewitt, looking like he doesn't want to do all the hard work himself. I just feel a bit of a tension in the air, almost like this was a final. Almost going to have to run it like one, given that there are 2 semis. There's going to be some good athletes that miss out, for sure. Rowan Mill-Ingram and Zach Dunn, Archie Parkinson, top 3 ranked athletes, all going in that second semi-final. Watch out for Adam Brown of Aberdeen as well, the 24-year-old. Personal best last year, 3:43.39. So fastest in this heat on PB, but that's only on a piece of paper. Well, Harry Hewitt looking strong here, but there is an almighty queue waiting to come past. There's even bigger queue waiting on him than there is adjacent just on the far side at the roundabout where the traffic is trying to make it through. I guess that's because it is a Sunday and there's not too much traffic at this time in Cardiff. Harry Hewitt, though, look at that, building a little bit of a lead to 53.69 at the bell. There you go, there's a little shot of the roundabout through the back of your screen. Beautiful stuff. As we're saying, I'm only joking, but yes, this is, as Ree Hawker was saying, one of the more picturesque stadiums. Not quite as much as Geneva, as I mentioned earlier, which has Swiss mountains in the background. Can't really beat that. Hewitt of Leeds, Galloway of Cardiff, and then Will Strictly of Birmingham. Luke Richardson, the second of the two red vests for Birmingham, falling off the back a little bit. Joe English of Bristol, also in a qualifying position at this point. So the top six, Galloway's going to lead them through, looking strong from Hewitt and Strictly, and then English also through, it looked like. So we'll wrap that all up in terms of the top six, all finishing close together just behind the leaders there.
On the runway, looking for that BUCS record. 5:37 mark set out for the UK Outdoor Champion, three-time UK Indoor Champion. Owen Hurd, the BUCS champion this year, looking for the record.
Owen Hurd, second attempt at a BUCS championship record here. 5:37, climbs high. And again, just didn't quite travel enough across. He'll have one more go. Coached here by Kate Rooney, of course, a former GB international herself. I'm sure will be straight out to show him the replay on the iPad. Yeah, just confirming that result. So we saw Galloway, Hewitt, Strictly, and then it was Adam Brown and Jamie Keir, the other two coming through with Joe English. Luke Richardson just missing out by half a second or so. So Owen Hurd, meanwhile, going for this championship record in the pole vault. Let's have a look. As I say, climbs nice and high, feet first into that 12 o'clock position. Yeah, he knows he got it wrong, but still a smile on his face. You can see he's clearly enjoying himself out there. He's got the good gaps between these attempts to make sure he feels relaxed. But it's still difficult because the eyes are on you. No other athletes left competing out there in the pole vault other than him. And short of the gold medal. So you're watching live coverage of the 2026 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championship here, and well, it's coming up to 3:30. Everything in the track brought forward by half an hour, so it means that we're likely to finish around 6. So we've got 2.5 hours left to enjoy here. So we've got the men's semi-finals, the 1500 metres that we've been watching. One more of those to come in a moment. We'll see the likes of Zachary Dunn and Rowan Mill-Ingram, medal contenders. There is that first result in full. So don't forget, 6 have gone through to the final. Others, that's it. No time qualifying positions. And following the 1500 metre semis, we will have the women's 4x100 metre heats, and then the same for the men, and then 4x4s after that. So maybe a bit of a break between the 1500s and the women's 4x1s. But we do still have women's hammer out of stadium event, a men's long jump, 3 pools for that, 2 of them underway from the far side. So now underway the second semi-final. You can see athletes in the stadium just trying to work out which uni that might be. Some red vests there, potentially Cardiff or Birmingham. Right, Jason Heyman of Sheffield, Sam Hopkins of Birmingham. Lots of representation, 4 athletes obviously allowed outdoors, where it's a maximum of 2 per uni indoors. Really obviously benefiting Loughborough. I think Birmingham often think that they do have more of a chance when it's limited to just the 2 athletes. And yeah, on occasion have run Loughborough close, but those in African Violet generally dominant, as we know. Harry Harvey of Cardiff met Evan Savage of Man Met. Obviously we've seen his twin brother in the 800. Richie Gardner of Cardiff, then Zach Dunn, as mentioned, came through very strongly. in his heats. Someone who ran at the European Under-20s. Quite a lot who were on that team last year involved. And don't forget, athletes may be teammates, but also some may know each other from other competitions like running for GB together. Archie Parkinson, well, he got that silver medal behind Ryan Martin, who isn't here this weekend, the Stirling athlete. It was a really good battle between the two of them, and Parkinson just had to concede. He'd really given it his best on that final lap. Martin had the pace coming through, and yeah, he'd had a rise through the competition himself, of course. Had Ryan Martin making it to the European Under-23s last year, and don't forget that such trajectories like that can lead you to big competitions. There's a World Under-20 Championships coming up in Eugene later this year. Obviously, plenty of these athletes are too old for that now, but there's still some of those juniors who may be in contention for that. So let's have a look. Parkinson, the sharp end of this race, inside the final couple of laps here. 3 3/4 to start with. Very impressed by Dan Galloway in that opening semi-final. Richie Gardiner now at the front of this race. Archie Parkinson just in behind. So, third attempt. Owen Hurd in the pole vault, looking for a BUCS championship record now. What can he do at 5:37? Climbs high, and he makes it. Oh, what a result there for Owen Hurd. He now has the BUCS indoor and outdoor bests. Absolutely thrilling stuff there. 5:43 indoors, obviously higher. I wonder whether he'll keep going or whether that's it for today. But you can see just having a laugh, enjoying it out there, chatting to the officials, taking his time between vaults, and he's done it. He has the record, beating Charlie Myers, the athlete who's 5th on the GB all-time list. Fantastic stuff. We must go back to this race now, of course. Inside the closing stage of this semi-final, you can see Parkinson is there in third, ahead of Gardner. But it's the two Loughborough men, it looks like, out front. That's done on the inside. Jason Heyman is also there. Sam Hopkins was looking round to see who might be coming through. He's trying to make sure he's in the top 6 and doesn't want to work too hard. Hopkins with his specs on, his sunglasses. That's Jason Heyman in front of him, and Dunn is fighting here. He's a bit lucky, he's Zach Dunn, that it's comfortable. Mill Ingram and Parkinson are going to lead them through from Heyman, from Gardner, then Hopkins and Dunn. Great stuff, and that's track and field at its best. A great moment in the field, and back to a nice, exciting finish to that race. But you did feel like they were dress rehearsals for the final. So Archie Parkinson, another who will want that BUCS gold medal, no doubt about it. 2 times a medalist. Silver 2023 indoors behind Fisher, and silver 2026 indoors behind Martin. Big chance for the 22-year-old, but really tough competition. Don't forget Rowan Mill Ingram, also twice a BUCS medalist and also twice a silver medalist. So 1500 semi-finals concluded. Relay heats still to come. Looks like Owen Hurd is going up to 5:47 next. So would be an outright BUCS best performance.
To extend that BUCS record a little bit further. He's got, I think, 6 minutes on the clock, so it'll be a few minutes before he takes his attempt, but it will be at 5 metres 47.
Let's have another look at this BUCS record for Owen Hurd. Climbing up high and well over that bar. Got it right at the third attempt. Always the mark of a brilliant athlete. Able to correct what they did wrong. And we knew that it was well within his reach. Well, nice to see the sportsmanship, the handshakes for the officials. And saying that he will continue now to climb higher up to 5 metres 47. So he'll be taking that in a few minutes' time. But for now, looking super relaxed out there.
7 metres 20.
Now, pole vaulting has come on leaps and bounds over the last few years. Mondo Duplantis, of course, one of the most recognisable names in the sport these days. And yeah, there were times where you never would have expected that outside, let's say, the sprints, the 100 metres, typically thought of as the blue ribbon events. But people really appreciating what Duplantis is doing, breaking the record time and again, now 26 years of age, and to have 2 Olympic titles, 3 world titles already by that point. And also to have broken the record, you know, more than 10 times, and just been what he's always wanted to be, the guy for pole vault, with a 6 metre 31 world record earlier this year, but consistently setting new records, 1 centimetre higher each time, and having the motivation to keep doing that as well, doing it all around the world, and having the expectation that he'll set a record every time he competes, and doing it multiple times a year. And yeah, Owen Hurd just trying to see where his ceiling is and get up maybe closer to 580 if he can one day. Not necessarily today. Just make the major championship teams as well. Parkinson, Mill Ingram, Heyman, Gardner, Hopkins and Dunn. All through to the 1500 metre final taking place tomorrow. So that will be at 4 o'clock expected. Full results available on roster, including the timetable.
So we've also had an exciting competition in the women's hammer A final just behind the stadium, and it is a very similar result to last year in that we have gold and silver medalists again on the podium as gold and silver medalists this year as well, with Katie Head of Loughborough and the season's best row of 59 metres 86. In second place, Amelia Fettis of Loughborough with a season's best row of 59 metres 57, and Lucy Marshall will take up third spot of Portsmouth with a season's best of 54 metres 39.
So, Owen Hurd will have his first attempt soon at one more achievement today, a BUCS outright record. Probably not something that people think about that often, but I think the main thing really is to get your name on the championship record list, and you have to do that either outdoors or in. But generally, best pole vault performances are set indoors. But such a complex event to master, and that so few people would put their hands up for, really, but often people with great gymnastic ability and confidence are best at it. So setting the championship record, and now, yes, looking to add 10 centimetres to it. Owen Hurd. Again, a height that he's gone above plenty of times here. Sprints on the runway, plants the pole up high, and he certainly, again, had the height there. Better than some of his attempts at 5:37. So has gone higher than 5:47 all of the last 3 seasons. We also have men's long jump qualifying as well today. Looks like we're in the second round here. I'll tell you that in Group A, Archie Yeo of Loughborough, someone else who's represented Great Britain internationally indoors, 7:16. Wojtek Berger, who was a bronze medalist in the 100 metres yesterday. Terrific performance from him, along with a new personal best, 10:6. 7:15, showing us a long jump PB. Yeah, it's outside the medals indoors, but I wonder whether he could get on a podium both the track and the field. Plenty have done that in the past. We'll read 7:08 as well, so the top 3 there in the first group, so that's all concluded. 7:20 automatically, no one was over that. And then in the second group, we're in the second round here, and Ben Parker, silver medalist from indoors, heading this list, 6:90 in the second round. Oriada Pegba representing Birmingham, 6:81, and Wilf Lavalette, 6:35 of Warwick. And then in the third group, 6:98 for Achuko Edward of UCL, Han Lin Feng of Oxford, and Sammy Locke, the indoor champion, 6:54. So it was amazing competition in that final indoors. And Benjamin Parker overtaking his teammate Locke. And then with the final jump, Locke had the last laugh and threw away the key to take gold in the final. It was a fantastic conclusion, not least because Amy Ware had taken gold in the last round of the women's competition as well. So really excited for those jumps finals, particularly as we often say, yes, on the final day's action tomorrow, it's the triple jump finals, and we're able to just concentrate on those and appreciate those for what they are, because obviously, particularly some events out of stadium, unfortunately, this weekend, including hammer and discus. But I can tell you the result of the women's hammer. Katie Head taking gold for Loughborough, very experienced athlete Katie Head. 59.86 from Amelia Bettis, her teammate, 59.57, and then Lucy Marshall of Portsmouth 54-39. Okay, to Owen Hurd. 5:47. Well, 5:45 was his personal best. That year he made the Commonwealth Games team. Since then, 2024, 5:60, then 5:65 last year, 5:71 in March. So Hurd, second attempt here, and oh, the bar rattled. I wondered if it would stay on. That was close. But just maybe he'll have another chance to correct everything he's got wrong and get over at the last time of asking.
That was a very quiet first and second attempt by Owen. I think he needs a bit of support with his third attempt. I think it's worth saying that Owen actually wouldn't be faulty as he is in attempting these championship record heights. If you've seen that pole vault bed yesterday, it is only thanks to the BUCS staff going to Cardiff Met on 4 trips late yesterday. That means that the men's pole vault competition could be properly held. I think we need to extend our thanks to Maddie Cannell and the team for going and putting that effort in. Please, yes, give it up for Maddie Cannell and the BUCS team.
the medal ceremony for the women's hammer throw. Medals presented by competition director Ian Holt. The bronze medalist.
Another Loughborough double podium coming the way in the women's hammer throw. Katie Head, 59.86. Leading the way, capable of close to 70 metres is Katie Head. Amelia Fettis of Loughborough, her teammate, 59.57. Lucy Marshall there for Portsmouth taking the bronze. So another bronze for Portsmouth.
And the gold medalist for the Ventures, 59.86 from Loughborough.
54.39 for Marshall.
Champion, Katie Head.
And Katie Head, one of the UK's best hammer throwers over the past few years, getting the gold there.
Team captain. Back team captain to see man panel in registration.
Well, Owen Hearn on the runway again. Third attempt at 5:47. He's got the BUCS title this year. He's got the championship record at 5:37. He asked for your support to help him over at 5 metres 47 to extend that record. It's Owen Hearn of Loughborough. Third attempt at 5:47.
Owen Heard, third attempt at 5:47. Surely can do it. He's done it. So a BUCS outright record, adding 10 centimetres to the championship record he set just a moment ago, and beating the indoor best that he'd previously set himself. The athlete who was 5th at the Commonwealth Games and 5th as well on the GB all-time list, 571 this year. Will he go even higher? But he does so well 2 times now to correct all of his mistakes and get it just right. So much that you've got to do in the space of a few seconds, such confidence that you've got to have in your ability. And indeed, you know, there's still 24 centimetres between that and his personal best set in Loughborough in March on home turf. And yeah, tricky when you are the centre of attention. It's just the eyes on you, but seemingly enjoying the camera being there, waving to everyone at home. And yeah, Kate Rooney doing well, coaching all of the Loughborough pole vaulters. As I say, an experienced GB international herself. A great person to learn off. Obviously, formerly Kate Dennison during much of her competition career. Won a bronze medal in the Commonwealth Games in Delhi, I remember, in 2010, and obviously competing in the Olympics as well in Beijing. And winning the British title on several occasions before this era, where Holly Bradshaw and latterly Molly Caudry have been so strong.
Well, Owen Heard wants to go even higher again. The bar up to 5 metres 60 now. He'll have 3 attempts at that height.
So I've just heard Owen Heard will now go up to 5 metres and 60. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that. So what remains today on the track is all relay heats from here on in. Just the 3 heats for the women, it looks like, and 3 for the men as well. So yeah, a little bit fewer than we have seen in recent years. Of course, this is the same weekend as the World Relay Championships in Botswana, where Britain's best have been competing, but many of those names very familiar to BUCS, including some fantastic performances from Emily Newnham. We've seen the winner of BUCS indoor and outdoor titles, Alex Haydock-Wilson, of course. And even Lavia Nilsson as well, going back a little bit further. So we've got Newcastle in lane 2, lane 1 not being used here. Exeter in 3, Sheffield Hallam in 4. Of course, won 2 men's indoor relay titles over the last few years. We'll see how the women's team does here. Bath in 5. Bath, who tended to be stronger in the 4x4s because they've got decent middle distance groups. And Nottingham in 6, Leeds in 7, and Cambridge in 8. The most important thing is to get the baton round. The second thing is to watch out for any lane infringements. And then as well, you have to remember that it's just the first 8 based on time across all of these 3 heats. So it is possible that nobody could qualify from one particular heat. Just looking out for some of the names involved. We've got the relay pools declared with up to 6-7 athletes for some. You can see that Neka Oko, who was in the 400 semi-finals a little earlier, appears to be in this 4x100 relay on the final leg for Bath, potentially. Yes, a few athletes that we've seen earlier, but plenty saved for the final if they can make it. So there aren't the massive sprinting household names in terms of universities, but how can they come together as a team? Let's see. Newcastle, Exeter, Sheffield, Hallam, Bath, Nottingham, Leeds and Cambridge. Yeah, good getaway there from Leeds from lane 7, I thought, but Nottingham athlete on this first leg now making up some ground. Onto these first changeovers here. Looks solid all the way through, but you can see how Nottingham have really motored down this back straight, and Bath and Sheffield Hallam also making up ground there. Nice changeover from Sheffield Hallam. And Nottingham, oh, Nottingham, a little bit clumsy just there. The adrenaline, having led earlier on, you feel that's a real shame. Let's see now, Sheffield Hallam from Bath, close to the outside of the lane on the bend, no trouble with that. Sheffield Hallam against Bath. This position could still be important to qualify for this final. It's still very close on the line. Looks like Bath just get there. 48.73. Yes, the announcer says they're all about the times. Bath and Hallam putting themselves in a good position to try and qualify for the final of the women's 4x100 metres.
Not to be, but he will go home with a BUCS gold medal and a new championship record of 5 metres 47.
So there you go, 48.82. Owen Hurd, by the way, I understand that he's calling it a day now at 5.60. So 5.47 will be the championship record for others to try and beat in the future. Possibly, including himself next year. So we've got 2 more of these women's 4x100 metre heats here, and someone who knows a thing or two about sprinting is Lucy Fraser. A fantastic gold medal yesterday in the 100 metres. I mean, you must be so happy with that. I know you are, I saw the pictures of you celebrating. It just looked like wonderful scenes.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting it at all, just sort of took it as it came. Even when I crossed the line, I thought I'd done it, but I wasn't even 100% that it was me, because I saw the other girl was celebrating and I was like, oh no, did I not do it, but yeah, definitely.
It's so rare that you hear an athlete say that, actually, that they weren't quite expecting it. But it was so close, and yeah, we could see you weren't quite sure, and you're waiting for the time. But yeah, a brilliant moment. I mean, I assume, you've spoken to maybe family or coach. I don't know who's here with you or who's back at home in Scotland that you shared the news with them or gave them a ring. What was it like, just sharing that?
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. I was saying, was replying to my fans on Instagram, just a joke. But no, really, really supportive community. A lot of my friends are here, my family's down here. Coach back at home, but keeping on in touch on messages.
Oh, that's awesome. And you're not involved in these relays, so you can just enjoy watching these couple of heats here. But you are involved in the 200 metres, so it's a busy weekend for you still.
Yeah, definitely a very busy weekend. Still got the best to come, shall we say? My favourite event. So.
Yes, well, I did wonder that, but you're happy to double up, even though it means a lot of races.
Yeah, definitely. I used to it a lot in Scotland, as Bria mentioned before. We were in before that we have a lot of events about doing them all in one day. So this is actually quite nice, a little bit slower pace.
Yeah, it's good practice, I suppose, for future championships, maybe internationally, where you do have to get through 3 tough rounds, actually, just to get your body used to it, get yourself used to it mentally. Because there aren't too many championships that have 3 rounds that are competitive like this, and that have maybe some long waiting times as well with all of the heats, and you don't know which heat you're going to be in, so there's a lot to get used to.
Yeah, there definitely is, but it's nice to know that your body's healthy and able to do that.
And also, you're shining a light for the Scottish teams as well. I think they kind of support each other. Certainly, Angelica Operinde of Stirling, who's a great supporter of Scottish student sport, she's always said, yeah, we support each other, the Scottish teams. We like to see Scottish victories. It's not like it's a huge rivalry. It's like a healthy one, but we like to see Scottish success generally. Yeah,
there's obviously only, I'd say, a lot less of a competitive aspect. We do all support each other. We'll stay to watch everyone.
Which is awesome, yeah. So... there was some good successes indoors for the Scots. Bradley Francis was one of those in the 400 metres, and you yourself, you got a silver medal, I think it was, indoors, wasn't it? And that was a great race. So what have you learned so far from your time at BUCS, including the indoors and outdoors? What's it been like?
Yeah, it's just getting that experience. The first couple of times I came, I really struggled a lot with confidence, and I didn't perform the way I wanted to. But, it's good just sort of getting more comfortable with these quality races.
Awesome. So I'm going to watch this second heat, and it involves Sheffield, Manchester, Birmingham, Surrey, Edge Hill, Leeds, Beckett and Cardiff. Also ongoing at the same time, as you can see, long jump qualification, 7:20 needed automatically. All groups underway now, so it looks like at this time 6:39 would get you into the final. The wind picks up a little bit here in the stadium. So the 3 heats here, just having a look. I'm not sure there's any Scottish representation actually in these heats. We'll have to have a look at the men's in a moment. Maybe we'll just have to support the most northern team, the team most closest to the Scottish border. So Sheffield, Manchester, Birmingham, Surrey, Edge Hill, Leeds, Beckett and Cardiff. Well, looks like no Edge Hill, in fact. Made the final last year. Of course, Sheffield often a well-drilled relay teams, and their athlete making up ground and passing Manchester on the inside. Have a look at these first changeovers. Birmingham, of course, the champions last year. Maddie Waffles coming through for victory for them. And fighting there with Brunel and Strathclyde in that particular final. Let's have a look. Leeds Beckett handing over closely there. So let's see who'll be leading down the home straight. Still going very on the outside is Cardiff here. So Cardiff doing fantastically well. from Birmingham, from Leeds Beckett and Sheffield with Kat Reynolds. Brilliant victory there for Cardiff, 47-40. Lucy Fraser of Glasgow is with me here, who won the 100 metres yesterday. What's your relay experience like? I think you've been involved in relays for Scotland.
Yeah, I've been involved in a couple of relays for Scotland now, but that's really only my only experience. Done a couple of 4x4s for the uni, did the 4x4 here last year. That was a great ball, it's a really good environment.
Yeah, and I suppose that there's not a huge amount of opportunities to actually run relays, but you have a group of young Scottish sprinters in particular who are all kind of emerging at the same time, aren't you? I know there's a group who did the Commonwealth Games in 2022, and there's a few of you emerging now, like Sophie Thomas, who had a quick 200 metre time indoors, and there's Alicia Rees, who's obviously getting back to fitness now after injury. So there's quite a big group of you all trying to be Scotland's best. It must be quite exciting between you competing.
Yeah, it's a very, very exciting time to be part of Scottish sprinting for sure. I think people don't really realise, I think at one point indoors, the top 5 200 metre females were all Scottish, so yeah, it's a really exciting time.
Yeah, I'm sure Scottish Athletics would have been very excited about that. Always doing very well, Scottish Athletics social media pages, to celebrate everything that's going on in the sport particularly, and just having a look at that result there. So Owen Hurd, Angus Bowling, Jonica Blake, led by Hurd, 5:47 championship record. The result there from that heat, Cardiff 47:39, which I think is the fastest time that we've seen so far. It's a really interesting one, yeah, because these heats is not about trying to get first or second automatic places. It's all about the time. So it's a bit of a weird one where you could have nobody qualifying for a heat, isn't it? But yeah, Cardiff have been fast so far, and on the outside as well. I was quite impressed with that.
Yes, it looks really difficult, you know, you have to run it blind, like completely blind even.
Talking of supporting the Scots, Aberdeen got a medal indoors, of course, and there was a nice little Scottish athletics sort of mini documentary thing about a lot of them being medics. What do you study?
I did Scots law with Spanish language, and I've just finished my diploma in professional legal practice.
Oh, nice. So what year are you in then?
I'm in my last year. This is my last
Oh,
box,
right,
yeah.
okay, right. Your last
well, hopefully my last box. I don't hope to be in education ever again.
That's fascinating, because a lot of people are like, oh, they're sort of crying about it, and they want, maybe I'll do a master's, maybe I'll do a PhD. But no, I think many people will also have your point of view. But therefore, your last bucks and your best one, yeah. I mean, what a way to go out. Regardless of what happens, tomorrow, it's a great way to go out.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't think of a better way.
So what have you found it like balancing with your diploma then?
I've actually also always worked alongside as well. Yeah, it was pretty difficult. I did a year abroad in Madrid as well, which I loved as well. But yeah, no, I think it gives you a good break. Yeah, just mentally I think it's really important to continue training and competing and things.
What industry have you worked in?
So I actually work as an admin assistant in law at the moment, in family law.
Oh wow, awesome. Yeah, I'm sure that also requires a lot of commitment. So we'll get ready for this third and final heat. I can see that Nottingham have been DQ'd. It did look like that there was an issue with the changeover though, so I'm not too surprised by that. Liverpool, Swansea, Loughborough, Cardiff met Durham and Southampton. So to see Loughborough and Cardiff met both in the same heat makes it a particularly strong one. And Cardiff met and Loughborough both had lots of international quality in their teams over the years, including Winter Olympian Mika Moore and Summer Olympian Charlotte Wingfield, winning titles for them. And Loughborough, again, I'm sure they have athletes they can save for the final. Millie King, of course, the 200 metre champion. And their 4x4 team is so stacked that they might be able to bring someone down to this 4x1. And let's have a look here. Loughborough looking very strong. A little bit laboured on that changeover, though. So it's the two teams you expected really to be at the front of this one, but just have to get the baton round cleanly and hope that there's no issues there. So Loughborough strongest here, but yeah, Cardiff and Birmingham, and then Leeds, Beckett, Bath, Sheffield, Hallet at the moment, some of the faster teams. And cheered on here. Loughborough from Cardiff met from Swansea. And then these positions behind could still matter. 46.53. There you go. That's a time that is 0.8 of a second faster than anyone else. And also, I'm sure they have athletes to come in. So that will really fill the team with confidence, I'm sure. So the men's 4x1 heats as well to come up. You happy to say for the men's sprint heats as well? The relay heats,
definitely.
yeah. Ah, here we go. We've got some Scottish representation here with Aberdeen in this first heat. So, yeah, well, that's ominous, really, when Loughborough are 0.8 of a second faster than anyone else, and I'm sure they always have great depth to bring people in. They've just got to get the baton round, though. Famous last words, isn't it? And so just tell me about the travel down from Scotland then, because obviously Cardiff is quite a way.
Yeah, well, I'm really grateful my dad drove the whole way here, 8-hour drive. But a lot of people, I think, find it easier to take the plane to Bristol and then the train across.
Okay.
I've heard that's a popular route, but I think it's quite expensive. We were trying to watch as well. The fuel prices on the motorway on the way down were not great. But yeah, no, pretty relaxing for me. I just chatted the whole way.
Yeah, well, that's good for you. Yeah, shout out to your dad there for the drive. And you're not the first, not certainly Scottish or otherwise, athlete to be very thankful, and maybe like your dad can have a sort of share of your success as a result. He can find some way of getting rewarded for all of that. Maybe like parents can like enter like a lottery or something like that, and BUCS can give them some sort of prizes. I don't know, because has your family got kind of sporting heritage of any kind, or are you the kind of first generation?
Not really at all. Like my sister was big into gymnastics when she was younger, but other than that, not really. But my parents are just so happy to be here. My dad, he gets really emotional. He's always supported me. My dad actually coaches sprints as well. He coached me when I was a bit younger, but obviously I've moved on since then. But he just absolutely loves it. That's
fantastic to hear. So you are kind of more a first generation sprinter, if you like, which is great to see. And so gymnastics, you said your sister did.
Yeah, my sister did gymnastics, but then she got problems with like shoulder injuries and knees and things, and did cheer for a little bit, but yeah, just recreational sports now.
Yeah, I mean, but you do hear of many people who had talent or who had interest in the sport of one stage, and injuries. Yeah, it means that we don't get to see the full fruition. I'm sure you know people like that, and you've trained with people like that too. It just happens sometimes in sport.
Yeah, she also did do athletics for a bit as well. She says that her claim to fame is that she's bet me twice. I had a bit of a dip around my first year of uni, and she bet me in a 200. So yeah, not my proudest moment.
That's brilliant. Well, did she ever compete for BUCS at any level at all, or no in any sport? No. Yeah, we've seen siblings here, of course. The Oko brother and sister. They've had 3 of them actually come through BUCS, and I think there are some twins involved as well, because same surname. I'm never quite sure of absolutely every person. There's like 800 people here, but there's
I'm
2.
Sure Millie's a twin.
Who is it? Twin?
Millie King. I'm sure she's a twin.
Potentially.
But I'm not sure if it's her twin that's here or her sister. I'm not sure.
There are 2 Purcells in the middle distance.
Oh,
I think.
yeah, they're identical twins. Yeah.
They must be. And also, anyone, because of the age groups, people are likely to be twins, if you know what I mean, because there's only going to be a few years difference between people. The 2 Purcells for Robert Gordon, I've seen there. And I think in the same event there were also 2 Birminghams with the same, also in the 1500 metres, 2 sisters there for Birmingham as well, which are probably twins. And actually, I was at the European Under-23 Championships last year, and there were just loads of twins, crazy amount of twins.
I think they do say there is some genetic thing there to do with twins. Yeah, it's quite interesting.
There probably is, but I just wondered whether there was something like someone had decided, do you know what? If we just get all the twins in, we can win more medals. So everyone, try and find a way to have twins.
Connection.
Yeah, I don't know. And then we can just have twice the athletes performing well. It was just absolutely mental. But also maybe at a young age, if you have 2 people that are very competitive and very similar to each other, that might actually help them at that age group level. I don't know. So are you still under 23? I imagine.
I'm not.
Okay, right. So you're a senior. Yeah. So I'm not saying you're old, obviously, but absolutely no way. But I suppose for you then, you want to try and continue as a senior to progress, which is, everyone says it's easier said than done, isn't it? But you're clearly having a great season now. What do you think? There's anything that's led to this improvement for you that's made a difference?
I'm not sure. I think it's sort of accumulation of everything across quite a long period of time. Definitely my coach. I changed coach when I came home. Chris Bailey's my coach. Yeah, that definitely my confidence improving, I think, and just basically fitness at the same time as well.
Yeah, because you often wonder when an athlete has a big improvement, is it sometimes it's they're just training harder than ever before, or they've had a sort of a clean spell without an injury that they've had before, or sometimes at times with their education. Obviously, yeah, for someone like you who's also working and studying hard as well, that's not necessarily been an issue, or have things been tricky to balance at some times?
Yeah, stress was definitely quite a big factor when I've come to BUCS before, because Scottish exams are around the same time as BUCS, so it doesn't fit in very well. But this year I had continuous assessment, so I actually finished a few weeks ago, so it was nice to come into this with no academic stress.
Well, it is hard, yeah. I mean, I saw there are some people out there with laptops and a book, like on a stadium seat as well, just trying to sort of balance. At Bedford, where BUCS used to be, there's a sort of cafe, and it became like a study room for athletes, just because that is the time of year. So
yeah, one of my friends, she was in the 100 hurdles heat this morning, and then she's in the 4x4, and she was in a past paper in between, you know.
Oh wow, yeah. Well, I suppose if it's a timed paper, yeah, then you maybe have the time. Oh, that is quite something. I think if you can be that productive, then you have to give yourself a pat on the back.
Yeah, definitely.
Really?
I would not do that. I'd bring the laptop and it would never come out.
So yeah, just a few moments before these men's 4x1 heats. Lucy Fraser with me here on commentary. It was very, very close, that race yesterday. In fact, I think of the men's 100 and the women's 100, there were just 200ths of a second between the top two athletes. Jess Mantle it was who got the silver there for Cardiff Met. One of the athletes newer to competition, 19 years of age, and a fresher. And well, there have been some great athletes that come through the 100 metres though at BUCS. Alison Bell, someone who you'll know, and just trying to think now, yeah, Aaliyah Sibbons and Joy Eze. So these are a lot of people who've gone on to GB representation. But also, yeah, so you've added your name to quite a really healthy list of talented names there, which is quite nice.
Yeah, it's really nice to be associated with people like that.
I suppose one thing that you might have in mind, I'll let you take a drink of water in the meantime, as it's been a busy couple of days, obviously the 200 metres earlier, and also now getting to do lots of talking, which you probably just want to relax and just enjoy. But no, very grateful that you come up here. I was going to say, yes, the Commonwealth Games might be something that you've got an eye on, because I believe Scotland women's 4x1 team had the standard quite early on for the women's 4x1. So yes, a team that you may have your eye on getting into.
Yeah, we met the standard in Geneva last year. Just looking to improve that mark, obviously, this year. You know, I'm grateful to be in the mix at the moment, just hoping that I can maintain that position, and then we go again to try cement our spot, because at the end of the day, they really might not even get selected. You know, there is a limited number of spots there, unfortunately.
Absolutely. I think it helps, though, that the team that competed 4 years ago obviously did do well, and the 4x4 team got a medal as well, so I think it probably did help show that there was a good reason for showing that selecting the relay team does kind of pay off. Do you remember watching that Commonwealth Games then in 2022 at all?
I actually don't particularly. Watching the girls, I do remember their Diamond League performance, so that was sort of like a breakthrough for them. And you know, on paper they weren't the fastest team they could have had at the time, which is interesting, but they obviously had such a good chemistry and it worked really well for them. Yeah,
absolutely. And just generally, it is a chance, it's the biggest chance to compete for Scotland on an international stage, for anyone. So, forget who makes the team, but just regardless, it's the same for Wales as well. I can't not mention that when we are in Wales, but the fact that the Commonwealth Games is taking place in Scotland, giving people a chance that had it not happened, there just wouldn't be that. I know there's the Loughborough International, but just it is the kind of the pinnacle to have that Scottish Fest, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely would be the proudest moment of my life if I managed to make it.
So we're just waiting for these men to come out for the 4x100 metre heats in a few moments' time. So the first heat will have Oxford, Brooks, Warwick, Aberdeen, St Mary's, Edge Hill, Nottingham and Kent. And 2 more heats after that. University of the West of England, Leicester, Royal Holloway, Manchester, Southampton, Birmingham, Leeds and Cardiff met. The third heat with Swansea, Portsmouth, Bristol, Sheffield, Cardiff, Liverpool and Leeds Beckett. Can also just wrap up and go through who has made it through to the women's final as well, just looking at the summary page, which you can do on Roster Athletics website app as well. So it looks to me no further disqualifications, certainly for the time being, which is a good sign. Loughborough fastest 46.52, Cardiff met 47.29, Cardiff 47.39, so great to see. Swansea as well, 3 Welsh teams making it 47.92, Birmingham 47.95, Leeds Beckett 48.27, Bath 48.72 and Sheffield Hallam 48.82. That's cool to see 3 Welsh teams. We need to try and get BUCS to Scotland next. That'll be the challenge. See if obviously you're hoping to graduate, of course, but it's been to Wales. Why not Scotland next, eh?
I think Scotland for indoors would be a good one. Then it's obviously a great venue, but again, I'm not sure whether it would ever happen. You know, given people in the Central Belt even complain about having to travel up to Aberdeen to compete. I don't think people are going to want to come to Glasgow, but you know, obviously, once the Commonwealth's been there, it might set a legacy, and then obviously people might be more inclined. For sure, yes. I mean that's a track that's been very kind to you. You've enjoyed a lot of success, haven't you? There. I mean, just generally, you had 60 metre, 200 and 400 metre PBs across the indoor season, and at least some of those races were in Glasgow, I think. So certainly a track you enjoy. Yeah, I think most of them were in Glasgow, just because that's where I mainly competed. Yeah, I love the Emirates. It's a really good track. Yeah, a track that obviously has hosted some of the top events, European Indoors and World Indoor Championships, so clearly one of the best in the world. And there aren't many indoor venues as well, so that's brilliant to see. So, I think there's a few minutes break before the men come out. And the 4x4s obviously following that. You've done the 4x4, you said, as well, so how are you persuaded to do that, given that you typically do 1s and 2s? So we did it at Scottish Uni. I did both relays at Scottish Unis last year, a little bit keen. You do see people do that. And we broke our record. We were under 4 minutes, so we thought, do you know, we really need to give this a good go at BUCS. Went for it. We came 4th in the end. You know, any other year we would have been top 3, but it was an incredible experience nonetheless. Yeah, brilliant. So you did both 4x1 and 4x4 at Scottish Unis? Scottish Unis. Yeah. Well, how did you manage that? Just everyone really mucks in and just does their bit to try and get points. You know, Glasgow Uni has won it almost every year. We lost by 1 point to Aberdeen the other week. That was dramatic, wasn't it? I mean, Aberdeen was certainly very happy, if you don't mind me saying. Of course. Yeah, but they were on home soil, weren't they? Exactly. Yeah. That was special, for their team. It was probably about time that it got passed to someone else. Yeah, as I've heard, Glasgow typically, right on top there. And so anyone else in your team that we should be watching out for across this weekend, or who else is with you here? On the Scottish field generally, obviously Bradley and Ben, watch them. That'll be a good showdown. They're really competitive. Yeah, Ben Heron of Strathclyde. Yeah, I train with Ben, so definitely one to watch. And then the 4x4, the women's 4x4 is going to come on as well. They'll be brilliant, I'm sure. For which? For Glasgow Uni. For Glasgow, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Strathclyde have had some relay success as well, particularly on the women's side. They won with Kelsey Stewart, I think it was Rachel Callan, Erin Campbell as well. All very experienced athletes at this particular level. And it was very, very close, and there was some disqualification and reinstatement. So that was very dramatic. It was like people were arguing for like an hour afterwards. Who's actually got these medals? Like, people want to go home now. Yeah, it was great for a Scottish team to be able to do that as well, because I'd say our 4x1s typically probably aren't as strong. But then again, Aberdeen won by a country mile at Scottish Unis as well, so it's a shame that they don't have a team in today, nor Strathclyde as well. Did you find then, being maybe less experienced in relays than some others, that you had to actually
just think about some of the the exact technicals of the changeover points, particularly in the 4x4. People just think, oh, it's so straightforward, but are sometimes caught out positionally, where you're arranged. We have seen people disqualified sometimes because they're not in the right position and things like that. Lane infringements as well is something to watch out for. Did you have to think careful or be instructed by a coach just about some of the basics?
No, unfortunately, I've never stepped over the line by accident. That's one of the big ones. But no, I think I'm quite an anxious person, so I would typically not get that wrong.
Yeah, we saw it a few times indoors, in fact. Yeah, a few lane infringements. I think in some cases at this competition they do actually carry over. So if someone got a lane infringement warning, it would still be the case. It would still be on their card for the final, which is quite unusual. I think
that is really interesting.
It's definitely something to watch out for.
Especially when the team could be very different as well.
Yeah. It's something that same year Strathclyde one, I think Sheffield Hallam were disqualified on home soil because they did carry through the lane infringement warning, and it could be any member of their team. So I wonder how this one will go. It's just impossible to predict. As you said, the competition of the team, who knows how strong some of these are, also year to year.
Yeah, definitely rooting for Aberdeen here though.
Yes, I was just wondering who might be on their team and who I've seen through the weekend. Yeah, hard to say really on the spot. St Mary's did get a bronze medal indoors, which is impressive because they're not typically thought of as a strong sprints uni, but I think there's been a bit of a change there because historically they were very good in the middle distance. It looks like Edge Hill do start, which is good because they did have a DNS in the women's race just before. These relays are quite often where someone who's like a team captain or something like that, who didn't make it from an individual point of view, is able to muck in, as Lucy said a moment ago, and get their run out. It's a reward in some ways for their captain's commitments throughout. What's the sort of size of your Glasgow team then here?
Here, I think there's maybe about 15 of us. There's not very many at all. We used to field much bigger teams, but they've put a standard on it. So
okay. It's interesting that, yes. Well, I mean, we did have so many heats of the sprints, so it's a tricky one. You want to see as much participation as possible, but you don't want 20 heats of something. I mean, well, some people might.
Yeah, I think the cost of fielding a team and bringing them all here as well, unfortunately.
Absolutely, is very good point you make. So let's see how they go then. 3 heats: Oxford Brookes, Warwick, Aberdeen, St Mary's, Edge Hill and Nottingham and Kent. Just having a look to see if all teams are there. Looks to be the case. Be very interested to see what St Mary's can do. I mean, big PB certainly in the 400 metres for Liam Roberts in the heat and the semi-final. And some good performances in some of the shorter sprints as well for them. So I think St Mary's could do well here, and Lucy rooting for Aberdeen. Let's see. Yeah, so 7 teams involved and all going for times across these heats. St Mary's very strong on this opening leg. Let's have a look at these changeovers. A tiny bit laboured, but still looking strong. You can see that's Nottingham motoring down the back straight here. Edge Hill also well involved. So too Aberdeen now, as the stagger unwinds. Can actually be Aberdeen leading this one from St Mary's. Still no guarantee of qualification. Oh, Aberdeen had to check back there. That was a little bit messy. So St Mary's from Aberdeen. This could still be important positionally to qualify. Aberdeen do get it first across the line. 41.60. Oh, well, that was a bit of a nervous changeover there. Yeah, I don't know if you got a better view of it than me, but it looked like it was close on that yellow line.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see.
Hope that's safe.
Well, 41.60, the winning time has been rounded down to 41.59, Aberdeen.
41.59 for Aberdeen. Yeah, but I'm sure they'll be full of confidence following that Scottish University's win. And Scottish Unis was always like a big sort of, big preparation for the Scottish team. It's kind of unique in that way, in that you have that preparation for it to kind of think about how the team might look for BUCS.
Yeah, it's nice to obviously open up before BUCS and get a few rounds in. You know, I appreciate for a lot of people this is their season opener, which
Exactly.
must be really difficult.
Yeah, I know indoors more and more teams have taken part in the Steel Cup, which happens just before, and there are a few similar events like that. But yeah, definitely a lot of people opening up. It's so early in the season, which is why it's very impressive for anyone setting PBs. I think you equalled your 100 PB.
Yeah, I actually set my PB here last year as well, which is really nice. Cardiff's a special track to me now.
Yeah, that's awesome, especially as it's quite a long way to come. So, but you do see that some people describe BUCS as kind of like their happy place, just because they've been able to make big breakthroughs here, whether it's maybe break 12 seconds for the first time or something like that, and then the next year they come back and they PB'd again, and for that reason they do a Masters. So, I know that's not necessarily going to be you, but
no, definitely not.
Well, someone like Angelica Operinde, you know, she's kind of stayed in the sport and stayed at BUCS as a staff member, which is kind of cool to see, because she's just doing other things, learning other things, and is staying well involved, which is nice that people don't completely disappear, or at least I'm sure you'll continue to watch or just see what the Scottish athletes are doing in future years. So, heat number 2. University of the West of England, Leicester, Royal Holloway, Manchester, Southampton, Birmingham, Leeds and Cardiff met. So a couple more of these 4x100 heats to come. Do you think there's anything that you'll miss about being a student at all?
Maybe being able to take afternoons off and things just whenever you want. Being able to get out in the sun when it is sunny, those rare moments in Scotland, won't have that same opportunity.
Well, that's probably why you enjoyed being out in Spain, as you said before, for a year.
Yeah, for a year abroad. But I didn't get the sun too much, it was mostly there for the winter. I wasn't there in the hottest months.
No way.
Because it was obviously September to June, missed out on that real heat, but it was nice to not be freezing.
Did you say Madrid there?
Yeah, Madrid.
What did you make of it?
Academically, it was really difficult, but that's actually where I kind of made my breakthrough in sprints. That's when I broke 12 for the first time, things like that. So.
Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah. Well, benefiting from competition opportunities out there, just because you're on your year abroad. Yeah, not really heard athletes talk about that very much, but I'm sure there'll be a few cases like that. I guess a lot of people don't do degrees that have a year abroad. Actually, thinking about it now. But was that one of the reasons that you maybe chose Madrid, or nothing to do with it?
Nothing really to do with it. I had a compulsory year abroad because I did Spanish as well.
Oh, right. So there's not many countries really there. Yeah. So it's probably going to be Spain.
Yeah. I would have liked to have gone to somewhere in South America, but because it's law, it's also regulated, so we only had a choice of 5 unis.
Yeah, still great to get that opportunity, though. And how did you find it competing in Spain? Was it a little bit harder? I mean, I know someone said, I think it was Lauren Williams, who said she went abroad for one race and she kind of hadn't thought, oh yes, of course, the announcements will be in French, and so there's that little bit of just getting used to that.
Yeah, well, I speak pretty fluent Spanish, so it was okay.
Of course.
But yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. I got to compete at Spanish championships and stuff, and even the Spanish universities, I know BUCS is obviously a really good level, but it's even, as it's even slightly higher, people bring you water bottles when you cross the line, things like that. It's really nice.
That's awesome, yeah. Yeah, not too surprising, I guess. So we do see some athletes coming from competing at other countries' university championships, and I'm sure that Spain, as a very established athletics nation, would have great opportunities. Was anything different particularly about competing in Spain?
Apart from the heat, I would say not too much. No, when I competed at Spanish Nationals though, because I was foreign, I had to wear a red bib, which was interesting.
Brilliant. Right, so athletes are ready to go for this second heat. Yeah, really hard to say with this one, but Birmingham and Cardiff met. You'd expect to be strong.
From Lane 1, we have the University of West of England. Then it's Leicester University. In Lane 3, Royal Holloway.
So University of the West of England, Leicester, Royal Holloway, Manchester, Southampton, Birmingham, Leeds and Cardiff Met.
In lane 8, Cardiff Met. Heat 2 of the men's
Birmingham have
4x100.
had their gold medal success across all of the relays at some point over the years. And Cam Bailey, one who's run both relays and had a 4x4 win a few years ago as well. Both the women's and the men's side. And Cardiff Met tend to be stronger in the women's sprints, but yeah, things can change depending on the generation that's available. So 2 more heats to come. Just having a look at the fastest time so far. Obviously Loughborough fastest qualifies the women. Obviously Aberdeen 41.59. I guess ideally you want to be in the top 2 or 3. Thankfully it stayed pretty dry today because the rain was coming down really hard. Was it dry by the time of your final? Was it dry weather by the time of your final yesterday? I think it was, pretty much.
It wasn't particularly dry. It was still drizzling a little bit, but warm up, it was really wet during the warm up. I was soaked by the time I was finished, although it did lighten up a little bit. I think I wouldn't have liked to have run in lane 1 though, that was for sure.
Yeah, good point. So 2 more of these heats to come. Watch out in particular for Birmingham in 6, Cardiff Met in 8. Really long hold for these athletes. Been out there a while. And now underway. Birmingham getting a great start there, I thought. And look at this opening leg. Terrific. Powering through the bend. Good change over there as well. But now going well on the back straight. Looked like Will Hawker of Cardiff Met. He's almost running along screaming for his team. He was disappointed not to be involved in the relay indoors, but he'll massively want this outdoors for Cardiff Met. Always contenders. Have to make it through though. So these 2 teams we expected. Cardiff Met in 8, Birmingham in 6. This could matter. Oh no, what's happened to Cardiff Met? Disaster with the baton on home soil. What frustration. So Birmingham from Leicester, it looks like, 41.87. I wonder if we can get a replay of that. Yeah, just expecting that to go swimmingly like clockwork.
Yeah, that was quite a devastation there, I'd say, but they seem to be in good enough spirits.
Yeah, Aberdeen still showing there for the time being, so we're just keeping our fingers crossed on that one from the first heat. Maybe we can get another look at this race here. Sorry, so let's have a look at this. This is on the back straight, of course. Will Hawker handing off there. So all looking good at this stage. So it's here we want to watch on the outside. So incoming runner coming in. I think he just doesn't get there.
Yeah, and unfortunately it doesn't stop before the line.
Yeah. Yeah, so focused on the takeoff and not the change, I'm afraid. I guess you get that rush of adrenaline when you see your teams leading the race. And some of these athletes, that we were saying, haven't had too much relay experience. So 1 more of these men's 4x1 heats to go. So what's the next sort of like, what's the evening look like for you then? Do you try and just sort of relax and not think too much?
Yeah, try to relax, get some rolling in, watch a little bit of TV.
Onyeka Oko, who was on earlier, he was saying that his TV's been broken in his student house. So they've actually managed to get their landlord to fix it, which is getting a landlord to fix something is really impressive. So, yeah, what sort of TV do you typically watch? Is it Netflix or?
Yeah, maybe I haven't really thought about it too much. We've been watching some, I'm not really sure what it's called, some comedy show where they have to not laugh or something like that. We were watching that yesterday.
Yeah, I've heard that.
A little bit weird, but still a good watch. Something lighthearted.
Absolutely. Swansea, Portsmouth, Bristol, Sheffield, Cardiff, Liverpool and Leeds Beckett in this final heat. Now you never know. Sometimes in the relays we see like a trial race where a team has a protest run and they have to try and run a time in order to make it through against the clock. We have seen something like that. There was one athlete running by themselves. I think might have been 400 meters yesterday, just to try and make it through. And it's a bit of
how difficult that would
it's
be.
a weird one, yeah, because you're just on yourself. You're just on your own in the race.
It really puts the running your own race to a new level.
Yeah. No, I mean, it happened at the Olympics a few years ago. I think it was in Rio. The American team had to try and make it through that way. All kinds of protests going in sometimes. And sometimes even the protest team that runs the time and then wins the race on the day. So the team's out there just practicing initially. Block start, and away we go. Obviously, teammates waiting anxiously around the lap. What leg have you typically been on then in 4x1?
In the Scottish setup, I normally take the first leg. I prefer that. I'd rather just do one changeover. Then there's less on me to go wrong. And, I just get it to Alison, and then hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, because I exactly feel the same. Just get your team off to a strong start. You're just trying to get involved, really. So Aberdeen, still fastest time, 41.59, 41.65 St Mary's. (41.87) Birmingham, 43.18 Kent, Nottingham, Edgehill, Leicester and Leeds in at the moment, but obviously that is going to change. Well, likely to. Are you aware of the viral roly-poly relay that happened last year at BUCS Indoors? Did you see that at all?
No, I don't think I did see that.
Okay, so I mean, it's like something like 200,000 people, I think, have watched it now. But yeah, Sheffield's 4x200 metre team.
Was it the men's relay? Actually?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I did see that. I didn't know that was
falling over, keeping the baton in hand. We've seen some crazy stuff though, particularly indoors, because there's just not enough space on the track.
The 4x2 is absolutely lethal.
Absolutely, yeah. And there was another athlete that there was two athletes standing there, and he just tried to shoulder barge his way through the gap. But it's just like, where are you going, mate? Where are you going? People running the wrong way on the track sometimes to turn round, pick up a baton, and do another U-turn.
Yeah, there was a girl at the Scottish relays who lost part of her tooth from falling over. So,
oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Emergency dentist on site. Anyone? So, getting off to a good start there. Portsmouth, in fact, making up ground on Bristol. Let's have a look at first changeovers. Going well on the outside here. Absolutely massive amounts of noise. Liverpool and Leeds Beckett on the outside. Leeds Beckett still going very well here. Cardiff hoping to fly the Welsh flag. Now we've lost Cardiff Met. Still on the very outside once again. Oh, Leeds Beckett, they've lost it. So Liverpool and Swansea here from Cardiff. So having a look at the clock, 42.74, so not as fast as any of the top three, but look to have made it through. Gosh, couple of teams now we've seen on the outside leading the race, and maybe it is that rush of adrenaline.
Yeah, it looks to be. I think they're just thinking that they're ready to go, but not quite there yet.
Yes, it's like the responsibility is now on me now to bring it home, but think about receiving that baton. Yeah, we'll just have another look at this race here. So, yeah, Leeds Beckett on the outside. They should have good hopes in the 4x4 as well. Obviously coming out of the back straight. Some good changeovers generally. It's possible as well that the heats include some lesser experienced relay runners. Yeah, onto this final bend. Leeds Beckett right on the outside. It's pretty much identical, isn't it, to Leeds Beckett?
Yeah, that's really interesting for it to happen again, you know. Maybe they can try to say something to the lane.
42.73, the official winning time.
So you can see the Liverpool team there, and just waiting for that result to come through in full. Lucy Fraser, it's been fantastic to have you, and learn a lot of insight right from your kind of legal background, your diploma, going out to Spain for a year, making a breakthrough there in a red bib. It sounds like, but most of all, huge congratulations. Really putting Glasgow on the map in the sprints at BUCS, and what a way to go out. Whatever happens tomorrow, and I never like to talk about a race that's coming up. We'll just see how it goes. But massive congratulations. It's great to see how happy you were, and the pride right across your team.
Thanks so much. It's been lovely to speak with you.
Well, the thing about the relays is that they always will produce some drama. Absolutely no doubt about that. You could be leading, and you could spring a surprise, and something will happen. Quite a few DNFs there. Something that we have seen before. So Warwick, Cardiff, Met, Portsmouth, Sheffield, Hallam, all DNF. No disqualifications at the moment. There can be appeals, of course. And it's possible that a team finished outside might spot something and decide that they want to protest that. I'm sure some of the team managers will be having a look to see what may be possible. And certainly the officials will be looking at that Aberdeen changeover. I'm sure they will have viewed it already. Aberdeen, St Mary's, Birmingham, Liverpool, Swansea, Kent, Nottingham, Edge, Hill look like they have made it in. 4x4s coming up in just a moment's time.
Just need a very quick comfort break here from commentary. Be back in about 30 seconds or so.
Because where we are, we're looking at so we've got to be looking at our landing. Oh, I've seen that it's close. It can over be something and that's it. Yeah, that was normally turn that much stuff cut the tree, I'll come down to the pack. Yeah, that we will see that too. We make sure we're home for the spring. Yeah, that's what's supposed to be like. He probably does everything. He does it for me. I watched the video deciding Amsterdam train instead of the actually just conference. I'm like, we should do it. He came over and fixed that. Because he just sent the video and lost it. Can you help? And then I wrote my husband out.
Oh, right.
I took the number.
Oh, right, yeah. I've used that story before.
Well, he's like, right. So it's like, yeah, I don't think that's
Good, huh? It's funny thing I would have when I was taking my girlfriend in the bed. Like, alright, I'll cut back a bit this time, yeah. I think my dad knew exactly what happened. I told him what happened.
Because everyone assumed what happened and they were like, no, we were just wrestling, we couldn't stop each other. So it's like, it's two girls, so like...
Next time, you just walk the truck.
Yeah.
It's not a truck for us. I mean, something like, yeah, two women, you wouldn't know if it was machine training or something else going on.
Well, the break's over, the athletes out on the track, ready for heat one of the women's 4x400 metres. Once again, it will be the 8 fastest teams across the 2 heats who will qualify for tomorrow's final. In lane 2 is a team from Exeter. In 3, Birmingham. In lane 4, Nottingham. In 5, Loughborough. In 6, Cardiff Met, and in lane 7, Sheffield. It's heat 1 of the women's.
You're watching the 2026 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championship, and what remains then is these heats of the 4x400 metres. So as I say, quite often a chance for those who haven't taken part yet this weekend to get involved for their team, looking to qualify for those finals that will finish off the competition tomorrow. Of course, really will be a day to savour, with so many medals to be awarded right through from 10 o'clock until 5 tomorrow. So all the results and schedule available on the Roster Athletics website and app. In this heat we have Exeter, Birmingham, Nottingham, Loughborough, Cardiff, Met and Sheffield. Again, just looking for the times to make it through. And I think that might be Kat Reynolds, who went in the 4x100 metres a few minutes ago, going in this 4x4. There has been a little bit of a break. Meanwhile, there has been, well, best part of an hour in fact, so this may be alright for her, but obviously she has raced earlier on today in the 200 metres, but has often put in a captain's performance for Sheffield, who often have medal hopes in the 4x4s. They won gold outdoors in the men's event and previously medal in the women's. But Loughborough so strong in the women's 4x400 metres, right from the days of individual championship record holder Jessie Knight and Jess Turner. In more recent times, obviously, Jess Astill, Natasha Harrison. Astill still at the uni, and big chance of individual gold tomorrow. So first changes as they stay in lanes. Birmingham have quite often medalled and indeed won this title as well, with the likes of Isabel Boffey and Abby Ives. Astill coming through on 800 metre champion Ives 2 years ago to win gold. But yeah, Birmingham winners in 2022. Boffey and Ives and Orla Brennan, the 400 hurdler, combining on occasion. So let's have a look here. All those three very close, but a move being made round the outside. So it looks like Nottingham there with a sensational run this is. And it means that Birmingham are back in 5th place. Now there are only 2 heats, and that's one of the reasons why this is so stacked. Loughborough, Birmingham, Cardiff, all in the same heat is absolutely extraordinary. But there's going to be a real fight here. So Nottingham well in front. I'm sure there'll be a good chase on here. Well, Sheffield have a few really strong 400 runners, along with Reynolds. You've got Amber Richardsons and Holly Pater. But Nottingham looking very good here. The gap has grown, if anything. Sheffield in second, Loughborough only in 3rd place at this point, and looks like they're going to be overtaken by Birmingham. It would be extraordinary if Loughborough didn't qualify for the final of a women's 4x400 metres by being run out of it. Surely that can't happen, but they are now in 5th place. This Nottingham team with a sensational performance. Can they hang on the final leg? Well, Sheffield really tiring, and that means that gap has continued to grow. A Loughborough athlete there really hoping to hang over, to hand over, but just look at that. It's about 100 metres between this top few. Birmingham now in 2nd place and looking strong on this final leg. Sheffield in 3rd. So 200 metres to go, and Loughborough in a distant 5th place. Nottingham from Birmingham. This is still important positionally. I think 3rd and 4th is also going to be a vital battle. Sheffield and Cardiff Met. There's an overtake happening down the home straight. So Nottingham from Birmingham And then the overtake here, Cardiff Met on Sheffield, and Loughborough in 5th place. Still have to fight all the way to the line for the time. Exeter in 6th behind. So Loughborough coming in now. So Loughborough around, 16 seconds behind the top spot. Well, we've waxed lyrical about the Loughborough double podiums, the 1-2s, and their continued title success. So I don't think anyone will mind me saying that it's a big shock to see Loughborough in 5th place in that 4x4. And no criticism of anyone in particular either, but it just is an objective surprise. So Nottingham 3:46.95, 4 seconds quicker than anyone else, or 3.5 seconds to be more exact, and then 5.5 seconds back to Cardiff Met, Sheffield 3:56, and Loughborough 4:03, Exeter 4:11. So Newcastle, Glasgow leads Beckett, Manchester, Cambridge, Leeds and Cardiff in this next heat. So 13 teams going down to 8 for the final. Yeah, there's full confirmation of that result and the big gaps between the athletes, but yeah, just the 2 heats here. Hiya, I'm told that there may be a issue with the stream at the moment. It might be stuck on an image. You can have a look, that'd be great. Heat number 2 of the women's 4x400 metres. Newcastle, Glasgow, Leeds, Beckett, Manchester, Cambridge, Leeds and Cardiff. Loud cheers for the Leeds Beckett athletes, as we've heard throughout the weekend in. So Cardiff storming off on the outside here. So Cardiff's relay pool, including Amy Hogby and Imogen Pugh, Charlotte Williams, Lily Oakenfall, we saw in the 1500 metres, Hattie Bond, Emily Hawthorne, Jessica Hyland and Emma Powell. And you saw also, I think, in the distance races. 3,000 metres she did indoors. Emily Rawson for Leeds Beckett there, who was on commentary yesterday, their women's captain. So handing over will be in around 4th place. So remember, just the 2 heats here. So big opportunity to qualify, even if you think you're out there in 4th, 5th place. May still do it based on time. It's something that you don't often see. You know, an athlete who's far back needs to make sure they continue running hard all the way to the line if they can over the grueling 400 metres. Okay, so Cardiff doing so well on the opening leg. As you can see, Cambridge coming past and pushing them down into 3rd place. Glasgow leading the way. And Lily Oakenfall it is actually, who was in the 1500 metres in 2nd place. Ran yesterday in the heats. Cambridge in 3rd, now dropping back behind Oakenfall. And of course, yeah, a distance runner would have something left. Used to running longer distances, of course. And Cambridge back into 3rd now. A massive lead, though, this is for the Glasgow team. I suppose they could have the option of bringing Lucy Fraser in for the final, but obviously she would have 6 races in her legs. But she has done 4x4s in the past, as she was saying. And Glasgow will just try and hold on to the advantage that they have. 3:46. That winning time for Nottingham. I think that may well end up being the fastest time. We're closing on 3 minutes here. Glasgow, Leeds Beckett coming through now. They were in 4th place. Good 2 overtakes there, up into 2nd now. Cardiff in 3rd, Cambridge and then Leeds. So Cambridge dropping back a couple of places and now having Leeds for company. So Glasgow trying to get to the line. Going to be inside 4 minutes here, so going to be one of the quicker teams. 3:46 and 3:50 the fastest. Leeds Beckett, Cardiff with the overtake. This could be massive behind. And also Leeds trying to overtake Cambridge down the straight, but Glasgow are going to be around 3rd fastest so far. Cardiff are going to be around 6th fastest. Cambridge and Leeds have a chance here. Definitely have a chance. Loughborough 4:03. They're both faster than Loughborough. So a fantastic showing from the Glasgow team. Of course, not necessarily household names in BUCS relays, but as Lucy was saying, they do have a strong side and kind of pooling together to be strong in the 4x4 as well, not having that 4x1 team. We do sometimes see that. That's the team decide it's a good use of resources actually if we just have maybe a 4x4 team. So 3:52.37, that is 3rd overall. Cardiff, and in fact, are faster than Cardiff met. Nice little battle there. There was that opening leg that was strong. I think that was maybe purposeful decision, knowing that they had a 1500 metre runner to come, who probably doesn't do many 4s. They would make it so-called top heavy. And then Cardiff Met would therefore be behind in 5th place overall. And then Sheffield from the first heat, Leeds, Beckett and then Cambridge. So all of those teams faster than Loughborough. 5 teams in this second heat faster than Loughborough, who are out of the women's 4x400 metres final, which you would expect them to be favourites for, given that they have Macintosh and Astle in the individual final, who have been rested. And Indy King as well, who could have come in to that side.
I've got the finish times in, so just leave the last box empty if you want.
So we have 3 4x400 metre finals coming up in a moment. 4x400 metre heat, I should say. And obviously the relay medals decided right at the end of tomorrow's programme. 4:15 until 5 o'clock roughly. Today's schedule finishing a little earlier than planned because a couple of the hurdles preliminary rounds weren't required. So there is the baton awaiting to see the handovers in these 4x400 heats, so they are expected to get underway. I'm just thinking everything's been brought forward half an hour, so at 5:45. So I think that may get underway a little earlier if the athletes are ready.
inside in lane 8, Edge Hill. That's the lineup for the first 3 heats, events 4 by 400 metres.
Three heats. 3 heats then of the men's 4x400 metres. This first one with the reigning champions Sheffield, who have Ollie Clark, Tom Abbott in their relay group, two of those who ran the final last year. Adrian Engsler involved, who has the 800 final to come tomorrow. We'll see who features in this team. Cardiff Met ought to be strong here. St Mary's, Loughborough, Cardiff and Edge Hill. So chance for more Welsh teams to get through to the final, but Loughborough, their men's team will have to make amends for the women missing out, of course. So the likes of Onyeka Oko in their relay pool, who's in the 400 hurdles final tomorrow. And Alex Houchin shown on there as well, who, of course, a former BUCS indoor champion. And Loughborough going very nicely here. Again, this is also a title that they've won in the past. Might be Tom Abbott on that opening leg for Sheffield there. Edge Hill going nicely as well among this top 4. Very tired athlete there for St Mary's. I wonder if that's another one of our 4x1 and 4x4s in a matter of minutes. This could actually be quite a close battle, in fact. Reminiscent of what we've seen, the battles between Loughborough and Cardiff Met, and often Brunel in the 4x4s. Come to think of it, we haven't really seen much of Brunel in these relays. Need to look back at that in a moment as we concentrate on this race for now. So, look at this, Cardiff Met and Loughborough shoulder to shoulder. That's what we like to see. Real roars here as Cardiff Met come past. So Cardiff Met behind Loughborough here. Sheffield in third, the reigning champions. Edge Hill in fourth, St Mary's fifth and Cardiff sixth. So ideally you want to be in the top 3. We'll see if that gap can be closed, but yes, you have a feeling that these 3 likely to be in the finals. Certainly the top 2. Be very surprised if they weren't, given the strength of these 2 teams. Wonderful battle this is. Heading on to the final leg now. Loughborough with the advantage. Good leg to keep Sheffield just in command of their position, in kind of no man's land. Big gaps in front and behind, but just has to hold strong and run his own race. And putting a marker down for the later heats. It looks like Loughborough are going to hold on here.
Here's Loughborough. Got an antagonist. It's very strong. I'm not sure why, but it's all about time.
Cardiff have made a couple of overtakes on the last couple of legs. They're now into fourth, giving them an opportunity to qualify. Loughborough doing really well here. It's going to be sub 3:20. 3:17.88. Cardiff met second, Sheffield third, and St Mary's actually fighting back behind. So St Mary's and Cardiff, and Edge Hill coming in 6th place. Interesting, it looks like we had exactly 4 teams in each of the women's 4x4 heats qualifying. Nottingham, Birmingham, Cardiff met Sheffield in the first, and then Glasgow, Cardiff, Leeds, Beckett, Cambridge in the second. Sheffield in 3rd place there, so yes, holding back some of their athletes. Hoping to qualify. I think they did actually win last year. Obviously it was following disqualification for Loughborough, I think it was, but they did actually use 7 athletes quite well last time around. It does mean that some of those in the relay pool, they do get that run out because participation is important.
UWE to the call room, please. UWE to the call room immediately, please. Cardiff team manager. Will you please meet the track referee at the conclusion of the 3rd heat? You can wait to find the call room.
2 of the men's 4x400. In lane 2, it is Liverpool. In lane 3, Warwick. In lane 4, Leeds. Lane 5, Royal Holloway. Lane 6, Cambridge. Lane 7.
So this is the starting lineup for heat number 2. Just been made aware, by the way, of some technical difficulties a little earlier on during the relay heat, so obviously apologies for those, but seems to be sorted now. Now, obviously 2 more heats to come, following Loughborough winning the first, 3:17.86, and then Cardiff met 3:19.71, Sheffield 3:23.13. Those were the top 3, and then a good 6-second gap behind to St Mary's for, I'm sure, others to slot into. University of the West of England, DNS, so just the 6 in this. Yes, Liverpool, Warwick, Leeds, Royal Holloway, Cambridge and Newcastle. Again, a great opportunity for someone, but also in the knowledge it's possible that no one would qualify. Bit of movement in the blocks there from the Liverpool lead-off run, but all good. I think that's maybe Osireta Nekaragbon. Might have also been in the 4x1. Certainly he's run 4x2s indoors, we've seen. Now, Cambridge going well on the outside, passing Newcastle there. Very strong here. Yes, again, no real powerhouse that you might expect absolutely to be qualifying from this. And Cambridge looking well drilled so far on this opening leg. Newcastle in second, and then Liverpool third. Warwick, Leeds and Royal Holloway. Royal Holloway's one of desperately trying to get to that line to hand over. Tough 400 metre running. Real challenge, and had a shot, he just collapses to the ground exhausted. But Cambridge looking good on this second leg, and you can see this lead being built nicely there. One more heat to come after this. So Liverpool in second place, just trying to save something for this home straight. Maybe it's Warwick finishing the strongest. Newcastle falling back on this leg. So Cambridge, Liverpool, Warwick. Gaps just growing there during that changeover. Leeds, Newcastle, and then Royal Holloway. Cambridge going really nicely down this back straight into this bend. One more leg to come, of course. So I think this is going to be around the third fastest time that we've seen so far. It's going to be roughly around 3:20. Let's wait and see. Cambridge from Liverpool now much further clear of Warwick than they were. Leeds in fourth. Newcastle and Royal Holloway still in touch at the back. Still a chance of making a position up. So, yeah, Liverpool again need to get to the line as quick as possible, despite not really being able to close down that gap. Just to have to keep pushing. Leeds attacking Warwick, 3rd and 4th. That could be important as well. We think 3 teams are likely to make it through from that first heat a moment ago. Cambridge, yes, it is around 3:20 as I thought. And then Liverpool 2nd, Warwick 3rd, Leeds 4th. And then Royal Holloway with a chance of overtaking here. Newcastle and Royal Holloway coming through. And this would be good finish if Royal Holloway can do it. Newcastle from Royal Holloway in the end. But yeah, good to see that fight to the line. All the teams getting the baton round. I can see, by the way, disqualification of Cardiff from the first heat for a lane infringement, unfortunately. But let's have a look then. Cambridge 3 seconds almost exactly ahead of Liverpool there. And then Warwick in 3rd. Well, yes, at the moment Warwick, that time is good enough to qualify. Still one heat to come though, and it features a strong Birmingham team. Leeds Beckett as well. Bailey Lawton will be one of the contenders for the final. Wait and see whether he features. Leeds Beckett, Leicester, Bristol, Birmingham, Nottingham, Northumbria. So Loughborough, Cardiff met Cambridge, Sheffield, Liverpool, St Mary's, Warwick, Leeds at the moment on track to qualify. But this is the lineup we're looking at here for the final heat, final piece of action of the day.
On the outside, it's Northumbria, the final race of the day, C3, the men's 4x400 metres.
We've seen quite a few decent Birmingham athletes over one lap so far. No Ridgeon, Finley McGill, Jay Sispal, Rayan Lenoir, others involved, Sam Myers, Hayden Christian, Owen Adams, Stanley Clark, all in their pool. You'd expect them to be the strongest team here. Just looking to see whether Bailey Lawton involved for Leeds Beckett. He may be on the final leg. So long hold for these athletes. Eventually now getting underway, and 3:32 the target time. Ideally though you want to be something like 3:20. A few seconds off that. Finley McGill looks like on this opening leg. The pressure originally from Worcester. And pretty much leading at this point from lane 6. Birmingham with some great men's 400 metre runners over the years, but pulling together as a team nicely in this relay from time to time, including with Mark Cottam and Freddie Owsley, and Cam Bailey. Nottingham and Birmingham very close together as we wait for this stagger to unwind after this bend. Birmingham and Nottingham and Leeds Beckett first, second and third here. Bristol in fourth place, just out of shot there, and then Leicester and Northumbria. So last piece of action for the day, last time for one more big fight, and look at this leg from Leeds Beckett with 2 overtakes. Is he going to make it stick down the home straight? Oh yes he is. What a final 200 metres here, keeping it so well down the home straight. And giving Leeds Beckett a healthy lead here. They are now the target. Other teams all holding station in their positions behind. Bristol still in fourth, Leicester and Northumbria. So Leeds Beckett runner just easing off a little here and hopefully saving something. The 4x1 team was leading their leg, looked on target to make the men's final, so this could be a good way to make amends. Birmingham actually falling back a little bit here, surprised to see that. So Leeds Beckett, Nottingham, Birmingham. Bristol closing the gap now on Birmingham. It was massive to begin with though. Leicester and Northumbria behind. But Leeds Beckett not looking back on this final leg. Inside the final 250. And look at this, it's Nottingham under pressure from Birmingham. In this Midlands fight. Bristol trying to join the party back in fourth place. Just coming into shot now. And Leeds Beckett on this final leg. So, said around 3:20 is where you'd want to be sure of qualification. Nottingham having a go back here though. So Leeds Beckett looking like fourth fastest time. And then Nottingham and Birmingham, they've done what they needed to do. Bristol might well have made it through as well. I think they have, yes. Needed to be faster than 3:32, which has just flashed through now. Leicester and Northumbria getting their teams round the 4x4. So Leeds Beckett 3:22.14. That's fourth overall behind Loughborough, Cardiff, Met, Cambridge. And then Sheffield, fifth overall, 3:23. Liverpool, sixth overall, but St Mary's and Warwick are out. Birmingham 3:25, and then Bristol 3:26 look to be in as things stand. So computer updating there. Yes, Loughborough fastest overall 3:17. Cardiff met 3:19. Cambridge 3:20. Leeds Beckett 3:22. Sheffield 3:23. Liverpool 3:23. Nottingham 3:24. And Birmingham 3:25. Well, so that completes the action on the second day here. Mostly qualification, of course. We did have those 200 metre Ambulant medals, and we also have in the field early, we saw a championship record, the first of the weekend. In the field, 5:47 for Owen Hurd in the pole vault. That's the result of Heat 3, though. And the action, of course, resumes at 10 o'clock tomorrow with the men's and women's triple jump final and the track finals starting at 10:30 all the way through, just the 200 metre semis to decide who'll be in that one, and all the way through until 5 o'clock tomorrow. Leeds Beckett be very, very happy with the way that they finished off in that 4x4. Shame for their 4x1 team, though. In the end, all of the results and the schedule on the Roster Athletics website now. Hope you can join us at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We'll have some great guests joining me to provide insight through the day. And thank you to those who've done that, including 100 metre champion Lucy Fraser. Fascinating to hear from her. And hope you can join us tomorrow. Good night.